Hey everyone, welcome back to WonderGod. Today we will see second part, what if Harry was protected by a goddess of vengeance. Here is short summary. When Harry is chosen by a mysterious owl with a hidden past, everything changes. With the soul of his mother reborn as a goddess of vengeance, those who dare harm him will face divine wrath. But before we begin, if you enjoy stories like this, make sure to subscribe to WonderGod and share it with your friends, because it really helps the channel grow. Now, let's begin the story. 2 days later, Merlin transformed into his phoenix form and flashed Harry and Alicia into the Founders' quarters at Hogwarts. Harry looked around in surprise. These rooms are large, he thought, wondering where exactly they were situated. They found themselves in what seemed to be a living room, which was dominated by a life-size portrait of all 4 founders of Hogwarts. Harry, come and translate. I want to introduce you to my friends. Alicia brought him back to reality, while Merlin engrossed himself in an eager conversation with Godric and Salazar in their portrait. There is no need for Harry to translate, Helga spoke up from the portrait. For some reason, I am able to understand you. That's because we must be magically connected. I was you in my former life. Alicia eagerly waggled her tail, as she spoke to her former self. Helga, who seemed completely shocked by the revelation, translated for Rowena, Godric and Salazar and introduced Harry, before Harry informed the Founders about the reason for their visit. What? Those imbeciles. Salazar sounded extremely angry. Amaterasu would never willingly harm anyone. Grandfather and Harry, please go and talk to her to find out what's happening. Whoever forces her out into the school must be stopped instantly. I will also teach you a spell, which you can cast from a certain spot to secure the whole school from her deadly glare, just to make sure that no one can force her to kill people. Harry felt very much reassured, when Merlin conjured a small photo frame and Salazar slipped into it to accompany them to meet his familiar. Together with Alicia, he followed Merlin through what he explained had been Helga's and Salazar's bathroom in the past. They descended a few steps only to end up in a large room. It was fairly dark, and with a flick of his wand, Merlin lit the torches along the wall. Amaterasu. Salazar called out from the photo frame in Merlin's hands. Come out please and close your eyes. It's me, Salazar. Harry heard something large slither over the stone floor, before something really huge came into sight. It was an enormous snake. Who is it? Are you friends or foes? My Salazar is not here anymore, so it cannot be him. I know you can't see USSSS, but it's Grandfather Merlin with me, Sal, in a photo frame along with Harry, who is a student in this SSS time. Later today, they will cast the spell on the grounds SSS, which I always SSS cast, while I was still alive. Yes please. There was this ghost, and she forced me out into the school. Even if Harry had only met the basilisk for the first time, he felt that the large snake sounded absolutely miserable. He decided to ask in Parseltongue. Salazar, should we not go and cast the spell first so that Amaterasu can open her eyes and see USSS? You are very kind, young S's speaker. Yes, please do SSSO. I know the spell, Merlin spoke up. We can't take Harry out onto the grounds, or the headmaster would be alerted by the wards. But I can go. Let him wonder who Merlin was if he gets to know about it. He chuckled before adding, I'll be back in a few minutes. While Merlin was gone, Amaterasu told them everything about a ghost who had forced her to go into the school and kill the Muggle-born students. She told me that she was my boss. Do you know who this ghost is? Amaterasu shook her large head. No, I don't know that. I only remember that she came before. A long time ago. At that time, a girl died looking at me. Large tears were leaking from her almost closed eyes. I will never let that happen again. Can you do something about the ghost? Is it a blue ghost? The basilisk shook her head. What is blue? Just then, Merlin returned and informed the basilisk that she could open her eyes. Harry felt slightly anxious, however, quickly relaxed, when they looked into large, yellow eyes and nothing happened. Merlin cleared his throat. As Harry is the only one currently residing at Hogwarts SS, I suggest that you bond with him. That way, you will be able to inform him, when the ghost bothers you again. Oh well, I already have 3 familiars, what does a 4th matter? Harry thought with a combination of annoyance and amusement, when he agreed for Amaterasu to bond with him. As soon as we return to the school in January, I will bring my Phoenix familiar here and show her the chamber. She will be able to flash me here quickly, whenever you need me. Thank you so much. The basilisk slithered closer and carefully licked his cheek in apparent appreciation. May I ask another favor? Of course. Harry nodded, smiling. Can you switch on the fire please? It is cold here. Salazar always made it warm for me. They talked with the basilisk for a while and switched on the fireplace for her, before they took their leave. When they returned to the Founders' quarters, Salazar instructed Harry to visit Amaterasu from time to time and also check out his chamber, revealing that he had a huge library and potions lab that was worth exploring. You simply need to follow the corridor in front of the hospital wing, Merlin informed him. I'll show you on the screen later on. I believe that it's not used anymore. Just behind the entrance to the hospital wing is the portrait of the 4 founders. As we all know you now, you're always welcome to visit. We will let you in. It was Alicia as Helga who gave Harry a gentle smile. Thank you very much. I will visit Amaterasu at least once a week, perhaps on Sundays, Harry resolved. She really is a cutie. I wonder who is that ghost and why he or she is forcing Amaterasu to kill students. I also wonder if it's the same ghost whom we saw at Aberforth Dumbledore's place. During the remaining days of the holidays, Harry, Annika and Dudley took turns watching the screen in the basilisk in her chamber. However, no one entered the chamber, not even a ghost. Harry was almost sure that it was the blue ghost from Aberforth's place, considering that Merlin had seen him, or her as Amaterasu had said, at Hogwarts. Upon their return to Hogwarts, Dumbledore confirmed at the welcoming feast that the Aurors had not found anything. Of course not, as no one knows where the Chamber of Secrets is, let alone how to enter it. It is only by chance that I know Alicia and Merlin, Salazar's closest relatives, Harry thought, staring at the old wizard in annoyance. Therefore, no one is allowed to be alone in the halls. The headmaster concluded his speech and tapped his wand against the table for the food to appear. Let the feast begin. During the following weeks, nothing happened, and everyone slowly began to relax. Every Sunday morning, Harry went to see Amaterasu. Hedwig flashed him to the Founders' quarters, from where they entered the chamber together. Occasionally, Paws also accompanied him. However, the canine seemed to not be overly fond of the basilisk and preferred to remain in the common room, where all the girls used to fawn over him. Harry had only told his friends about the basilisk, instructing them to keep the matter a secret. Perhaps I should tell Minerva and Severus as well, he thought, however, decided to leave it for the time being. If something happens again, I will tell them, he resolved. It was on a Saturday evening at the beginning of March that Harry could feel through the bond that Amaterasu seemed strangely agitated. Amaterasu, what's wrong? He urgently thought to his oversized familiar. The ghost, Amaterasu thought back, causing Harry to look around for Hedwig in shock. He found his parents cuddling in front of the fireplace. Hedwig, please take me right into the Chamber of Secrets. Quickly. Something is happening right now. One of the puppies jumped up and swiftly transformed into a phoenix, only to flash right in front of Harry. An instant later, they found themselves in Salazar's chamber, where indeed a ghost was hovering right in front of the basilisk, uttering something in a voice that was too low for Harry to understand. The ghost seemed lightly bluish, just like the one they had seen on the screen, when they observed Aberforth's place. What are you doing to my basilisk? He demanded, sternly, glaring at the ghost, who slowly turned around to view him. Your basilisk. The ghost scoffed. I've already been talking to him 50 years ago. I know, and you murdered a student at that time. You will not murder anyone this time. Before Harry knew what happened, the ghost raised her right arm. Crucio. He could only feel pain. Unable to keep himself upright anymore, he curled up on the floor, trying to get his shaking limbs into grip. All of a sudden, a large flame of fire exploded over the ghost, engulfing the blue figure in it. Thank Merlin, Harry thought, as he felt the pain recede, although his limbs were still shaking uncontrollably. That hurt, the ghost uttered, before she left right through the next wall. Thank you so much for coming to my help. I am sorry that you were hurt. Are you all right? Amaterasu leaned forward and gently licked Harry's face. Yes. Seeing that Hedwig invitingly hovered in front of him, he added, call me if she comes again. To Harry's surprise, Hedwig flashed him right in front of Severus' office door. She proceeded to sit on the door frame to the adjacent potions classroom. Knock and tell him what happened. Why? Harry stared at the phoenix in annoyance. It's all right now. No need to alert the professor. He doesn't even know about Amaterasu. No, it's not okay. Tell him or I'll flash right into his lab and send him to the common room to check on you. Harry glared at his mother. You wouldn't. Oh, dare me. Knowing that his mother was too stubborn to give in, Harry mentally prepared himself to knock at the door, when it suddenly was flung open. What is all the ruckus here? I'm sorry, Professor, may we please come in for a moment? The Slytherin head gave him a short nod and motioned them inside, before he firmly closed the door behind them. He noticed that Hedwig cast a silencing charm at the door and told the professor as much, before Harry began to tell him everything about Amaterasu and the Chamber of Secrets. Severus listened patiently and did not interrupt Harry as much as once. When he finished his explanation, the professor excused himself for a moment and left the office through a connecting door that Harry assumed was leading into his private quarters. When he returned, he was carrying a small phial with a light red concoction, which he handed it to Harry. Drink. It's the anti-cruciatus potion. When Harry did not immediately react, Hedwig instructed him. Take the potion. It'll help. Harry complied and immediately felt the effect. He profusely thanked the professor, before he took his leave, grinning when Severus invited Hedwig to remain for a little while to discuss an experimental potion. She must have been really good at potions, when Severus still values her advice, even though she's a phoenix now, he thought, as he returned to the common room, where his friends were waiting for him. On Sunday evening at dinner time, the headmaster rose from his chair and addressed the students. Harry inwardly groaned. What does he want now? He wondered, feeling extremely annoyed at the old wizard. Dear students, Dumbledore began to speak. Today, I have good news for you all. The culprit for causing several students and Professor Trelawney to become petrified has been found. It will not happen again. All restrictions have been lifted. The second good news is that Professor Sprout has just handed over the harvested mandrakes to Professor Snape. The potion to cure the victims will be ready next weekend, so that everyone can be cured by then. If Hermione wasn't petrified, she'd ask what happened, Harry thought, wondering if the potion's master had talked to the headmaster about what he had told him the previous evening. He looked up, smiling, when one of the Hufflepuff students rose from her chair. Excuse me, Professor Dumbledore, but what exactly happened? That's Susan Bones, Neville whispered. She's in our year in Hufflepuff. What exactly happened? Susan Bones asked, what everyone wanted to know. Dumbledore let out a deep sigh. Only by chance, we have found out that one of the very rare purple-crested king thestrals, who are said to be living in the Forbidden Forest, came into our school and petrified the students as well as Professor Trelawney, Dumbledore explained. I have adjusted the wards to secure the school as well as the grounds from this specific type of thestral. Harry could not prevent himself from letting out a snort. Who believes that? He thought to his mother. However, everyone apart from his group of friends as well as Severus, who were aware of the truth, seemed to believe the story that the headmaster had made up. I wonder how he is involved in the matter, Harry wondered. He must have some connection to that ghost. It probably even is the blue ghost whom he goes to meet every Sunday morning. Otherwise, he wouldn't even know what happened last night. It can't be by chance that he told us this story tonight. I don't think Severus told him anything. If any of the professors was trustworthy, it would be him. One of the Ravenclaw first years rose from her chair. Excuse me, Professor Dumbledore, but would you please introduce me to the purple-crested king thestral? I believe that my father would be very interested in interviewing one. Dumbledore thoughtfully stroked his long beard, before he replied. Ms. Lovegood, as this is a very dangerous species, I don't believe that it would be wise. That's Luna, Ginny whispered. She and her father are obsessed with rare animals. I've heard people talk about her, Daphne replied. They call her Loony Lovegood. Ginny shook her head in apparent annoyance. People think that she's strange, but in fact, she's really nice. She has been my neighbor and friend for many years. I've been good friends with her mother, Hedwig informed him, causing Harry to smile. Shall I tell her, when I meet her in the hall sometime? Yes please. In fact, her mother made me Luna's godmother, but she was still just a few months old, when we died. It was a few months later, shortly before the end of the school year, that Harry met Luna on his way back from Quidditch practice. She was standing at the shore of the lake, kicking small stones into the lake with her bare feet. He motioned the others to go ahead and quietly addressed the girl. "Hi, you're Luna, aren't you?" The girl cast him a huge smile, before she leaned down and gently caressed Pa's ears. "Hi, Harry Potter. I am Luna Lovegood, or Loony as people in my house seem to call me." Her smile slowly changed to a pained expression. "You're lucky that you found both your parents back. I won't ever be so lucky, as my mum did not die protecting anyone." "Your mum died?" Harry sensed that Hedwig seemed to be distraught and quickly taught Luna the spell that would make her understand the Phoenix, before he cast a silencing spell around themselves. "Your mother was one of my best friends, and I am, in fact, your godmother. May I ask what happened to her?" "She tried to invent a cure for lycanthropy, but something happened and she died in the accident. Unfortunately, she did not save anyone, so she won't come back as one of the white animals of the North Pole." "How do you know about that?" Harry stared at the girl in shock. Luna shrugged. "I just know things, just like I know that Paws is your dad." "Luna, I am not sure about that. Your mother died trying to save people from lycanthropy. Don't get your hopes up, but I'll go and ask Santa about it." Luna returned a sad smile. "Thank you, Hedwig, but I don't think so. Is there a reason why you're barefoot, by the way?" Luna still smiled. "My housemates have taken all my things and have hidden them somewhere. I still have to find everything before going home next week." "Your housemates?" Harry stared at the girl, horrified. "Why would they do such a thing?" Luna shrugged. "Because they think that I'm nuts. Does Professor Flitwick know about this? He told them to leave me in peace, but they don't really care what he says." Luna shrugged again. "It's fine. I'm getting used to it. Holly." An instant later, Holly appeared in front of them, and Harry quickly introduced Luna to his favorite elf. "Holly, Luna's housemates have hidden all her things. Could you gather some of the elves who are not busy right now and find her belongings for her?" He cast the elf a pleading look. "Of course we will do that. Hello, Ms. Lovegood. I am Holly, and I am always ready to help Harry's friends." "Thank you so much, Holly. I am glad to make your acquaintance. Luna, who exactly is doing this, and are the prefects not there to help you, too?" Luna shook her head. "It's mostly the prefects and the older girls. Everyone who spends the evenings in the common room. Remain here for a while. I'll be back shortly." Leaving Harry, Paws and Luna on the edge of the lake, Hedwig turned invisible and flashed right into the Ravenclaw common room, where she made herself comfortable on one of the torches along the wall, from where she could oversee the whole common room. She cast a charm at the whole room to make everyone present, who was not involved in any pranks against Luna, urgently leave the room for one or the other reason. Inwardly smirking, she observed, contentedly, how 3 boys quickly excused themselves and hurried out of the room heading for the bathrooms. There were still around 20 students, mostly girls from what she assumed was 3rd year and above, left. She then summoned a bout of her Ice Phoenix magic and made the whole room freeze. The students, who were still present, instantly turned slightly bluish, however, were unable to move, let alone flee from the icy room. "Oh well, as I don't want to kill anyone, I better stay and watch for a while," she resolved, and inwardly sighed in relief, when one of the boys returned to the common room after a few minutes. "What the boy uttered and quickly left the room through the entrance door, only to return with Professor Flitwick a few minutes later. "All right, he'll be able to call Pomfrey and save them all. They will have to spend 2 days in the hospital wing, but they fully deserve it," she thought. While Flitwick sent the boy to fetch Pomfrey and busied himself casting spells to revive the frozen fireplace, she cast another charm at all students that would make them remember to never ever play a prank on Luna Lovegood again. Just when Flitwick succeeded and Pomfrey stepped through the internal flow, she flashed outside to rejoin Harry and Luna. "They will never play pranks on you again," she promised her goddaughter. "Mum, you didn't kill anyone, did you?" Harry cast her a horrified look. "Do I look like a killer to you?" "Definitely not." Luna smiled, giving her a dreamy look. "Thank you so much for whatever you did to them." "You're welcome." Hedwig had to admit to herself that she felt strangely contented. "What did you do?" Paws thought to her. "They're probably going to spend 2 days in the hospital wing with hypothermia, and they will remember to not bother Luna again." Paws eagerly waggled his tail in apparent approval. You're still the best. Can you transform into your puppy form and join me in front of the fireplace now? I just hope that he's not going to take house points off the culprit, Harry thought, when Dumbledore informed the whole school about the attack on the Ravenclaw common room at breakfast the following morning. Otherwise, Slytherin will lose points. While at most times, it was advantageous that his familiars could receive points, this time, it would clearly be the first disadvantage. However, Dumbledore merely informed them, gave them a lecture about dangerous pranks and asked the culprit to admit his guilt to either himself or the Ravenclaw head of house. Harry. Ginny distracted him from the matter. Would you mind Paws flying with me during the Quidditch tryouts today, provided that he wants to fly? Paws. Do you want to fly with Ginny? Paws immediately jumped up from where he was sitting on Harry's feet and shortly licked his hands. Before he went to Ginny, put his front paws up onto her lap and stretched to lick her face in apparent gratitude. Or is that merely a promise? Harry wondered, as he observed his friend's interaction with his father in amusement. I guess that's a yes. Thank you, Harry and Paws. While there were 3 other applicants for the soon-to-be vacant chaser position, Ginny was clearly the best. When Marcus announced her as the new team member from the next school year onwards, one of the first years, Anton Knott, spoke up. That was clear that she was the best, considering that the team's mascot was flying with her. Take that back immediately. Paws would never help anyone, unfairly, Draco replied, before anyone else could even think of an adequate response, apart from Paws, who proceeded to growl at the boy. Ginny was simply better than you. Thanks Draco, Ginny spoke up, smiling. Sorry. Their classmate, Theodore Knott, cast a warning look at his younger brother. Congratulations, Ginny. Thanks. Just see to it that you keep winning the Quidditch Cup for us. Marcus grinned broadly. This year, it's the 2nd time in a row, and the professor will be pleased. The Slytherin head was indeed pleased, as Slytherin did not only win the Quidditch Cup but also the House Cup with exactly 100 points more than Hufflepuff, which came on the 2nd place. Exactly the 100 points that Severus gave me for resolving the matter with the ghost in the Chamber of Secrets, Harry thought, feeling extremely accomplished, as he quickly pushed the question about the ghost to the back of his mind. Just like during the previous summer, the Weasley twins as well as Minerva and Severus returned to the North Pole with Harry, Annika, Dudley, Hedwig and Paws for the whole summer. Harry's friends were supposed to join them on his birthday. Professor Dumbledore was not pleased at all, Minerva informed them, when everyone was gathered around the dinner table. He said that it should not be possible for 2 heads of the houses to leave Hogwarts for almost 2 months. Unfortunately, there is no rule against it. Severus smirked in apparent amusement. Thank Merlin. Minerva sheepishly turned to Merlin upon hearing him groan in obvious annoyance. Sorry Merlin. On Sunday afternoon, we should watch the screen by the way. Albus told me that he is going to have an interview with someone, whom he wishes to hire as the new Defense Against the Dark Arts professor. I'll be happy if he stops teaching by himself, Harry said. He should know Defense Against the Dark Arts better than some of the professors you already had. Severus cast him a questioning look. Yes, he's not bad, but I don't like him, and I don't trust him. Considering what we know, or rather not know about a certain ghost, I definitely wouldn't want him to use legilimency on me. By the way, Remus, Merlin, Sirius, Santa, Claire, has any of you still been watching him? Is he still meeting with the ghost every Sunday? I only watched him twice during the last few weeks. He is still meeting with the ghost on Sunday mornings, but something is strange. The ghost is not blue anymore. Harry stared at Remus in surprise. It is purple now. That's probably because I burned him badly, which proves that it is the same ghost we met in the Chamber of Secrets. That ghost is quite aggressive. She put me under the Cruciatus curse. She what? Remus stared Harry in disbelief, causing him to tell everyone how he had met the ghost in the Chamber of Secrets. That was behind all the attacks. Minerva spoke up in clear disbelief. What about Albus, story about the purple-crested king Thestral petrifying people? Severus smirked. Apparently, that was just that, a story. You knew. Minerva shot her colleague an incredulous look. Severus shrugged. I am Harry's head of house after all. Ignoring Minerva's snort, Harry explained, we believe that it was just a cover story, because in fact, he was behind the ghost forcing the basilisk out into the castle. Minerva stared at Harry in disbelief. But why would he do that? He's the headmaster after all. Barely, yes, Sirius scoffed. On Sunday morning, Hedwig announced that she was going to turn herself invisible and flash right into Aberforth's back room. Be careful. Hedwig let out a couple of calming trills in Pa's direction, before she turned invisible and flashed away, spreading some small bits and pieces of ice. She really has to practice more. Santa sounded clearly annoyed, as he wiped the ice from his face. A mere instant later, however, Hedwig was back. I can't get through the wards. Too bad, Harry said in disappointment. Then we can only watch the same scene again and again. Indeed, everything happened as usual on Sunday mornings. Albus Dumbledore arrived in the room, where Aberforth and the Purple Ghost were gathered, cast a silencing spell around themselves, and left again 2 minutes later. Harry let out a deep sigh. Turning to the professors, he suggested, perhaps, you could try to arrange for a staff meeting on a Sunday morning. We could, but that wouldn't hinder him to meet with his brother and the ghost at any other time. The potions master shrugged, before he excused himself and headed to the potions lab, receiving a warning to not miss lunch as he went. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, everyone was once again gathered in front of the screen, which displayed Albus Dumbledore's office. A middle-aged man stepped out of the fireplace. Nicholas Flamel, Merlin said in apparent surprise. He is going to teach at the academy from September onwards. Nicholas, my old friend. Dumbledore held out a bowl with drops, however, his guest politely refused the sweet. Thank you, my boy, but Perenelle and I have stopped eating sweets a long time ago. Thank you for coming. I'd like to ask you if there's anything I could do to convince you to teach Defense Against the Dark Arts for a year. Flamel let out a small chuckle. I am very sorry, Albus, but as you know, Defense Against the Dark Arts is not really one of my strengths. Apart from that, I have been offered a position as the teacher of alchemy at the Selective Academy of Magical Sciences. The Selective Academy of Magical Sciences. Dumbledore seemed thoroughly confused. He leaned forward and gave Flamel a sharp look. Where is that academy if I may ask? I've never heard of it. Ah Albus, I am sorry. Merlin himself has founded the school, but I am not sure about the exact position. I'd like to ask you a favor by the way. What might that be? You still have my stone hidden at your school, but Perenelle and I believe that it might not be safe enough at Hogwarts considering the attacks that occurred here at the school during the last school year. Therefore, I'd like to take the stone back. I believe that Hogwarts is still the safest place in Britain, but well, it is your choice. Please give me some time to retrieve it. The two wizards agreed that Flamel should come to retrieve his stone on Wednesday evening. What stone? Harry asked in confusion, when Flamel had left through the fireplace. Severus and Minerva exchanged a look, before Minerva explained that Dumbledore had hidden the Philosopher's Stone somewhere at Hogwarts. Apparently, he believed that Voldemort was still alive and would come to look for it, but during the last 2 years, nothing happened, so it should be safe to return it to Mr. Flamel. Ah, I am an idiot. Everyone stared at Merlin in surprise. I should have cast a charm at Nicholas that would have prevented him from telling Dumbledore about the academy. Somehow, I have a bad feeling about it. A few days after they had witnessed Nicholas Flamel's refusal to become the Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher at Hogwarts, Remus received a letter from Albus Dumbledore. After ignoring me for more than a decade, he suddenly remembers and sees fit to contact me, Remus thought, feeling extremely upset at the old wizard. What does it say? Sirius cast him a questioning look, apparently sensing his anger. When Remus read the letter aloud, everyone blurted out laughing. Dear Mr. Lupin, I hope you are faring well. As I have not heard from you in a long time, I am wondering how you are doing. Would you perhaps be interested in becoming the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor at Hogwarts from September onwards? As the position is cursed, I am afraid that it will only be for a year, however, I would appreciate having you among our staff for the year. You do not have to worry about the full moon, as I will ask Severus Snape, who has become our potions professor in the meantime, to brew the Wolfsbane potion for you, and on the day after the full moon, I will teach your classes. Please consider the matter. I am looking forward to your response. Best regards, Albus Dumbledore, Headmaster of Hogwarts. Congratulations Albus. You've managed to invite exactly the 2 persons whom Merlin has already hired for his academy, Minerva said, smirking. Good to know that with my more than 1,000 years of age I am still faster than Dumbledore. With his 150, Merlin quipped, causing everyone to laugh. Oh well, I better reply right away. Moony, why don't you suggest to him asking Melly if I could teach for a year? Sirius spoke up. I'd love to join my godchildren at Hogwarts for a while. Tonks would also be willing, I suppose. Remus nodded in agreement, before he set to write his response. Dear Professor Dumbledore, thank you very much for considering me. However, I am already in a contract with a different school. I suggest asking Amelia Bones if Auror Sirius Black could relocate to Hogwarts and teach the class for a year. As an Auror, he is surely qualified to teach defense against the dark arts. Yours sincerely, Remus Lupin. He'll never employ Black, considering that he's Harry's godfather. Severus smirked. What does that mean? Minerva cast her colleague an incredulous look, however, Severus merely shrugged. Oh well, we'll see. Sirius grinned. Let's watch Dumbledore's office, when he receives the letter. Later the same day, Merlin alerted them from the portrait that Dumbledore had just received Remus' letter, and Harry and a few others eagerly sat in front of the screen that was adjusted to show the headmaster's office. Dumbledore let the letter sink in apparent annoyance. Sirius Black, he said aloud. No, we can't have that. Fawkes, what do you think? I believe that I should have separated from you a long time ago. Hedwig quickly translated the Phoenix reply, causing everyone to stare at the headmaster in surprise. Yes, I know, and I really appreciate that you didn't, Dumbledore said, gently petting his familiar's crown feathers. He let out a deep sigh. Oh well, I better head to the Ministry of Magic to inquire about this selective Academy of Magical Sciences. The existence of another school is very unnerving, especially as I've never heard about it before. As to the question of the defense against the dark arts professor, I still have a few weeks to find someone adequate, even if it might be difficult. Phoenixes can only bond with really good people, however, Dumbledore seems to have some evil traits as well. At least that's how I understand Fawkes' response. Sirius shrugged. Oh well, that's not really a surprise. Harry shook his head in annoyance at the old wizard. No Harry, Professor Dumbledore is not that bad. Minerva does not sound really convincing, Harry thought, just when Paws jumped up at the professor. Minnie, why don't you change into your animagus form, so we can have some fun together? Harry quickly translated the canine's words, causing the professor to glare at the puppy. Only when Severus is here as well, so he can chase you all over the grounds, she replied in apparent amusement, before everyone turned their attention back to the screen. Santa had set the screen to follow Dumbledore, and by now, they found themselves at what seemed to be the Ministry of Magic, where Dumbledore just greeted an older witch. That's Griselda Marchbanks, the head of the Department of Magical Education, Minerva explained, and everyone eagerly observed the conversation between the headmaster and the ministry employee. Griselda, have you ever heard of the Selective Academy of Magical Sciences? The old witch stared at Dumbledore in apparent disbelief. The Selective Academy of Magical Sciences? She asked, incredulously. Albus, is that a joke? The headmaster shook his head. Do I look as if I was joking? I urgently need a new defense against the dark arts professor for the new school year, and when I asked Nicholas Flamel, he told me that he was working at that very academy. I am sorry, Albus, but I've never heard about it. Perhaps, it's somewhere abroad. Dumbledore thoughtfully stroked his beard. That is, of course, possible. Nicholas must have good connections to France, considering that he and his wife attended Beauxbatons. Marchbanks let out a scoff. Albus, that must have been 600 years ago. None of these connections should be alive anymore. Letting out a deep sigh, Dumbledore took his leave and returned to Hogwarts. Ah, Fawkes, he said, as he lowered himself into the seat behind his desk. Why does everything have to be so complicated? And where is Minerva when I need her? Everyone looked at the Transfiguration professor in amusement, however, she merely rolled her eyes. During the rest of the summer holidays, Merlin occasionally fetched them to the screen, when someone visited Dumbledore at Hogwarts, so that they could efficiently spy on the headmaster. Other than that, Harry spent much time in the potions lab with the Weasley twins, Severus and Polly. He also went for long walks in his animagus form together with his parents, and he thoroughly enjoyed being together with them. Remus is going to teach a subject called animal transformation at the SAMS, Paws informed him one day. Hedwig and I have helped him with his lesson plan, and we've both decided to try the transformation into our former human form. As long as we're here, Cassiopeia is going to join us as well. When we're back at Hogwarts, we'll practice in your room from time to time, just so you know. Perhaps, you should also tell Draco. I will, Harry promised, feeling very excited at the prospect of perhaps getting to know his parents in their human forms. My friends are going to arrive on my birthday anyway. One day, Merlin took him aside. Harry, would you be willing to assist the professors of the SAMs with the preparations for the school year? Everyone is going to arrive on August 15th. Of course, I'd love to assist, and my friends are going to return home on that day anyway. Harry cast Merlin a smile of pure excitement. Thank you so much for allowing me to get to know them. On August 15th, Merlin, Remus and Harry headed out onto the grounds right after breakfast. How are they going to arrive? Harry instinctively looked for a sleigh, however, all of Santa's sleighs were in their respective parking slots. There's none missing, and the reindeer are all here, too, he thought in surprise. They're going to arrive by a special portkey that I've made for them from the seeds of a North Fir tree cone. It brings them straight to the arrival area, where the sleighs used to arrive. They only had to wait for a few minutes, before 5 people appeared almost at the same time. Hello and welcome to the North Pole. Please follow me inside, where it's definitely warmer. Merlin led them into the igloo, where everyone gathered in the entrance hall. He then introduced each of the teachers. This is Remus Lupin, our professor for animal transformation. With the help of the North Fir tree, he changed from a werewolf to a werdeer and is able to transform back into his human form even during the full moon. He is also able to transform into a reindeer as well as a puppy and back at free will. Everyone applauded, and Remus smiled. Thank you. I am very much looking forward to teaching at the SAMs. This is Toby, a Yeti, who will be our professor for concealment magic. He looks like a combination of a snowman and a gorilla, Harry thought, however, noticed quickly that Toby was very friendly. The Yetis are very good at hiding themselves as well as objects. For this, we use concealment magic, which I wish to teach to the students. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to teach at this academy. The next person introduced was Gwenline, the goblin. Some of my human colleagues know Buckbean, who is working at Gringotts in Britain. Now, Gwenline is his wife and has agreed to teach the subject of financial management at our school. Gwenline will, however, return to her home after classes, as she has 2 children at the age of 13. Thank you for the introduction, Merlin. Gwenline seemed very good-natured, and Harry liked her immediately. I am looking forward to working together with humans, elves, yetis, dwarves and any other kind of beings. Bonda, who is an elf, and Torwald, the dwarf, seemed much stricter. I am Bonda, and I usually live on the Isle of Elves. I will teach elven magic, which includes household magic and family magic. I am looking forward to spread some knowledge about elves and our magic. Torwald, the dwarf, was going to teach enchanting. Harry had to admit to himself that he did not overly like the seemingly grumpy dwarf. Oh well, as I can't attend the academy, I won't have much to do with him anyway, he thought in relief. This is Professor Ito from Japan. He is going to teach the subject laser magic. Oh, that sounds interesting, Harry thought in amazement. Too bad that I won't have the opportunity to study with him. Finally, Merlin introduced Nicholas Flamel, who is also going to return home to his wife every day. Alchemy. I wonder what that is, Harry thought, resolving to check the library for that specific subject. When the introductions of the teachers were done, Merlin introduced Harry. He is my brother's ward and is living with us here on the North Pole, when he is not at school. He will assist you with the preparations for the school year. Hello, Harry said, smiling. On that same day, Minerva and Severus had to go back to Hogwarts, and Harry's friends returned home to spend the last 2 weeks of the holidays with their parents. Harry, why don't you invite Luna to visit for a week or 2? Hedwig asked him at lunchtime. I'm sure she'd be happy to get away from home for a while. She's only living together with her father, who is quite eccentric to say the least. Harry immediately agreed and right after lunch penned a letter to the girl for immediate delivery by Hedwig. When the Phoenix returned, she said, "Sorry, Harry, I talked to her and somehow kept her from writing back. Anyway, she'd love to visit for the rest of the holidays and already got the approval from her father. At 3 o'clock this afternoon, I am going to pick her up. Thanks Mum, and thanks for reminding me to invite her." I wasn't sure if my friends would be happy if I invited her, but just now was the best timing. Hedwig nodded, seemingly contented. After spending the afternoon at the Sams, Harry returned to Santa's workshop late in the afternoon. Everyone including Luna, who had arrived in the meantime, was gathered in front of the screen. Harry looked at the screen with interest, chuckling, as he realized that Severus and Minerva had just a meeting with the headmaster. I would have loved to enlist your help, however, I did not know how to reach you. The headmaster sounded slightly reproachful, causing Harry to smirk. Severus leaned slightly forward. In which matter might that be, headmaster? Dumbledore let out a deep sigh. The defense against the dark arts position. I invited several people, who would be adequate, however, they all refused. Albus, Minerva gasped. Don't tell me you don't have a defense against the dark arts professor. The school year is going to commence in a fortnight. Sighing again, the headmaster shook his head. Worse. The two professors exchanged a look of pure annoyance. Means exactly what? The Scottish lioness asked, crisply. The Minister of Magic interfered and decided to send Dolores Umbridge to Hogwarts as the new defense against the dark arts. Professor. They what? Double glares shot at the headmaster. That by Ch. Minerva, Dumbledore lightly scolded his deputy. She can't be so bad. The professors let out a collective snort. She is a walking nightmare, Severus said, and Minerva nodded her agreement. Is there nothing that we can do about it? Dumbledore shook his head. No, it's too late for that. Merlin, see what you've done to us, Severus uttered, causing Minerva to smirk and the headmaster to look at him in irritation. Oh, but I'm not sorry, Merlin quipped, only for the people gathered in front of the screen on the North Pole to hear. Considering that Quirrell tried to kill me and Lockhart was a fraud, she can't be so bad, Harry voiced his opinion, causing Sirius and Remus to snort. Umbridge is the undersecretary to the minister and an absolute by Ch. Sirius informed everyone huddled in front of the screen. From the following morning onwards, Luna followed Harry to the Sams every morning without even asking if she was allowed to do so. As glad Harry was that Annika and Dudley did not join him, he noticed in surprise that he did not mind Luna's company. During the last 2 weeks of the holidays, Harry and Luna got to know the professors of the Sams on a personal basis. While they helped the teachers prepare their classrooms, they told them much about themselves. Gwenline even invited Harry and Luna to visit her on Goblin Island during the next summer holidays and get to know her twin children, who were of the same age as Harry. Harry, you're very lucky that you'll be able to attend the Sams one day, Luna said, when they returned to the workshop on the last day of holidays, giving him a dreamy smile. I won't. Harry looked at the girl with a combination of surprise and bewilderment. Too bad that we're not able to meet the students though. They're going to arrive shortly after we'll have to leave for Hogwarts. Perhaps during the Christmas holidays. Laser magic will be interesting, Luna replied, still wearing a dreamy expression. Luna, are you ready to return to Hogwarts? Yes, Luna replied, gently petting Hedwig's crown feathers. I wonder if we're going to have much fun though with Umbridge as the new defense against the dark arts professor. Do you know her? Harry cast her a surprised look. No, but after all that Sirius and Remus have told us about her, Luna slowly trailed off, smiling. Anyway, if anyone bothers you, please tell us. Thank you, Hedwig. I will. I hope you and Paws will succeed changing into your human forms soon. I can't wait to meet you both. Me too. Harry fully agreed with the girl's assessment. He was only surprised that she knew things, which she was not supposed to know. She might have some seer qualities, his mother informed him. Harry nodded in understanding, knowing that his mother was a seer as well. When they boarded the Hogwarts Express the following morning, Harry, Annika and Dudley took Luna into their midst, so that none of their friends questioned the Ravenclaw's presence. Harry quickly enlarged the compartment for all of them to fit in. The 9 students chatted about this and that, however, main topic of conversation was the appointment of Dolores Umbridge as the new defense against the dark arts professor. My dad once told me about her. She must be awfully bigoted, Ginny spoke up. He said that she's the most annoying person in the whole ministry. Daphne rolled her eyes. Oh well, they'll be glad to get rid of her for a year. Don't worry. If she annoys you, we'll do something worse to her. Ah, Paws, behave yourself. She's a professor you know, Harry replied after translating the canine's words. That hasn't hindered him from killing a professor before. Yes, but Quirrell tried to kill me. Harry shook his head in light annoyance at his familiars. I wonder why the Ministry even wants to interfere at Hogwarts, Annika said, frowning. I mean, they're politicians, not teachers. Oh, believe me, I'll ask her that at the first opportunity. Thank you for allowing me to join you and your friends, Luna said, when they separated at the entrance to the Great Hall. Before Harry could even utter a response, she swiftly headed to the Ravenclaw table, leaving him to stare after her in surprise. She's really strange, he thought. But nice. Somehow, it's as if I had known her for a long time, although I've only met her about 3 months ago. As soon as they got a first glimpse at the new defense against the dark arts professor, Harry and his friends immediately found her unsympathetic, just by the fact that she was wearing a pink cardigan, while an obviously false smile was plastered onto her face. The impression intensified, when the witch interrupted the headmaster to take her introduction into her own hands. When she announced that she expected to become good friends with the students only to let out a girly chuckle, everyone simply stared at her in clear disgust. Hermione Granger seemed to be the only student who was happy about the new professor. I hope she's really able to teach us as well as the headmaster, she said, when the third-year Slytherin and Gryffindors were waiting for Professor McGonagall for their first morning class. Don't get your hopes up, Granger. Draco cast the girl a challenging look. As far as I know, she absolutely detests Muggleborns. That's not true, Hermione protested, sounding upset. She works at the Ministry of Magic after all. Malfoy, leave her in peace. Oh, Weasley, got yourself a girlfriend. Draco stared at the redhead in apparent amusement. Just wait and see. Mark my words. The third years should realize soon that Draco's comment had been nothing but the truth. After talking about the lack of a decent defense against the dark arts professor in recent years, the teacher instructed them to open their books and read the first chapter. You will not need your wands, so please remove them from your desks and put them into your bags. In this book, you will find everything you need to know about defense against the dark arts. I am certain about that, because it was written by myself. After 15 minutes of quiet reading, Hermione raised her hand. Excuse me, Professor, when are we going to do some practice? Practice. Well, we also need to practice the spells which are mentioned in the book. Do you want to hurt your classmates? Of course not. Then I suggest that you'll be quiet and continue reading. As a Muggleborn, there are many things which you'll have to learn. What does that have to do with being Muggleborn? Ronald Weasley glared at the witch in the pink cardigan. Umbridge let out a small chuckle. Oh well, I know that the Weasleys are blood traitors, but even to you, the difference should be obvious. Paws jumped up from where he was sitting on Harry's feet and growled at the professor. Where do you come from? Umbridge wore an expression of absolute disgust. Beasts are not allowed in my classroom. Leave now. He's not a pet, let alone a beast, but my familiar, and my familiars are allowed to stay with me at all times, Harry spoke up in a small yet firm voice. Not in my class. Growling at the witch, Paws retreated to Harry's feet, where he curled up, completely ignoring the teacher's request that he should leave. Apparently, Umbridge knows better than to insist, Harry realized in relief, knowing that neither of his parents would willingly leave him and his friends alone with the ch. Better if they stay here than if they hurt her outside of class. The topic of Umbridge and her teaching or rather not teaching method became soon replaced by the planning of the third year's first Hogsmeade visit. One evening, Neville surprised the friends. I'm going to go to Hogsmeade together with Susan. Can we perhaps meet at the Three Broomsticks for lunch? With Susan Bones, the Hufflepuff third year. Tracy voiced what everyone wanted to know. Yes. Harry had the impression as if Neville felt uncomfortable at the sudden attention. My Gran met with Amelia Bones a few times during the last 2 weeks of the holidays, and Susan and I spent a few hours together. He shrugged. I just thought it would be nice to go to Hogsmeade together, and she agreed. Cool. Ginny's voice was laced with amazement. Ginny, would you like to accompany me? Everyone stared at Draco in shock. I'd like that, Ginny replied, smiling broadly. Thank you, Draco. Daphne looked around. Annika, Tracy, Harry, Dudley, will we go together then, or does anyone else wish to go on a date? They agreed to remain together and meet with the others at the Hog's Head for lunch. Probably, they would not be able to find out anything about Aberforth and the Pink Ghost, but they could at least try. On Saturday morning before breakfast, Luna waited for Harry outside the Great Hall. Harry, have fun at Hogsmeade. She cast him a broad smile. Thanks, Luna. Next year, you can come with us. Harry suddenly felt sorry for the girl, who still did not have friends in her own house, even if the other girls seemed to have stopped harassing her. Is there anything you'd like from Hogsmeade? Yes, I would love one of the sponge plum scutes if you get a chance to go to the sweets shop. All right, Harry replied, trying to make a note of the name in bewilderment. You'll get them at Honeyduke's, Hedwig informed him, quietly. Thanks, Mum. You and Daphne will make a great couple, by the way, Luna said, casting him a dreamy look, before she turned around and seemed to sweep away. Harry remained where he was, stunned, for a moment, before Paws jumping up at him brought him back to reality, and he quickly made his way to the Slytherin table. Hogsmeade was amazing to say the least. Harry, Annika and Dudley had never been in the village, so that all the shops were interesting for them. At one stage, they separated, when Tracy and Dudley headed to the joke shop, while Daphne, Annika and Harry spent an hour at the Hogsmeade branch of Flourish and Blotts. Aberforth Dumbledore was an enormous disappointment for the friends. The man was not overly friendly but simply threw them out, stating that his pub was not a place for children to play. You better head to the Three Broomsticks for your lunch, before I inform my brother that you're here. He won't be happy having his students hang around pubs. Well, if you don't want our money, be my guest. I'll make sure to inform my father about this. Young Mr. Malfoy, are you threatening me? No sir, I'm sorry, Ginny replied, quickly, and pulled Draco outside. Everyone else followed swiftly. Harry inwardly grinned, when Paws and Hedwig in her canine form fiercely growled at the unfriendly wizard, before they dashed outside after him. That was strange, Hedwig informed Harry. When we met him before, he was always friendly. Perhaps, he just doesn't like kids, Paws added. Hey, we're not kids. We're teenagers, Dudley replied, hearing Harry's translation. Strange. Fred and George said that he was quite nice, Ginny said, and Harry nodded his agreement. That's why I thought to come here in the first place, he added, shrugging. Oh well, let's head to the Three Broomsticks then. The Three Broomsticks was crowded to say the least, and the friends squeezed themselves into the empty spots at a table that the Weasley twins occupied together with their brother Ronald and Hermione. Hermione looked at Harry. Where are your familiars? Did you realize that pets are not allowed in restaurants? Harry merely quirked an eyebrow, thinking, if they weren't able to turn themselves invisible, I wouldn't be in this place. He barely released that Paws stood from where the two canines were lying on his feet, however, grinned broadly, when he saw that Hermione jumped up in apparent shock. Apparently, Paws had just licked her hand. Paws, leave it and come back here, he whispered, causing the Gryffindor to glare at him in apparent annoyance. At the end of November, Slytherin defeated the Gryffindor Quidditch team 380-120, and just like before, Sirius and Remus had arranged for a few elves to bring a sleigh to the Hogwarts grounds for the Slytherin Quidditch party. Go ahead, I'll be there in a moment, Harry told his friends and headed to where he had seen Luna sit in the Ravenclaw stands just by herself. Why are you all alone? He asked in concern. Luna gave him a smile that did not reach her eyes. The Ravenclaws don't have time to watch Quidditch matches. They have to study for the tests that are going to take place in 3 weeks' time, she said, lightly. I wanted to see you fly together with Paws though, and I wasn't alone, as Hedwig was keeping me company during the match. Oh right, I saw Mum sit with her, Harry recalled. We're going to have a party in the sleigh over there. Will you come and join us? Luna's smile intensified. I'd like that, she said, pleasantly. Won't your housemates mind me being there though? Of course not, Harry replied, smiling, just when Hedwig and Paws ran over to them and jumped up at Luna in apparent excitement. Someone seems happy to see you, Harry stated, smiling, as the puppies gently licked the girl's hands. What happened to your hand? Hedwig suddenly asked, causing Harry to look at her hand in surprise. However, Luna hurriedly pulled back. What's wrong? He asked in bewilderment, noticing that Luna covered her left hand by the right. Luna's expression sobered, as she hesitantly showed him her left hand that was badly injured. What happened? Harry asked in concern. Are you all right? I'll be all right, Luna said in a small voice. Please don't tell anyone. I was stupid. You should ask Severus for some Murtlap essence. Luna shook her head. Thanks Hedwig, but it's all right. It'll heal by itself. By now, they had reached the sleigh, and Hedwig and Paws ran ahead to greet Sirius and Remus in apparent happiness. It was at the beginning of December that Hermione Granger once again questioned the defense against the dark arts professor's teaching methods. "Professor, are we not going to do any practical exercises?" Umbridge glared at the girl. "We've had this discussion before. Mudbloods shouldn't be allowed to attend Hogwarts at all, especially if they question their better's competence." "Hey, don't call her that," Ronald spoke up, while Paws and Hedwig in her canine form, who were both lying on Harry's feet, let out a couple of angry growls. 5 points from Gryffindor, Mr. Weasley. The witch in her pink cardigan smiled her false smile that Harry absolutely detested. When the two puppies let out another growl, Umbridge saw red. "Mr. Potter, detention tonight at 7 and without your familiars." "No, Professor. My familiars are always with me." "Then your detention tonight will be the first time, when you're going to be without them." "Leave it, Harry. I'll be there, invisibly." At exactly 7 o'clock that evening, Harry entered Professor Umbridge's office for his detention. He inwardly sighed in relief upon realizing that he only had to write lines. However, to his surprise, there was no ink, and he noticed quickly that the quill he had to use drew blood from his left hand as ink. That's what happened to Luna's hand as well, he realized, feeling horrified that the teacher had done something so horrible to the sweet girl. Hold out just a moment longer, Hedwig thought to him. I'm going to disturb her soon. Harry inwardly sighed in relief upon hearing his mother's thoughts, only to look up in shock, when all of a sudden, the plates with the cat heads that decorated the walls crashed to the floor with a loud clatter and noise. Mr. Potter, what did you do now? The professor sounded extremely angry. Nothing, Harry replied, pointing out that he did not even have his wand out. Well, you're dismissed, as I have to clean up here. I hope you learned your lesson from this detention. Sure, Professor. And I'm sure that my parents will not only revenge me, but Luna as well, Harry thought, grimly, as he returned to the common room to inform his friends what a detention with the by-ch of the school was like. Hedwig was extremely upset. After destroying the professor's plates, she returned to the common room to tell Paws all about Harry's detention. Thank Merlin, she thought, when Harry entered the common room shortly later. Harry, come with me. We're going to see Severus, she instructed him, before she transformed into her canine form and motioned Paws to accompany them. I'll speak to him, she told Harry, right before he hesitantly knocked at the door to Severus' office. Thanks, Mum. Harry cast her a smile of gratefulness, causing her heart to melt. He really is a sweet boy, she thought, as she ran ahead into the office and licked Severus' hand, implying an instruction to cast the spell that would make him understand her. To her relief, Severus immediately obeyed, and she told him everything about Professor Umbridge using a blood quill on Harry and also at least on Luna Lovegood. Severus seemed shocked. The use of a blood quill warrants for a one-way ticket to Azkaban. Yes, but let me first try to deal with the by-ch myself. Severus relented, while he summoned a small bowl and a phial with Murtlap essence and instructed Harry to take it with him and bathe his hand in the lime green liquid for about 20 minutes. Harry profusely thanked his head of house, before they all left and returned to the common room. Please excuse me for a few minutes, Hedwig informed Harry and Paws, before she transformed into her phoenix form. I'm going to have some fun with that by-ch. Do nothing that I wouldn't do, Paws advised her, causing Harry to snort. I won't. With that, she flashed away and headed right into the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor's office, turning herself invisible as she went, eager to take revenge for her son and goddaughter. Hedwig watched the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor in absolute hatred. How dare she use a blood quill on Harry and Luna? She thought, as she pondered what to do to the by-ch in her more than annoying pink cardigan. If she's as bigoted as she seems, she should at least wear proper robes. As she planned her revenge, she thought, I really shouldn't be a phoenix but a white tiger, inwardly glaring at Santa for the choice of her form. Oh well, it wasn't my choice, so I'm not going to even try behaving like a phoenix. The thought, it wasn't even Santa's but that of the North Fir Tree, and Santa only helped me to change from an owl to a phoenix, crossed her mind. However, she did not care. She was a mum on the warpath against someone who had wronged her baby after all, and that outweighed her being a phoenix. All right, now, I really have to plan carefully, so that the matter won't rebound to me in any way. She shall never be able to talk about what's going to happen. She considered using the Imperious Curse on the woman, however, decided against it. As a phoenix, I can't ever use an unforgivable. Instead, she merely planted an idea into the woman's head that made her pen a letter to whoever it might concern. After using a blood quill on students, I decided to retire from Hogwarts. All students are imbeciles. Goodbye. Dolores Umbridge. Leaving the letter on the table, the professor went to bed like her manipulated mind instructed her. Hedwig simply followed her into the bedroom, where she sat on top of the wardrobe, deeply engrossed in her planning. She spent the next few hours developing a charm that would have the same effect as the Imperious Curse, which she refused to use. From time to time, Harry and Paws contacted her through the bond, however, she reassured them that everything was all right and asked them to go to bed without waiting for her. I'll return sometime during the night and then will join you in my animagus form, she promised, smiling at the thought of her family. Pushing all thoughts of Paws aka James and his recent idea of having a canine baby from her mind, she concentrated on the task ahead. She cast a sleeping spell close to a coma on the witch in the pink nightdress, before she transfigured her into a toad, using as much magic as she dared use without killing the ch. She looked like a toad in the first place, she thought, fluffing her feathers in contentedness upon knowing that Umbridge would never be able let alone willing to transform back. Then she cast the much more difficult charm at the small animal, which she could not even see under the covers. She changed the toad's mind in a way that made her idea its only goal, involving the information that there was at least another, male, toad in the castle. At the next opportunity, I will buy a more appropriate pet for Neville, she resolved, before she summoned the toad, almost gagging in disgust at its sight. Thank Merlin she's still fast asleep, she thought, casting another newly developed charm at the toad. It would make the toad's name appear as Toad Queen, instead of Dolores Umbridge. Otherwise, it would be too dangerous at Hogwarts with the Marauders' map around, she thought, and that way, the Ministry wouldn't know, even if they examined her for some reason. While she could have simply dropped the toad into Severus' private lab for further use, she decided that she rather wanted to have some fun. Picking the toad up with her beak, she flashed right into the Slytherin common room, where she left the animal in front of the fireplace, making a mental note to tell Paws to not eat it. 5 minutes later, during which she once more considered if her plan was foolproof, she flashed into Harry's and Draco's room, transformed into her canine form and crawled under the covers, nestling against the two puppies who were her family and her love in past, present and future in contentedness. When Hedwig woke up in the morning, Harry and Paws were gone, and she found herself alone in Harry's bed. Oh Merlin, I was so exhausted from all the magic I did that I didn't even notice, when they got up, she thought, feeling thoroughly annoyed that no one had bothered to wake her up. She quickly transformed into her phoenix form, at least she intended to do so, only to realize in shock that she was not able to transform. Hedwig, she felt Santa contact her through telepathy. After all you did last night, even if I have to admit that it was well thought out and all, you must not transform into your phoenix form until Christmas. A phoenix doesn't behave as anarchistic as you did last night. Santa, Hedwig let out a small yowl. I told you I'd better be a white tiger. If someone wrongs my baby, I'll just have to act. I fully understand, nevertheless, I must punish you, as what you did was not adequate behavior of one of my white animals, let alone of a phoenix. At least you have your canine form, and you could use the time to practice transforming into your human form as well. Don't worry, I'll send Holly with a sleigh to collect you at King's Cross. Thanks Santa, and I'm sorry to have disappointed you. I'm not sorry for what I did though. That's all right, dear, Santa replied, and she could somehow feel that he was chuckling. Nevertheless, Hedwig felt horrified, less by the fact that she was not allowed to transform into her normal form as rather by having been scolded and punished by Santa. Oh well, he didn't really sound angry, so everything will be all right, she consoled herself. Deciding to dismiss the matter for the time being, she hurriedly left the room and, after finding out through telepathy that Harry and Paws were just walking from the Great Hall to the potions classroom, she simply waited in the dungeons for Harry and his classmates to show up. It was not until lunchtime that the whole school realized that Professor Umbridge was missing, when Dumbledore addressed the students. It has just come to my attention that the first years and the fifth years have waited for their defense against the dark arts class, but Professor Umbridge never showed up. Has anyone seen her? No one replied. However, one or the other voice could be heard throughout the great hall claiming that she was very welcome to remain gone forever. Minerva, Severus, will you please accompany me to her office to see what might be wrong? The two professors swiftly followed the headmaster out of the great hall. You had detention with her last night, didn't you? Annika inquired, giving Harry a sharp look. Yes. Well, I told you everything about it last night. I haven't seen her afterwards. That by ch. Annika nodded in understanding. Harry, shouldn't you tell the headmaster what she did to you? Ginny cast him a look of obvious concern. Harry shrugged. I think it's enough that I told Professor Snape. He'll have told Dumbledore already or will do so later today. Your doggies didn't hunt her down, did they? Dudley asked, looking under the table, where the two canines were fast asleep on Harry's and Draco's feet. Aren't my doggies much too well behaved to deal with the ch of a professor? Harry's voice was laced with sarcasm, which only his best friends noticed. They knew better than to comment on the matter though, knowing that if there was anything for them to know, Harry would inform them later on. To the whole student body's relief, Professor Umbridge was not seen that day. At dinner time, the headmaster informed them that Professor Umbridge had apparently left Hogwarts and had only left a letter stating that she had used a blood quill on multiple students. Apparently knowing that most students had never heard of a blood quill and did not know what it was, he patiently explained the matter. If she used a blood quill on you, I ask you that you either speak with your head of house or come to me to talk about the matter. This is important, as the use of a blood quill is strictly forbidden and warrants for a one-way ticket to Azkaban. Oh well, as I already talked to Severus, there's nothing that I need to do, Harry thought, only now realizing that he had not even asked his mother what she had done to the ch. Mum, what did you do to her? That's for me to know and for you to probably never find out. Rest assured, though, that she'll never bother you again. Is she dead? Somehow, Harry was shocked at the idea that his mother had killed another person. Do I look like a killer? No, sorry Mum. She's alive, but she's not herself anymore, and that's all I'm going to tell you right now. The whole school was happy to say the least that Professor Umbridge was gone. No one realized that it was a strange coincidence that Neville's toad Trevor vanished on the same day. Only the house elves noticed that in an unused dungeon corridor, two toads began to build a nest. Neville was devastated. As annoying as Trevor was, his great-uncle Algy had given him to him and instructed him to take good care of him, and he really did not want to disappoint the old wizard. Gran will be so upset if I have to tell her that I lost him, he thought. It's only 2 weeks, before I'll have to go home for Christmas. Then, a sudden idea crossed his mind. Trevor, where are you? He thought to the toad, glad that Harry had advised him to bond with his pet like he had done with his familiars. Ah, sorry Neville, but I've found myself a wife, and we're going to build the Enchanted Frog Kingdom at Hogwarts. The Enchanted Frog Kingdom? Are you kidding me? No. She's the Toad Queen, and she chose me above all other toads to be her companion. Where are you building that Frog Kingdom? At Hogwarts. Neville shook his head in disbelief. Yeah, in the dungeons. When we've properly settled in, I'll come to see you. Need to make some little toadies now. With that, the conversation ended, and Neville turned to his friends and told them the unbelievable story that Trevor had just relayed to him. I wonder if that has something to do with Umbridge suddenly vanishing, Harry thought. However, knew better than to ask him mother, who apparently did not want to relay anything about what she had done to the ch. Umbridge always gave me the impression of a toad. Albus Dumbledore absolutely hated it, when he did not have a clue, and right now, he had no idea what was happening in his school. His defense against the dark arts professor for the year had left after 3 months, simply leaving a note on her desk. According to said note, she had made students write with a blood quill. However, when he had asked the students, none of them had admitted to be the victim. Apart from Harry Potter, at least according to Severus. Unfortunately, it was none other than himself who had the unfortunate task of informing the Minister of Magic, considering that Umbridge was his undersecretary. Cornelius, may I have a minute of your time? He asked, as the flow connected. Of course, Albus, is everything all right at Hogwarts? Minister Fudge replied, seemingly in a good mood. Probably because of the approaching holidays, Albus thought, feeling even more annoyed. Usually, Christmas at Hogwarts had been quite nice, However, recently, his most trusted colleagues, Minerva and Severus, had taken to spend their holidays elsewhere. Of course, during the last winter holidays, they had been at Hogwarts, however, that was because everyone was searching the school for the Chamber of Secrets. I bet both of them will be away again this time, he thought, grimly. Albus. The minister brought him back to reality. Ah, I'm sorry, Cornelius, I was lost in thought for a moment. I just wanted to inquire if you've heard anything from Dolores. Dolores. The minister's eyes narrowed. I thought she was at Hogwarts teaching defense against the dark arts. She was. Until yesterday morning, when she suddenly vanished, only leaving a message. And what did it say? Fudge seemed to become impatient, and Albus quickly informed him about the content. A blood quill. Nonsense. They've been forbidden in Britain for a long time. I know that, Cornelius, Albus replied in a grave voice. Therefore, I wish for an order to be sent to Hogwarts and search her office. The minister nodded in apparent agreement. I shall speak with Amelia and ask her to send someone over later today. Thank you, Cornelius. Have a good day. With that, Albus swiftly ended the flow connection. Only when Harry, Annika, Dudley, Minerva and Severus together with Hedwig and Paws returned to the North Pole, Sirius informed them that Tonks and her colleague Shacklebolt had searched Umbridge's office. They found 4 blood quills. Therefore, we have issued a search warrant for her. If she shows up anywhere in the magical world, she's going to get a one-way ticket to Azkaban. Good riddance. Harry smiled at his cousin. I absolutely agree. She won't show up though, at least not in her human form. Harry quickly translated. Mum, when are you going to tell us what you did to her? Hedwig nestled deeper into Pa's embrace, before she began to explain, and Harry obediently translated the puppy's explanation. Only when he finished talking, did he notice that Merlin had entered the room. So this whole Toad invasion is your fault then, he spoke up, staring at Hedwig. Toad invasion? Hedwig asked in apparent bewilderment. Ah, that's what Neville told us, Harry recalled. His Toad Trevor was going to build a frog kingdom. An enchanted frog kingdom with the Toad Queen, Annika interrupted in apparent excitement. The Toad Queen is Umbridge, of course. For once, Harry decided to not translate his mother's statement. Instead, he turned to Merlin. What about a Toad invasion though? I only know of 2 toads. Severus smirked. And what do you think 2 toads would do in a large castle? Harry could not help blushing, glad when Merlin continued talking. Apparently, the House Elves of Hogwarts have contacted Santis Elves and asked if they could do something about a Toad invasion. You must know that elves absolutely detest toads. As small and harmless they are, for elves, they are one of the biggest enemies. Anyway, I have just spoken with Bonda, the elder elf, who is teaching at the SAMs, and he promised to send a group of elves who are professionals in capturing toads to Hogwarts and remove them from the castle. What's going to happen to them then? Harry asked, knowing that Neville's pet was among the toads. Oh well, do you think we could at least somehow rescue Trevor, Neville's toad? I'll contact Bonda and ask him, Merlin promised. This Trevor should be the adult male, I suppose. Merlin. Annika's eyes narrowed. How fast do toads reproduce? Merlin and Severus let out a collective snort. As they're magical toads, it should be quick. Merlin, if they want an easy way to get rid of them, they can simply ask our elves to put the stunned toads into my personal lab for further use. Thanks, Severus. That's a good idea. Sev, what are you going to use them for? Hedwig asked, and Harry swiftly translated. Ah, I have one specific recipe in mind. It's in the curriculum of the 3rd years and involves parts of the body of an older, female toad. Merlin nodded in understanding, before he changed the screen in front of them to display what he explained to be the Isle of Elves. Casting a charm that allowed him to speak directly with someone, he addressed Bonda and explained what they had discussed about the toads at Hogwarts. I am sorry, Merlin, but the elves have already taken action. It's already occurring at Hogwarts as we speak. Oh, all right then, thank you Bonda and Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas Merlin and everyone else, the elder elf replied, smiling. Was he able to see us? Annika inquired, in apparent shock, when Merlin ended the connection. Yes. Merlin, can you please switch to show Hogwarts? Minerva cast the ancient wizard an impatient look. I'd love to know what's going on in our school. Of course, dear. Merlin nodded in agreement and swiftly switched the screen to display Hogwarts, causing everyone gathered to gasp. One corridor in the dungeons at Hogwarts was flooded by at least a dozen toads of various colors. They were running all over the corridor. There seemed to be 2 adults, a pink one and a green one, as well as about a dozen smaller toads, pink, green and brown ones. From both ends of the corridor, white storks approached, making quite some noise. An instant later, the toads were picked up by red beaks. When Harry had expected the storks to have a feast devouring the smaller animals, however, he was sadly mistaken. Carrying the toads in their beaks, the storks gathered at the end of the corridor, where a couple of elves were apparently waiting for them. Each elf gathered one stork in their arms, before they popped away, silently. Merlin quickly adjusted the screen to display what he called the Isle of Elves, just when an elf entered the screen room. This is Bonda, the professor of elven magic at the SAMS. Bonda, will you please show us where they've taken the toads? Bonda smirked. Good evening, headmaster. They have taken them to the garden of the Isle of Elves. Merlin quickly adjusted the screen to display said garden, and everyone watched in amazement how the storks put the toads down in a beautiful garden. It held varieties of flowers, fruits and vegetables and looked just amazing. While the elves greatly despise toads, they're beneficial in our garden, as they keep insects, slugs and snails away. Therefore, we have decided to keep them in our garden. Harry gave Bonda a sharp look. Will they not able to escape from the Isle of Elves? Bonda smirked. No one escapes from the Isle of Elves, my boy. One time during the next few years, I will invite you to visit us. Harry profusely thanked the elder elf, knowing from what he heard at the academy during the summer that it was a great honor to be invited to the Isle of Elves as a human. Mum, if you take me to Diagon Alley, I'm going to buy a new pet for Neville. To his surprise, the puppy let out a miserable whine, causing him to pick her up in concern. What's wrong? I can't take you anywhere, as Santa punished me for what I did to Umbridge, and I'm not allowed to transform into my phoenix form until Christmas. Harry quickly translated for the others, giving Merlin a questioning look. Isn't that a bit too strict? I mean, Hedwig saved all the Hogwarts students from possibly being tortured by her, plus, Umbridge was supposed to spend the rest of her life in Azkaban anyway, for what she did to at least Luna and me. He shrugged, gently caressing Hedwig's canine ears. She also seems quite happy now, even if she didn't really deserve any happiness after all she's done. Merlin let out a deep sigh. I know, and I believe that Hedwig did very well. Santa's problem is that it's not exactly Phoenix behavior, which is the reason for the punishment. As the day after tomorrow is Christmas Day, I wouldn't bother questioning him now. He remained quiet for a moment. I believe that Santa has reason to not allow you to transform for a while anyway. If you wish, I can take Harry to the magical menagerie. Yes please. Have you already decided what animal you wish to buy for Neville? Merlin quirked an eyebrow. How about a kitten? Everyone looked at Minerva and blurted out laughing. My dear Minerva, are you in dire need of some feline company? Merlin asked, smirking, as he gently laid his arm around her shoulders. Well, seeing that Severus is the only other feline here, I'd appreciate it. Merlin smirked. Have you ever heard of the recent trend on the North Pole of getting a second animagus form? He quipped, before he swiftly transformed into a white tiger. Beautiful. Minerva stared at the large feline in apparent amazement, before she changed into her own animagus form, only to get chased around the room by the tiger. This was only the beginning of a large chase, as everyone but Dudley, who had not managed the complete transformation yet, changed into their own forms and joined the game. That was much fun, Harry breathed, when everyone finally changed back 30 minutes later. Indeed. The potion's master smirked at him, knowing that it had been Harry, whom he had chased for a trip over the snowy grounds. So, Harry, are you still up for a trip to the magical menagerie to buy a cat for your friend? Merlin cast him a questioning look. Yes please, although I'd rather buy a dog for him, as Neville is a dog animagus like all my friends. Remus cleared his throat. Sirius and I know someone, who is a dog breeder in Hogsmeade. Perhaps we could visit him and ask if he has a puppy to sell or knows someone. Harry immediately agreed, and after a short trip to Hogsmeade, they returned with a tricolored Jack Russell Terrier. He was 6 months old and extremely cute. Before he gets used to us, we should take him to Neville, Merlin suggested, and had the elves pack a box with items that the puppy would need, before he flashed Harry right in front of Longbottom Manor. To Harry's relief, as he did not overly like Neville's grandmother, the house elf, who opened the door, told him that the Longbottoms had gone shopping. He then handed the puppy and his belongings to the elf, who smiled broadly at the cute puppy. "I wills cares for him and hands him to Master Neville on Christmas morning. Thank you so much for getting such a wonderful gift for Master Neville. He will be very happy." Harry profusely thanked the elf, before he excused himself and asked Merlin to take him back home. Neville's response of absolute excitement and happiness reached Harry early on Christmas morning. His friend profusely thanked him and told him that it was the best Christmas present he had ever received. Apparently, the puppy's name was Felix, because he was a happy doggy growing up at Hogwarts with so many canines and dog animagi around. "Hedwig and Paws, you will be good friends for Neville's Felix, won't you?" Harry looked at his parents, who were, as so often, cuddling in front of the fireplace. "Of course," was the simultaneous response. "Thanks." Harry smiled, before he turned to the Christmas tree to see if there were any presents with his name on them. He still had not really get used to receiving presents and would not even have been overly surprised if there had not been any. However, he found a huge pile of gifts in colorful wrapping papers, which seemed to be for him. When they returned to Hogwarts at the beginning of January, they got to know Felix better. The puppy was as cute as a button, and everyone loved him, although he only concentrated on Neville and barely ever cuddled with his friends like Hedwig and Paws did. One Sunday morning at the end of January, Hedwig and Paws instructed Harry to transform into his canine form and follow them into his bedroom. Surprised what his parents wanted, Harry complied and jumped onto his bed, noticing in bewilderment that Hedwig and Paws did not follow him but sat on the floor in front of his bed. Paws shook his fur in apparent stress relief. "Son, we need to talk to you." Hedwig playfully slapped his ears with her right front paw. "Paws, don't say that as if it was something bad." "No, actually, I'm happy." Paws looked at Harry from large, brown eyes. "Will you finally tell me whatever it is without making such a fuss?" Harry slowly became upset with his father's antics, as cute as the puppy was. "I am pregnant, and you're going to have 2 puppy siblings." "What?" Harry stared at the canine forms of his parents in bewilderment. "Yes, you heard that correctly, son." "Cool," Harry breathed, even if his mind went haywire. 2 siblings, that's cool, but will they be able to transform into humans, or will they forever be doggies? He wondered. Hedwig brought him back to reality, when she said, "I suppose that it would be better if I returned to the North Pole for a while. I can't imagine that you would be allowed to have 4 doggies here at the school." Harry let out an unconscious growl. "No Mum, please don't leave me. Hagrid and perhaps Madame Pomfrey would surely be able to help with the birth, and I don't think Draco would mind having the puppies here in our bedroom. Nor would my housemates mind having 2 more puppies in Slytherin. Then ask them all please. Don't forget to ask Severus, who is likely going to complain about a puppy invasion in his common room." Harry chuckled. "Thank Merlin I've got to know Severus so well," he thought. "If he still hated me like he did in my first year, I would never dare ask him such a thing." To Harry's relief, Hagrid, who had been the Care of Magical Creatures professor for around 5 decades, immediately agreed to assist with the birth of the puppies, as did Madame Pomfrey, the healer. When she suggested for Hedwig to give birth in one of the small teacher's rooms behind her office, Harry and Draco protested badly, stating that they wanted the puppies to be born in their bedroom that was large enough to accommodate the canines. When the puppies were born on February 19th, Hedwig did not allow anyone but Hagrid, Poppy, Severus, Harry and Draco into the room. Harry found them incredibly cute. They were both completely white. Lucy Doria had emerald eyes like Hedwig and Harry, and Regulus Remus had Paws brown eyes. "My siblings," Harry thought, feeling very happy, as he carefully balanced Lucy on his arm. "Still, it's strange. I wonder if they will manage to get a human form, considering that our parents were originally human." Only when the puppies were 4 weeks old and able to walk or rather run around on unsteady paws, they were allowed into the common room, where all Slytherin students were ready to fawn over them. As Hedwig had predicted weeks ago, Severus growled something sounding like canine invasion when he strode into the common room at the beginning of curfew. Harry was extremely disappointed when Hedwig and Paws told him that they would not accompany him during the Hogsmeade visit that was scheduled for the first Saturday in April. "Lucy and Reggie are too small to take them with us into the crowded village. I know, Mum. Still, I'm going to miss you. Go and have fun with your friends. Isn't it time for you to find a girlfriend, considering that most of your friends already roam the village as couples? Harry glared at Paws. If that was so easy. I thought you liked Daphne. Harry inwardly groaned. Mum knows me too well, he thought in annoyance. Maybe, but I don't know if she'd like to go with me. Perhaps she'd be bored spending the whole morning with me. Paws gently licked his right hand. Just ask her, son. She'll be happy that you asked. Later the same evening, Harry had a similar conversation with Draco. Ever after their first Hogsmeade visit, the own boy had been going to the village together with Ginny. I wonder if I could ask her to become my girlfriend. Draco cast Harry a thoughtful look. What do you think? That's cool. Do you really like her? I wonder what it is to really like someone, he thought, uncertainly. I think so. Draco remained pensive for a moment. How do you know if you like someone enough to make her your girlfriend? To really like someone means to make them your first priority. Thank Merlin Draco is a canine animagus, too, now, so that I don't have to translate anymore, Harry thought, before he pondered his mother's advice. Draco, do you think Daphne would accompany me to Hogsmeade? The own nodded. I think she's been waiting for you to ask her for months. I'm not sure if I'll ask her to become my girlfriend though. I don't know if I want to make her my first priority. When, for example, Luna needs me to help her, then that's more important. That's fine, dear. You're only 13 and don't have to decide on a girlfriend yet. Thanks, Mum. Due to Draco's, Hedwig's and Paw's encouragement, Harry asked Daphne to accompany him on a date during the Hogsmeade visit, and to his excitement, the girl immediately agreed. Draco spent the morning with Ginny, Dudley with Tracy and Neville with Susan. To Harry's surprise, Annika accepted Theodore's invitation to roam the village with him. I thought you liked Severus. He asked later in the evening, when he had the chance to talk to his cousin alone. Well, I can't very well ask him out to Hogsmeade now, can I? Annika cast him a glare of pure exasperation. Probably not. Harry remained pensive for a moment. Do you think he feels the same about you? Annika shrugged. I don't know. For him, I'm probably just a child. Harry shook his head. Maybe not. He knows that you've been grown up before. Why don't you speak with him during the summer holidays? Maybe I'll do that. I even wanted to talk to him during Christmas, but I couldn't find the courage to do so. Anyway, thanks for listening, Harry. Always, Harry promised, smiling at the girl, who was so different from the aunt he faintly remembered. In the end, Annika decided to not go to Hogsmeade at all and instead offered Severus to assist in the potions lab, which her head of house accepted in surprise, apparently knowing from occasionally working together with her in the lab on the North Pole that she was as talented as her sister had been. Harry and Daphne spent some time in the bookshop, and Harry remembered to buy bones for his parents and puppy siblings as well as Luna's favorite sweets for his second-year friend. When they finished their shopping, Daphne suggested to retreat to a park for a while and just talk to get to know each other better. They took turns asking each other questions, about their families, their life at home, even if Harry had the impression as if his friends knew everything about him, and whatever came into their minds. By the time they had to head to the Three Broomsticks to meet with the others, Harry was slightly disappointed, as he had thoroughly enjoyed spending time with Daphne. In the meantime, Annika spent a few hours assisting Severus with a couple of easy concoctions for the hospital wing. While she was preparing ingredients and Severus brewed the potion, he asked, colloquially, "How much do you remember of your former life if I may ask?" Annika let out a deep sigh and remained pensive for a moment. Not much, she finally admitted. I remember our childhood, and I remember the sadness I felt when you and Lily got to attend Hogwarts. Ever since then, I've been unhappy because of being a muggle. Fortunately, I barely remember the awful husband I was married to. Do you regret having become de-aged if you don't mind me asking? On the one hand, yes, but on the other hand, no. In my former life, I've never been as happy as I am now. I have magic, I am at Hogwarts, and I have friends. I feel as if I was the happiest girl on the planet. The only thing is that my friends are all teenagers. While my body is that of a 13-year-old, mentally, I am an adult. Summoning her courage, she asked, Professor, what do you think about relationships between people of different ages? Oh God, he will kick me out of his lab now. I shouldn't have asked that, Annika thought, as he anxiously observed the professor for a reaction. However, Severus seemed frozen on the spot. He remained quiet for a moment, before he seemed to get a grip on himself and quirked an eyebrow. In contrary to muggles, witches and wizards have a much longer lifespan and are well known to live for about 200 years. Therefore, I believe that an age difference of, let's say 20 years, is close to nothing. He gave her a sharp look. Here at Hogwarts, however, relationships between teachers and students are strictly forbidden if that's what you're asking. Annika nodded in understanding, somehow feeling glad about the professor's reaction. While he did not show any emotion, at least, he did not kick her out. It could have been much worse, she reassured herself, as she continued to carefully prepare the ingredients. She inwardly sighed in absolute relief, when Madame Pomfrey struck her head through the door, providing a welcome distraction. "Oh, you have company. Anyway, it's lunchtime, and I expect to see you in the Great Hall shortly. Both of you. Ms. Evans, you should know better than to miss lunch." Severus gave her a sharp nod. "We will be there. Please give us 5 minutes to finish up here." Turning to Annika, he added, 10 snakes for your assistance this morning, Ms. Evans. "Thank you, sir." Annika somehow felt extremely happy at the kind gesture that told her that he at least was not upset by her question. "I'll go and join the others at Hogsmeade," she decided and, instead of entering the Great Hall behind the professor, headed out onto the grounds, only to collide with Luna, who came rushing towards the entrance doors. "Oh, I'm sorry, I was in thoughts," Annika apologized. To her surprise, Luna cast her a broad smile. "That's all right. I hope he'll get around eventually." Annika's eyes narrowed. "Sorry, Professor Snape. From the way he looks at you, I know that he returns your feelings." Annika stared at the younger girl in shock, causing Luna to smile. "Don't worry, I just know such things." She shrugged. "But I won't tell anyone else. You're luckier than me. Oh well, I need to hurry, before lunch is over. Have fun at Hogsmeade." With that, Luna dashed around her, before she vanished behind the entrance doors. What was that? Annika thought in bewilderment. I know that she's a friend of Harry, but she's still strange. Returning her thoughts to the question in the front of her mind, she walked to the village. Somehow, I like his reaction to my question, she thought, wondering how Severus' feelings towards her were. Oh well, even if he had any feelings, he wouldn't be able to admit them. As long as I'm a student, she mused, resolving to remain patient and quietly watch him during the next 4 years. It was shortly before the end of the school year that Dudley and Neville cornered Harry. "If our friends are going to visit again on your birthday, do you think that Neville could invite his girlfriend along?" Harry cast Neville a surprised look. "Of course, you're very welcome to bring Susan, and I don't think any of the others would mind. In fact, I am thinking of inviting Luna, too, even if she's not my girlfriend." "Is Daphne?" Dudley asked, looking at him, wide-eyed. Harry shook his head. "I can't wait to bring Lucy and Reggie home," he thought, feeling exited at the thought of introducing his young siblings to the North Pole. They were still only a little more than 3 months old, and Hedwig and Paws were busy teaching them this and that. However, at least they were mostly house clean by now. "You better teach Susan to become an animagus," Dudley said, grinning broadly. "Otherwise, she'll be the only one who is not able to transform, and believe me, I know that it's not a nice feeling. This summer, we're going to have a lot of animagi days or even nights, which we completely spend in our canine forms." "Oh yeah, I'm looking forward to that," Harry agreed, grinning in expectation. At their traditional Quidditch party on the sleigh, which Remus and Sirius brought to Hogwarts once again, Sirius grinned broadly. "I have good news. This morning, the Wizengamot held a vote of no confidence against Cornelius Fudge. Due to Umbridge's disappearance upon admitting that she used blood quills on students, his reputation was more than questionable. She was his undersecretary after all. Anyway, he is not the minister anymore, and Melly has been chosen as the interim minister. The election of the new minister will take place on the 1st of September. "Who are the candidates?" Draco asked, looking at the older wizard with apparent interest. "So far, Lord Malfoy and Albus Dumbledore have applied for the position." Sirius let out a deep sigh. "People are trying to convince Melly, but so far, she told them all off, as she's happy with her position, and frankly speaking, I don't want her to become the minister." "Why not?" Annika asked, wide-eyed. Because the position is even more dangerous than the one she has now. There are still Death Eaters around, and according to Dumbledore, Voldemort isn't even gone yet. Harry let out a snort. Do you believe anything that Dumbledore says? Sirius grinned at his godson. Oh well, not really, but now to happier news. Melly and I are going to be married in 2 weeks' time. Happy for you, yes, but not for us, considering that you're going to move in with her and leave us, Remus replied, sighing. I thought you were busy enough with the academy. Luna quipped, giving Remus a dreamy look. How is working at the academy? Harry inquired. It's brilliant. The students are extremely motivated and interested, and I really love teaching them. It's already interesting to speak with them, considering that not all of them are humans and that they come from different backgrounds and regions. They spent the rest of the day talking about this and that, before the Slytherins returned to their house in a good mood. The third time in a row that we won both the Quidditch Cup and probably also the House Cup, Harry thought, feeling very happy. Sirius and Amelia's wedding took place on the North Pole and in secret to most of Britain's magical world. Everyone living on the North Pole accompanied Sirius out onto the grounds to greet Amelia and Susan, who arrived in a beautifully decorated sleigh. While Holly took the sleigh back to its parking slot, Santa led the wedding party to a normally unused area on the left side of his workshop, causing everyone to let out a collective gasp. The area was obviously charmed, as there was no snow. Instead, the ground was covered by green grass, and it was agreeably warm and above all beautifully decorated for a wedding ceremony. There were just enough chairs for everyone to sit down. When everyone except for Amelia and Sirius had taken their seats and the S and O.S. about the heart-shaped flowers and tropical birds had ceased, Santa began to hold the ceremony. The ceremony was as beautiful as the decorations, and Harry felt extremely happy for his godfather. It's sad that Sirius is not going to live on the North Pole anymore, he thought, even though he knew that it would be better for his godfather to live in Britain together with his wife and her niece. However, he could not mull over the matter too long, as Sirius managed to efficiently distract him in the evening of the wedding by distributing tickets for the Quidditch World Cup for everyone on the North Pole as well as Harry's friends. Later the same evening, when Harry and Draco went to bed, they talked for a while about the upcoming Quidditch World Cup, before Draco suddenly said, "Did you notice that McGonagall and Merlin seemed awfully close during the ceremony?" "What?" "Yes." Draco chuckled. "They were sitting on the very left in the row in front of us, and at one stage, Merlin put his arm around her shoulders, only to get one of the typical McGonagall looks and quickly removed it." "Really?" Harry asked in disbelief. "Oh, I didn't notice that. I know that they get along quite well though. Merlin had a crush on Minnie ever since he received his human form," Pa stated, letting out a deep yawn. "Minerva seems to not mind though. The funny thing is that she very much tries to hide things when other people are around. However, she's not so careful in the presence of animals, even though she knows who we are. I look forward to seeing how their relationship develops. Oh well, it would be nice for her to be in a relationship, and I really like Merlin." "Yes," Draco agreed. "Good night, Harry." Hedwig, pause. "Night," Harry replied, already drifting off to a sleep filled with dreams about butterflies and tropical birds flying around the North Pole. At one stage, the perspective of the wedding scene changed, and he found himself in the position of the groom. He was getting married to what seemed to be an angel. He tried to get a glimpse at her face, however, other than her own hair that was pulled up and beautifully decorated with flowers, he could see nothing but her white dress with lace in the shape of phoenixes and puppies. "Hey, stop kicking me," Pa suddenly growled, causing Harry to jerk awake. "Was that my own wedding?" Harry wondered in a daze. "But who was the bride? I couldn't see her face." "Sorry," he whispered to his parents and siblings, who were curled up together under his covers. "First thing in the morning, I'm going to enlarge my bed," he resolved. Now that Lucy and Reggie have grown so big, it's really getting crowded. As the Quidditch World Cup cast its shadow ahead, the question about what tents to take with them came up. When Merlin suggested to take one tent for the students and one for the adults, Minerva protested vehemently. "You're not going to leave a bunch of teenagers together in one tent without adult supervision," she said, strictly. "I can supervise them," Paws offered, causing Minerva to let out an uncharacteristic snort. "You, one of the Marauders, whose first priority is any nonsense you can think of." Now, Minnie, that's not nice. Paws mock growled at his former head of house. Paws, behave yourself, Harry lightly scolded the puppy, who then went to lick Minerva's hand in silent apology. We could all spend the night in our animagus forms, so that we only need to take one tent for everyone. Luna smiled, wearing a dreamy expression. Harry immediately liked the idea, and to his relief, everyone agreed. He was slightly disappointed when Hedwig informed him that she was going to remain on the North Pole with Lucy and Reggie. They were still too small to accompany them to an event of such a size, and Harry could understand that his mother did not want to leave her babies, who needed her more than he did. At the World Cup, their large group sat together with Draco's parents as well as Ginny's and the twins' father and older brothers, and Harry liked everyone. I hope Mr. Malfoy is going to be the new Minister of Magic and not Dumbledore, he thought, as he eagerly observed Viktor Krum's search for the snitch. Why did he catch the snitch now? He wondered in bewilderment, when the match ended in favor for Ireland. He could have distracted the Irish seeker and caught the snitch, when Bulgaria was ahead in points. Oh well, it's not my problem, he told himself, shaking his head in confusion. Altogether, they had much fun and only returned to the North Pole late in the evening on the following day. On the day, before Minerva and Severus but also Harry's friends had to return home, Merlin in the portrait in front of the screen informed everyone that Dumbledore had arranged for the so-called Triwizard Tournament to take place at Hogwarts during the following school year. Is he completely losing it? If I remember correctly, it was abandoned a long time ago, because too many people died during the tournament. Remus, you're right as usual, Merlin said, sighing. I wonder if Dumbledore really has the best interest of his students in mind. I've told him not to do such a thing from the beginning. Minerva let out a deep sigh. Of course, he did not listen to me. He barely ever does. If he listens to anyone, it would be you. You're his most trustworthy colleague. Severus quirked an eyebrow at his older colleague in apparent amusement. I wonder why he even accepted to hold such an event at Hogwarts. Merlin gave Minerva a questioning look. Minerva returned a grimace of pure exasperation. It was his idea in the first place. My only relief is that he promised that students below the age of 17 would not be able to apply for becoming a champion. Who would even want to become a champion, knowing that people have died in that thing? Dudley spoke up in apparent bewilderment. We would love to, as it would be a nice change to the normal. Messrs. Weasley, I am glad that you're not of age yet. I wouldn't want you to endanger your lives in such a way. Minerva's lips were stretched to a thin line, as she addressed her soon-to-be sixth-year lions. The twins, however, exchanged a look that promised mischief. Thank Merlin I'm not of age, Harry thought in relief. I really wouldn't want to participate in such a dangerous event. The Quidditch tournament will be cancelled for the year, by the way. Severus let out a deep sigh. Now that Slytherin finally has a good team, we can't play. That's true. You've won the Quidditch Cup 3 times in a row. That's extremely annoying to say the least. Minerva cast her colleague a look of obvious amusement. Is there nothing that can be done about the Quidditch tournament? Harry frowned. We want to play. Why can't we play if only one of all our students is going to participate in the tournament? We even had our tryouts at the end of the last school year, and the team already stands. Minerva and Severus smirked in apparent amusement. Organize a student protest, Paws spoke up. Tell all the teams and make them all protest, as soon as Dumbledore announces that Quidditch is cancelled for the year. That's a good idea. Harry nodded in determination. I will write to the 4 captains later on. Remember that you have heard nothing from Minerva or me. Severus cast him a warning look. Of course not, Harry reassured the older wizard, smiling. During the following 10 days, Hedwig busied herself taking letters back and forth, and at the end of the holidays, Harry was in the possession of a signed letter to the headmaster. Dear Professor Dumbledore, the news has reached us that our Quidditch Cup tournament between our houses will be cancelled during the upcoming school year. We sincerely ask you to not cancel it but allow us to play Quidditch as usual. The Quidditch matches are valuable events for us, and the tournament between the houses is an important part of our life at Hogwarts. Quidditch helps us to strengthen the relationships within our house and to the other houses. Please do not take this great fun away from us, as we need it to be able to concentrate on our studies at all other times. We do not care about the Triwizard Tournament, in which only one student can participate. We do not even want it to take place at Hogwarts. Please let us have our Quidditch Cup tournament as usual. Yours sincerely, the students of Hogwarts. 256 students from all 4 houses had signed the letter, and Harry felt very proud to have received so much support. Since the head boy, a 7th-year Ravenclaw, was among the students who had signed the letter, Harry pondered sending it to him for personal delivery to the headmaster. The sooner the headmaster receives your letter the better, Remus advised him. Send it not with Hedwig but by an owl. The head boy will only meet Dumbledore in person on the 1st of September. Needless to say that Merlin in the portrait eagerly watched Dumbledore's office on the screen and called everyone to the screen room, as soon as the headmaster had read the letter and summoned the 4 heads of the houses as well as Madame Hooch in apparent exasperation. Thank you for coming so quickly, Dumbledore greeted them. I just received a letter from our students. He read the letter to his colleagues, causing everyone in front of the screen to grin. Albus, may I please sign this, too? Phileas Flitwick was the first to react with apparent eagerness, causing the other teachers in the office to stare at the half-goblin in surprise and everyone on the North Pole to laugh. Me too. Hearing Minerva utter her consent, Severus, Professor Sprout and Madame Hooch each voiced their support for the students' petition. You all want to pull through with our usual Quidditch tournament? The headmaster finally asked in apparent disbelief. Of course. The students are completely right, Minerva replied in a firm voice. They all want to play Quidditch, and they gave good reasons, so let them have their fun. It is important, especially as only one of them is going to participate in the tournament, which no one but you wants to take place at all. Little could they know that not only 1, but 2 of their students would be going to participate in the tournament. Pause, Hedwig whispered around Lucy and Reggie, when they were sitting under the Slytherin table during the welcoming feast. We need to intensify our efforts of the human transfiguration. Somehow, I have a bad feeling about this school year. Harry might need us in human form. Paz merely returned a reassuring nod, however, that sufficed for Hedwig. Thank Merlin I found him back and he's with me, she thought, feeling extremely happy and comforted by his presence. He even has matured a lot compared to our own time at Hogwarts. While they had already practiced the human transfiguration from time to time, they now decided to continue practicing on a daily basis, closely observed by their younger children. Somehow, Hedwig instinctively knew that if she managed the transformation, her children would most likely be able to follow into her footsteps. However, she could not be sure. She let out a relieved sigh when Dumbledore explained about the Triwizard Tournament and mentioned that it would not have any influence on the Quidditch matches between the houses. While the organizers originally planned to use the Quidditch pitch for the 3rd task, I have now asked them to make a new plan, so that the Quidditch pitch remains what it is supposed to be. I am impressed that so many of you have signed the petition and thus decided in favor of Quidditch. Hedwig let out a snort, knowing exactly why Dumbledore had made the decision, as they had observed that specific scene on the screen. It was his colleagues, not him, she thought, grimly. The first few weeks of the school year passed uneventfully, although the whole school was buzzing with excitement and anticipation of the Triwizard Tournament. I don't really care about the tournament, Harry said, when he retired to his room together with his family. I agree. I'm just glad that we're not allowed to participate, so that no one can pester us to put our names in. Draco absent-mindedly caressed Lucius' ears. At least, you have a decent defense against the dark arts teacher this year, Hedwig spoke up. Paz, who was carefully cleaning her fur, looked up. Yeah, Mad-Eye Moody was our trainer at the Auror office. He's really good. In fact, I'm considering telling him who we are. I don't mind if he keeps it to himself, Hedwig replied, only to add, at least from Dumbledore. Everyone seems happy with his teaching style. Not even Granger has complained yet, Draco uttered, before he closed the curtains around his bed. Good night. One day, when the 4th-year Slytherins had defense against the dark arts in the last afternoon class, Harry motioned his friends to go ahead and stepped over to the teacher's desk with paws on his heels. Hedwig had stayed in the common room with Lucy and Regulus. Professor, may I speak with you for a moment? Mad-Eye Moody gave him a sharp nod. Of course, Harry. What's wrong? Ah, nothing really, sir. I just wanted to let you in on a secret if you don't mind giving me a wizard's oath to keep the secret of my familiars. Moody glanced at Paws in apparent surprise, before he swore his oath. In his previous life, Paws was my father James. Hedwig was my mother Lily. James Potter. The old wizard stared at Paz in obvious disbelief. Well then, what is the activation password of door number 18 in corridor 5? Kittens on crack. Harry quickly translated, and the professor seemed to be impressed. James Potter, or rather Paz Potter, he said, thoughtfully. Are you still willing to work at the Auror's office? Paz scratched his head with his right front paw, before he replied, right now, I just want to be there for my family, for Harry, for Hedwig and for Lucy and Regulus, our kids. I hope that in the future, we'll all be able to transform into our human form. If we manage to do that and my family agrees, I'll contact you. Moody nodded in apparent contentedness upon hearing Harry's translation. They talked for a few more minutes, before Harry and Paz excused themselves and returned to the common room. Harry felt almost annoyed, when the groups of students from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang arrived, and this feeling only intensified, when he saw how the Gryffindor boys of his year fawned over the French Vila girls. My brother seems to be extremely affected by the Vilas, Ginny stated, her voice expressing absolute annoyance. Which is absolutely strange, as we have the most beautiful girls here at Hogwarts. Harry chuckled, seeing Ginny's cheeks flush at her boyfriend's words. That's for sure, Dudley agreed, and Neville nodded. Yeah, that's true. Harry glanced at Daphne, who in his opinion looked very pretty. If Harry had felt annoyed by the arrival of the other schools and the hassle about the Triwizard Tournament per se, his annoyance quickly turned into absolute anger in the evening of Halloween. The Goblet of Fire became active that evening. It spit out 3 parchments to announce Fleur Delacour as the Beauxbatons champion, Victor Krum for Durmstrang and Cedric Diggory for Hogwarts. As the Slytherins did not have any ambitions to participate in the unwanted tournament, not even the 7th-year students, who were of the appropriate age, they were happy with Cedric as the Hogwarts champion. Harry had met the other boy, who was playing Seeker for Hufflepuff, a couple of times. Cedric had always been nice to him, even if Harry had beat him in every single Quidditch match. Just when they all relaxed, however, the Goblet of Fire spat out a 4th parchment. Dumbledore accepted the parchment, looking confused. However, his expression turned into apparent anger, as he read, Harry Potter. Harry simply stared at the headmaster, not feeling inclined to do as much as move, while his mind went haywire. Harry Potter, Dumbledore repeated, sounding impatient. Swear on your magic that you didn't put your name in and didn't ask anyone to do so, Hedwig thought to him. Harry, you must go, Daphne urged him. Harry walked towards Dumbledore, who motioned him to follow him into the antechamber, where the champions and their professors were already waiting. However, he stopped in the middle of the Great Hall and raised his wand. I swear on my magic that I did not put my name in, nor did I ask anyone to do so for me. I have no intention to participate in this tournament, plus I am not of age anyway. That said, he cast the Lumos charm to show everyone that he was still capable of doing magic. Noticing from the corner of his eyes how Paz, Lucy and Regulus went to pee against the Goblet of Fire while growling fiercely at the artifact, he followed the headmaster to meet the champions. That's my dad and siblings, he thought, feeling very much cared for. The people who have charmed the Goblet of Fire must be complete idiots, Moody growled, once they entered the antechamber. It should have been charmed to only accept 1 champion per school. Why should Hogwarts have 2 champions? Madame Maxime sounded extremely upset. Dumbledore let out a deep sigh, as he closely studied the parchment with Harry's name on it. Mr. Potter is not Hogwarts champion. The school noted on this paper is not clearly written, but it is definitely not Hogwarts. Hedwig looked after Harry, when a sudden gasp followed by laughter made her look into the direction of the Goblet of Fire. To her horror, she realized that Paz and their children had just did their business against the old artifact. Oh no, Minerva is going to kick them out of the Great Hall, she thought, and quickly let out a bout of magic that efficiently cleared the area around the artifact from any possible remains. Pause. Minerva's growl sounded through the Great Hall. How dare you! She stopped talking, when Paz sat on his behind in his favorite begging position in front of her. Lucy and Regulus proceeded to gently lick her hands in silent apology. That stupid goblet deserved it, after putting my son into the tournament. I fully understand your feelings. Minerva looked closely at the device, apparently realizing that someone had already cleaned up behind the canines. Nevertheless, if you ever do something like this again, you will not be allowed into the Great Hall anymore. Is that clear? The three canines nodded in apparent remorse, although Hedwig could tell that none of them felt any regret whatsoever. "Show me that parchment." Harry's voice was laced with anger. "Here, my boy." Dumbledore held the parchment out for him to decipher the writing. Harry looked up to face the headmaster, as he spoke up in a firm voice. "Not many people know about this school. I'm aware that you're one of them. What if the headmaster of this school does not agree for his school to participate in the tournament, apart from the fact that I am not a student of said school but a Hogwarts student, let alone not of age, which was one of the requirements for becoming a champion?" Ludovic Bagman cleared his throat. "Mr. Potter, I am afraid that a magically binding contract has been made between you and the Goblet of Fire. You must participate in the tournament if you do not wish to lose your life or at least your magic." Paws should have followed me instead of bothering to pee against that stupid artifact, Harry thought, his mind screaming, trouble. Everyone turned around in a jerk, when the door was suddenly flung open with a large bang. A grim-looking wizard entered the room with Harry's 4 puppies in tow. "Thank Merlin." Harry let out a sigh of absolute relief, knowing that if anyone would be able to help him out of the situation it would be Merlin. "Good evening. I am Merlin Claus, headmaster of the school, for which Harry was entered into the tournament. I came here to inform you that my school has no intention of participating in this event." "Merlin." Dumbledore's eyes narrowed. Merlin raised his right hand. "I swear on my magic that I am what you all call the Great Merlin." A blue shimmer engulfed him, just like it happened earlier, when Harry swore his oath. Merlin did not bother to cast the Lumos charm to prove his magic but instead simply looked at Dumbledore to make his long hair stand up in all directions, much to Harry's amusement. "Now, what can be done to get Harry out of the tournament?" Harry cast Moody a grateful look. "Nothing," Bagman replied, repeating his earlier statement about the magically binding contract. "Dumbledore," Merlin growled at the old wizard. "Swear an oath that you did not put Harry's name into the goblet." Dumbledore complied, much to Harry's surprise. "That's strange. I'd have thought that it was him," he thought. The adults discussed the matter of the contract for a few minutes, before they agreed that Harry would have to compete. "Professor Claus, may we invite you as Harry's headmaster to remain at Hogwarts for the duration of the tournament?" Harry stared at Dumbledore in surprise, knowing that Merlin could not simply leave his own school. "I shall take turns with my deputy, Professor Lupin, to visit Harry during the weekends." Dumbledore opened his mouth, however, before he could contradict, Harry spoke up. "Thank you, Merlin. I appreciate it very much. Neither you nor the other headmasters will be allowed to help your students with the tasks," Bagman stated, looking at Merlin in apparent suspicion. "Of course, Harry, I will be back on Saturday morning." With that, Merlin excused himself and left, before everyone followed him out of the room. Harry swiftly returned to Slytherin with his familiars in tow. Just when they reached the entrance to the common room, Severus approached him from behind. "While the headmaster is not allowed to help the champions, no one has given any such order to the teachers yet. If you have any problems or wish to discuss how to prepare yourself for the tournament, feel free to come to see me at any time." The professor's voice was soothing, even if it was barely audible. Harry nodded, feeling very grateful towards the older wizard. "Thank you very much, sir. I'd appreciate any help." Severus gave him a curt nod, before he retreated into the dark of the dungeons. When Harry and his family entered the common room, a party was in full swing, and everyone began to shout Harry's name and congratulate him. Only Paw's fierce barking made the students quieten down. Harry let out a deep sigh. "Thank you all," he said, "but please note that I did not put my name in and that I don't want to be in this tournament." "But we have our own champion." "That's great," one of the second years spoke up. "Robin," Daphne gently scolded the boy. "This tournament is for adults, and it was abandoned, because people died in it. Harry is only 14, and I hate for him to be in danger." Harry cast the girl a grateful look. "Plus, I am not even Hogwarts champion. That's Cedric. I am the champion for some small school, which did not even want to participate in this either." The discussion lasted until late that night, and the older students promised to help Harry as much as they could. "I don't care if you're in the tournament for a different school, you're one of us, and that's enough for me," one of the 6-year prefects said, and huge applause followed his statement. "Thank you all very much," Harry said, gratefully. "Your support means a lot to me." During breakfast on Saturday morning, Harry received a letter from Claire. Dear Harry, Santa, Merlin and Remus will be waiting for you in the Founders' quarters right after breakfast this morning. Bring your family and Severus if he wishes to support you. This sabotage is horrible and should not have happened, but we will all help you get through this, and we will be watching you from home. Please promise me to be very careful. Love, Claire. From that time onwards, Merlin and Remus took turns spending the weekends in the Founders' quarters, often accompanied by Santa and sometimes Sirius to teach Harry. Even Severus and Mad-Eye Moody taught Harry in private on some evenings, and Harry felt extremely grateful for everyone's support. On the one hand, he was almost looking forward to prove himself during the tournament. However, on the other hand, he was upset that someone had added his name against his will and was wondering what purpose they might pursue. It's going to be dangerous in any case, he thought. 6 days after the first Quidditch match of the season, in which Slytherin beat Gryffindor as usual, one of the younger students suddenly fetched Harry out of his potions class for the wand-weighing ceremony, which took place in a small classroom on the first floor. With a combination of surprise and relief, Harry realized that Merlin was there along with the other headmasters and headmistress, and he cast him a grateful look. Merlin returned a reassuring nod. Before he knew what happened, a woman dressed in an atrocious green one-piece grabbed his arm and tried to pull him away. Harry quickly freed himself from her grip. What are you doing? His hiss was accompanied by fierce growling from his 3 canine companions. Hedwig, who was invisible in her phoenix form, proceeded to fiercely pull the witch's hair, causing her to let out a sudden shriek. The witch turned around to look behind her, before she lifted her arm to set her hair and her glasses straight, looking at Harry in apparent disdain. Mr. Potter, I am Rita Skeeter from the Daily Prophet, and I am here to interview the champions. Why not commence with the youngest? No, thank you. Harry's voice was firm, and he stepped away from her in determination. Are dogs even allowed in here? They are not simply dogs, they're my familiars, Harry replied in an icy voice. Well, I believe that we should simply begin now. Harry recognized Garrick Ollivander, the owner of the wand shop, where he had bought his official wand. Show him your official wand, Hedwig thought to him. I will later charm your real wand to look the same. Giving his mother, who was now sitting on one of the torches along the opposite wall, an unobtrusive nod, Harry observed how the old wizard examined the other champion's wands, before he turned to him. When Harry handed over his spare wand, the old wizard seemed outright happy to examine it. Your wand is in an excellent condition, Mr. Potter. It is almost as if it was new. You really did take good care of it. Very well done, lad. Thank you, sir, Harry replied, as he received his wand back, inwardly sighing in relief. Usually, Harry went to visit Amaterasu late on Sunday evenings, when his teachers had returned to the North Pole. However, a week after the wand-weighing ceremony, the basilisk contacted him on a Friday evening. Harry, can you come visit me please? Sensing that the basilisk was uncharacteristically excited, Harry immediately agreed and asked Hedwig to flash him into the chamber right away. What happened? Harry asked, when Hedwig flashed him right to where Amaterasu was lingering in front of the fireplace of Salazar's chamber. I've got new friends SS. Harry cast the basilisk a surprised look. There are dragons SS out on the grounds SS. I met them and talked to them earlier. I am SSSO very excited. It's great to have friends SS. Dragons. Harry could not believe his ears, before a sudden thought crossed his mind. How many dragons SS? Are there perhaps 4 of them? Sasori, what? Never mind. What did they tell you? They just came here one SS sleep turn ago. They are nice. My new friends SSS. I hope they will SS stay here for a very long time. Perhaps, they are here for the tournament. Harry's expression became grim, although he could not help feeling happy for Amaterasu. I just hope we're not going to fight them. You cannot fight dragons SS. They have fire, and they have nestling SSSS. The basilisk cast him a warning look. Harry quickly translated for Hedwig, who fluffed her feathers in apparent annoyance. I wouldn't put it behind them to make you fight dragons. Let me catch the person who put your name into that goblet. He or she would wish they had never met me. Harry inwardly smiled hearing how upset Hedwig was on his behalf. Amaterasu seems to be lonely, he thought to his mother. Perhaps, I should see if I can buy another basilisk for her to have some company. That might be a good idea, but concentrate on the tournament first. We'll ask Santa, when we return home for Christmas. I know for a fact that there is a snow basilisk on the North Pole, who always seemed lonely to me, too. A snow basilisk? Harry thought in surprise. I wonder why no one ever introduced him to me, although they've known that I'm a Parselmouth for at least 2 years now. Back in the common room, Harry scribbled a message, which he copied 3 times, before he asked Hedwig to deliver them to the 3 champions. Punctually at 7 o'clock the following morning, the 4 champions gathered at a spot next to the lake, which Harry had indicated in his message. Why is it that we had to come, early early in the morning? Fleur Delacour cast him a look of pure irritation. Harry looked at the French girl, apologetically. I'm sorry. It's just that by chance, I have found out that they recently brought some dragons to Hogwarts. Apparently, they are young mothers, and I thought that the only reason to possibly bring such animals to Hogwarts would be for the tournament. You mean that we're going to have to fight dragons with babies? Cedric cast him a horrified look. Of course, I am not sure, but I thought you should at least be forewarned. That was very kind of you, and I thank you very much. Cedric and Victor nodded in apparent agreement. Harry shrugged. I thought it was only fair. Perhaps, it's just a false alarm. I'm sorry then. There is no need to be sorry. Thank you for telling us. Harry stepped a few steps away, as the Veela came too close to him for his liking. I don't know why the Gryffindor boys all fawn about the Veelas. Daphne is much prettier, he thought in annoyance at the girl's scent that was too sweet for his liking. We should work together in this, anyway. Yes, I know that we need a winner, but the most important point is that we all get out of this alive. Cedric cast the others a questioning look. Yes, they can do that. Victor returned a sharp nod. Perhaps, I could outfly a dragon on my broom, Harry mused, when he returned to the castle after separating from the others. His musings came to an abrupt end, when he almost ran into Luna, who seemed to be on her way to the Great Hall for breakfast. The thought, even Luna is much more beautiful than Fleur, crossed his mind, as he listened to the younger girls babbling. Your familiars will be able to help you with the task, she told him, giving him an airy smile. Won't I be disqualified then? Harry looked at her in surprise. I don't think so, and at least, you'll survive, she replied, smiling. That's true. Yes, and that's what matters most. The thought, Luna is always right, crossed Harry's mind, when an unpleasant voice penetrated his ears. Potter, don't you have enough fame already? What else do you need? Cedric is Hogwarts champion, not you. Of course he is. Harry was taken by surprise. Ronald Weasley, are you sure that you're not related to a troll? Your behavior, including your table manners and your talking, surely suggests a connection there. Harry is the champion of Merlin's Academy, not Hogwarts. Better a troll than a brainless loser. With that, Ronald strode ahead into the Great Hall, smashing the door with a loud bang. Idiot, Harry muttered, casting Luna a concerned look. Don't listen to him. I don't. Luna smiled. His brain has been clouded by Raxperts, ever since he came to Hogwarts. Shall we have breakfast with his sister? She is much more alert. All right, Harry replied, wondering how Luna knew that Ginny was strangely early for breakfast and sitting at the Slytherin table just by herself. Oh well, she just knows things, he recalled what he had realized several times before. He grinned in amusement upon hearing that Minerva was still scolding Ronald for banging the door earlier. The day of the first task began bright and sunny, even if it was a cold morning. The whole school was bustling with excitement, much to Harry's annoyance, as he would have preferred to be distracted from the task ahead. Instead, each of his housemates came by to wish him good luck and to remind him that surviving the task was the most important thing. His suspicion that the first task had something to do with dragons had neither been confirmed nor denied by his trainers, as Merlin pointed out that he and Remus were not allowed to help him beyond their weekly training, and Severus and Moody could not relay any information about the task either. Nevertheless, due to his training sessions during the weekends, he felt prepared for whatever the tournament was going to throw at him. Harry, Santa, Claire, Merlin, Remus, Sirius, Cassiopeia and all the teachers from the academy are here to watch the task, Hedwig informed him in apparent excitement, when Harry readied himself to head to the champion's tent. Cool, please tell them I said hello, he thought back, feeling very happy that everyone had come to observe him do the first task. They really seem to care for me, he thought, still not taking such things for granted after what he remembered from his early childhood. When he entered the tent, Merlin was gathered together with the other 3 heads of the schools, and he felt delighted that the ancient wizard had so easily accepted him as the champion for his school, even if they both wished that he would not have to compete at all. When Bagman explained everything about the first task to them, the other 3 champions cast him appreciative looks. Thanks Amaterasu for the warning about the dragon's SS. I have to take a fake egg from the Hungarian horntail, he thought to the largest of his familiars. Don't worry, the dragon's SS are really nice, was the telepathic response from the reptile that almost made Harry snort. I wonder how nice they are if they believe their babies to be in danger, he thought to himself. Harry impatiently paced the tent, as his familiars had been shooed out and were probably spending the time with the family in the spectator seats. He listened to the sounds coming from outside, however, could only guess how his fellow champions were faring. It seemed to take ages before he was called outside to finally meet his dragon. He curiously stepped out with his wand drawn, ready to summon his broomstick, when the dragon lady blew a huge bout of fire at him. Please wait, I haven't done anything to you, and I promise that I won't hurt you or your baby's SS. His attempt at communicating in parcel tongue did not go well with the dragon, who blew another blast of fire that hit him in his right arm. To Harry's surprise, a cooling sensation engulfed his arm just an instant later, which unfortunately distracted him, as he turned his eyes to a nearby tree, only to realize that Hedwig was perched there. Don't worry, I am invisible to everyone else, she thought to him. He looked back at the dragon right on time to be just able to sidestep a third bout of fire, when help approached in form of a large basilisk's head. Amaterasu. His eyes widened in surprise, and he listened eagerly, as the serpent quickly explained to the dragon that Harry needed the golden egg, but would not harm her babies in any way. He could not believe his luck, when the dragon nodded in apparent understanding and turned around, apparently to inspect her babies. During the following minute of suspense, he sent quick thank you thoughts to Amaterasu and Hedwig. Finally, the dragon turned back to him and kicked the golden egg into his direction. You should have said SSSO right away. Now go and leave my baby's SS in peace. Thank you SSSO very much, Harry replied, as he picked up the golden egg and hurriedly left through the exit, where huge applause greeted him. To his relief, Amaterasu was nowhere to be seen. Thank Merlin, who knows what they might do to her, he thought. Oh well, she's not stupid and knows to not show herself in front of everyone. It was really courageous that she came to save me in any case. Inwardly groaning, he endured Madame Pomfrey's fussing, stating that he was completely all right. Without even waiting for the points to be awarded, after a short greeting to his family and visitors from the Sams, he excused himself to visit the basilisk and spend the rest of the day with her. Only on time for dinner, he showed up in the Great Hall. Where have you been? Daphne cast him a worried look. Everyone has been looking for you. I went to thank Amaterasu and spent some time with her. Harry cast his friends a sheepish look. You could have asked Paws. To his surprise, his friends either snorted or laughed at his suggestion. What? Paws saw fit to make all the visitors from the North Pole transform into their canine forms and play with him. Annika rolled her eyes in apparent exasperation. We all joined them in a mock fight that only ended when Santa called everyone back to return home. Oh, sorry. I missed that then. Harry shrugged, not in the slightest regretting that he had spent the afternoon with the basilisk. I need to ask Alicia for her recipe of herb drops, which she brewed for Amaterasu before. Thank Merlin we're going to go home for Christmas next month. To his absolute disgust, the headmaster informed them just a few days later that everyone from 4th year onwards was going to remain at Hogwarts during the Christmas holidays. In the evening of Christmas Day, we're going to have a Yule Ball, which the champions must attend and everyone else from 4th year onwards should attend. Excuse me sir. Harry rose from his chair. If this ball is only going to take place on Christmas Day, I suppose that there is no reason for us to remain at Hogwarts during the whole holidays. Of course not, my boy. I will see to it that the Hogwarts Express will run on Christmas morning and will take everyone back the following morning. Harry nodded, contentedly, knowing that he was not going to ride the train that time. He looked up in surprise, when Neville uttered, "Please excuse me for a moment." Following his friend with his eyes, he saw that he made a beeline to the Hufflepuff table and talked with Susan. Apparently, others had watched Neville as well, and Draco was the first to act. "Ginny, will you please accompany me to the Yule Ball?" "With pleasure." The redhead grinned in apparent happiness. "Thanks, Draco. Will you?" Har mouthed in Daphne's direction, inwardly sighing in relief, when the girl returned an unobtrusive nod. However, 2 weeks later, on the day before everyone who wished to spend their holidays at home would leave, Daphne pulled him into a broom cupboard. When Harry leaned over to key her, however, she held him back. "Sorry Harry, I didn't take you here to snog. I just wanted to discuss something first." "What is it?" Harry gave the girl, who practically was his girlfriend, although they had never outright spoken about the matter, a concerned look. "I was wondering if it wouldn't be better if you invited Luna for the Yule Ball. Otherwise, she might not be able to attend, as she's only a third year." Harry's eyes widened in surprise. "And you?" Daphne chuckled. "Didn't you listen to the conversation in the common room last night? Almost half of the boys don't have dates yet. I can easily go with someone else, and we can still dance together. I'm sure Luna will be willing to share." Harry nodded in understanding. "I'll go and ask her then." Daphne smiled, before she leaned over and pulled him into a passionate key. "I knew that you'd understand. Please tell me, when you've asked her. Only then, I'm going to tell the boys that I'm free for them to fight over me." Casting her a surprised look, Harry realized that she seemed highly amused by the matter. They spent a while cuddling together, before they left the cupboard. He then called Hedwig and asked her to fetch Luna. "Harry, did something happen?" Luna cast him a wide-eyed look. Harry inwardly chuckled, as he could not help thinking that she looked like an angel in her light blue night dress with the embroideries of all kinds of animals. "Not really. I just wanted to ask you if you would perhaps like to accompany me to the Yule Ball." Luna's eyes widened. "Are you not going with Daphne?" Harry shook his head. "She told me to take you to the ball, as she could simply go with any of the other Slytherins. Most of them don't have a date yet. You'd still have to share me, as I'd still want to dance with her a few times." Luna unexpectedly threw herself at him and captured his lips with her mouth. "Thank you, Harry. I'd really like that, as otherwise, I wouldn't be able to attend the ball at all." That was very thoughtful of Daphne. "Please tell her that I appreciate it very much." Harry nodded, smiling. "Thanks Luna, I'll tell her, and I'm looking forward to attending the ball with you. I'll see you tomorrow then. Holly will bring the sleigh here, as soon as the carriages have departed." "Thank you, Harry," Luna replied, seemingly happy, as she skipped away like a young foal. In the evening of Christmas Eve, everyone including the teachers of the Sams was assembled in the screen room enjoying dinner together. The only persons missing were Santa and Claire as well as the elves, who were busily delivering Christmas presents all over the world. "Harry, did you bring the golden egg that you received during the first task?" Harry cast Merlin a surprised look. "Yes sir, I don't have a clue what it means though. It only makes a huge amount of noise, when I open it." "Show us," Torvald demanded. Harry cast the dwarf a grateful look. "Yes sir," he replied and hurriedly left for his own room to fetch the egg. "I believe that it could be Mermish," Toby, the Yeti, said, seemingly pensive. With a flick of his hand, he conjured a small pool right next to the Christmas tree. "Put it in there." Harry complied, only to realize that nothing happened. Only when Merlin cast a spell at the pool that amplified the sounds from within the water, they could hear a voice sing. It was a song about something hidden in the water that he would sorely miss. "There is a whole mermaid village in the Black Lake," Remus spoke up. Merlin nodded. "Which means that the second task is going to take place in the lake. Harry, are you good at swimming?" Harry shook his head. "As soon as Christmas is over, we'll ask Santa to provide you with a swimming pool, so you can practice. It shouldn't be a problem for you then. How Dumbledore could allow something like that, when Avila is among the champions, is beyond my understanding. Veela are fire people. They don't do well in water." Harry let out a deep sigh. "Merlin, is there anything that we can do to help Fleur? She's really nice, and we 4 champions decided to help each other survive that thing." The Yeti nodded. "That's very generous of you, and I promise you now that we'll think of something to help your friend. Oh, that reminds me. I would like to get a basilisk to keep my familiar at Hogwarts company," Harry recalled, before he thanked the Yeti. "You may take Diablo with you to Hogwarts if you wish," Santa said, as he strode into the room. I wanted to ask Severus if he would like him to become his familiar anyway. Diablo. Severus. Harry stared at the older wizard, wide-eyed. Diablo is one of my white animals. He's a basilisk. There is only one of them here on the North Pole, and I believe that he's quite lonely. Remus has tried teaching him to become a canine animagus with me acting as the translator, but he's too stubborn for his own good and refused to become a lowly canine. I'm sure Amaterasu would appreciate having him at Hogwarts, Harry replied, eagerly. May I perhaps meet him and speak with him tomorrow? Would it be safe for Harry to meet with him? Won't anything happen to him if he looks into the basilisk's eyes? Pause, Santa groaned. Do you really believe that I'd endanger Harry like that? Pause carefully licked Santa's hand in silent apology, and Santa continued. Diablo does not have the usual basilisk's yellow eyes. His eyes are white, and it's absolutely safe to meet him. I'm even sure that you've met him before. It's just that he turns invisible from time to time. Don't ask me why. He really is thick-headed. I'll tell him to meet you in the morning, he promised, before he excused himself to deliver Christmas presents to Japan. Good luck with that basilisk, Harry. He was not very forthcoming. But Remus, it'll surely help that Harry will be able to directly communicate with him. Merlin cast Harry a reassuring look. I am going to accompany you to the Yule Ball tomorrow, by the way. Harry cast the older wizard a questioning look. Well, the other headmasters are present as well, and I even have a date, Merlin replied to the unasked question, causing everyone assembled to gasp. May I ask who your date is? Remus asked what everyone wanted to know. Why Minerva McGonagall, of course, Merlin replied, causing Harry, Annika and Dudley to stare at the older wizard in shock. Merely Luna quietly smiled to herself. Of course, Luna knew already, Harry thought with a combination of annoyance and amazement. Oh well, congratulations I guess, he said, wide-eyed. Thank you, Harry. I wonder if Severus has a date. Annika let out a deep sigh. Harry cast his cousin a compassionate look. It doesn't matter if he has a date or not, as he can't take a student to the ball anyway. I don't think that he has a date, and you can still dance with him in any case. Don't you think he'll mind? I'm sure he'd like to dance with you. Luna gave her friend a dreamy look. Thank Merlin. Annika smiled in apparent happiness. You're welcome, Merlin quipped, causing the 4 teenagers to roll their eyes at the older wizard. Early on Christmas morning, Harry woke up to a hissing voice accompanied by slithering sounds. Good morning, Lazybones SSS. Do you really speak my tongue? Yes, Harry replied, sleepily rubbing his eyes. You must be Diablo. The basilisk slithered nearer, flicking his tongue in apparent excitement, and Harry gently caressed the cool, white skin with his left hand, knowing from Amaterasu how she liked to be petted. I heard that you were lonely here, and I was wondering if you'd come with me to Hogwarts SSS, where my basilisk familiar Amaterasu ISSS living. Santa ALSSSO suggested that you become Professor Snape's familiar. Is he a SS speaker like you? No, but with you as his familiar, he would surely try to become a SS Snake Animagus. Now that Remus has found out how to efficiently gain second or even third Animagi Formus, it should not be a problem. Plus, if you bond with him, he will be able to understand you anyway. Will ISSS still be able to return home? Yes, of course. When will we leave? Well, my friends SS and I will leave right after breakfast, but we'll return home late tonight. I'll come. With that, the overly large snake slithered away, turning invisible as he went. Somehow, he seemed strange in comparison to Amaterasu, Harry thought, before he telepathically relayed the good news to his overgrown familiar. Sensing her happiness through the bond, he decided to get ready to enjoy Christmas morning at home as much as possible before having to go to Hogwarts for the day. Halfway through his breakfast, Holly appeared and informed them, everyone who wants to go to Hogwarts, we can make a quick drive when Claire returns in about 20 minutes. Please be ready by then. Holly. You know that we're going to take Diablo, right? Yes, and he is already waiting outside. He's a good guy, even if he appears to be slightly grumpy. Are you able to communicate with him? Holly smirked. As the head elf of the North Pole, I am able to communicate with all the white animals, just like Santa and Claire. Plus, like all the other white animals, he is able to understand human talking. Oh well, that makes sense, Harry muttered. Annika, when we arrive at Hogwarts, could you please go to see Professor Snape and ask him to come into the Chamber of Secrets? I will accompany Annika and flash him there. Thanks Hedwig, Harry replied and quickly translated for his cousin. Harry, may Alicia and I join you in the chamber? Luna smiled, looking very happy. Of course, but Alicia. Is she going to accompany us? Harry raised an eyebrow. Yesterday morning, we had a long conversation, and she is my familiar now. When I told her my suspicion about who Diablo is, she insisted to join us. Who Diablo is? Harry stared at the girl in bewilderment, as he pondered the matter. Suddenly, he let out a groan, slapping his right hand against his forehead, as realization set in. That's one of the reasons why Santa wanted him to become a canine animagus and also Severus Familiar. Isn't it? He's Salazar Slytherin, is that correct? Merlin chuckled. I thought that was obvious. Harry shook his head and nodded in agreement, when Annika replied on his behalf. No sir, not at all. Alicia has been looking for him for a long time. I wonder why no one told her. Harry's voice was more reproachful than intended. Merlin sighed. Well, I can't talk for my brother here, but the fact that the white animals are able to have their own animagus form is a fairly recent discovery. He glanced at Hedwig, who used to spend 90% of the time in her canine form after finding Paws and having children with him. I believe that Diablo has not realized his former identity yet. I was only certain about it after regaining my human form. Perhaps, meeting his former familiar at Hogwarts will help him realize who he was, especially if Alicia tries to bond with him as well. Somehow, I feel stupid, because it took me so long to become aware of my former identity, in spite of the fact that Hedwig and Harry were around and even bonded to me. Smiling, Harry gently caressed the canine's ears. Don't worry, Paws. You're not stupid at all, he reassured his familiar in a soft voice, grinning when Lucy and Regulus set to attack their father. Please get ready now. Everyone looked at Holly in understanding and readied themselves to travel to Hogwarts for the remainder of the day. Please keep in mind that I will be on the Hogwarts grounds again to pick you up at midnight British time. Harry, I'm going to remain here with the twins. Only your mother will accompany you. Have fun and do nothing that I wouldn't do. Harry let out a snort. Sure Paws, see to it that the three of you behave yourselves and don't get into Santa's way today. I'll see you tonight. Oh well, the Yule Ball certainly isn't a place for three puppies to play, he thought. Mum on the other hand can easily sit on one of the torches along the wall and still have fun. Harry, Toby, the Yeti, addressed him boarding the sleigh right behind him. I'm going to join Merlin at Hogwarts today. Please find a chance to introduce me to the French champion. I have an idea how to help her, but I need to talk to her about the matter and receive her consent as soon as possible. Harry smiled in relief. All right, Toby. Thank you so very much. I really appreciate it. I wouldn't want her to be in danger. To Harry's relief, it was no problem at all to take the basilisk with them. He willingly slithered onto the sleigh, and Harry observed in amusement how Alicia sniffed his whole body, before she carefully began to lick his skin in apparent affection. Amaterasu, we are on the sleigh now. Will you please come out onto the grounds SSS to greet Diablo? Yes. Her thought was laced with excitement and happiness that made Harry smile. I hope it's going to be a good Christmas for everyone, he thought, feeling contented. 10 minutes later, he observed how a black and a white basilisk slithered around each other in an apparent bonding ceremony with a white puppy in their midst. I wonder how long it's going to take Alicia to transform into a basilisk. We're sure going to have some basilisk babies in the near future, whoever the mother is going to be. Harry. Luna's voice brought him out of his musings. I believe that we're not needed here. Would you care for a walk around the lake? Harry nodded, trusting that Annika knew to not send Severus into Salazar's chamber but simply out onto the grounds. Only late in the afternoon, when Harry was just getting ready for the Yule Ball, Amaterasu informed him that she was bonded to Diablo and Alicia and that the three of them were very happy. Diablo was also bonded to Severus Snape. I am so glad to have my Salazar and Helga back. Thank you for all you have done for USSS. I didn't really do anything. It was Luna who realized who he was, but I am very happy for you. Does he know who he is by the way? Harry felt Amaterasu chuckle through the bond. No, I don't think that he knows SS, and we only told him who we are. I hope he will understand SS soon. I hope SSSSO, too. Merry Christmas. With that, Harry left his room and quickly crossed the common room, where all the fourth-year boys were already waiting for their girls, except for him and Neville, who had dates from other houses. One of the mostly discussed topics of the day had been the question who the dates of the other champions could be. Harry knew that Fleur would be accompanied by Brian, the Slytherin Quidditch captain in 7th year, while Cedric would certainly go together with his girlfriend, Cho Chang from Ravenclaw. He frowned at the thought of the girl, who was surely pretty, however, had been one of the witches who had harassed Luna in her first Hogwarts year. Harry could not help feeling excited, as he stood next to Neville and many others in the entrance hall waiting for their dates. To everyone's surprise, Viktor Krum's date was Hermione Granger. She was wearing dark blue robes, and her usually wild hair was pulled up, making her look like an attractive young lady. However, if his Gryffindor classmate looked beautiful, Luna was absolutely breathtaking. She was wearing white robes with tone-in-tone embroideries of puppies, and her hair was also pulled up to a knot that was decorated with white and light pink flowers. "You're absolutely beautiful," Harry breathed, before he took her hand and gently placed a key onto the back. "Thank you, Harry. You too. These dark green robes really fit you well." Harry noticed that Minerva cast them an appreciative look, before she informed the champions that they should proceed into the Great Hall and ready themselves to open the dance in a few minutes' time. During the last 4 weeks, Luna had come to the Slytherin common room 2 evenings per week and taught Harry and his housemates dancing. Therefore, he was well able to dance, and unbeknownst to him, people all over the Great Hall whispered about Harry and Luna being the dream couple of the evening. Every third dance, he paired up with Daphne, and he thoroughly enjoyed himself. 2 hours into the ball, he took Fleur aside and introduced Toby to her, while Luna pulled Brian onto the dance area. "You're by far the better dancer," she told Harry, when he returned to the Great Hall with a teary-eyed but very happy Fleur in tow. Once, he got a glimpse at a sulking Ronald, who was wearing ridiculous pink dress robes. "What is he sulking about?" he asked Luna. "He's probably upset that Hermione is Victor's date tonight," the girl informed him, giving him a dreamy look. "Thank you so much, Harry, for taking me tonight." "Thank you, too," Harry replied, before he led her out onto the grounds to get some fresh air. "I must not key her," he told himself. "Daphne is my girlfriend, even if we never officially became girlfriend and boyfriend." They spent a while sitting on a bench next to the lake, and he thoroughly enjoyed being in the girl's company. He was so smitten by her wit, beauty and scent that he instinctively responded, when she pulled him into a gentle key. Too soon for his liking, the evening passed and everyone knowing that their sleigh to the North Pole was going to arrive at midnight gathered on the far end of the grounds, where Holly usually parked the sleigh. Merlin approached with Minerva in his arm and led the professor onto the sleigh. Severus, however, remained at Hogwarts, officially to not leave their colleagues alone with their many guests, but practically to spend some time with his new familiar Diablo. During the short ride home, Harry profusely thanked the Yeti for helping Fleur with the second task. Toby merely smiled. "Don't worry, Harry. I am not a master of concealment for nothing. No one will know that she received any help at all." 2 days later, Daphne sent Harry a copy of the Daily Prophet. A photograph of Harry dancing with Luna during the Yule Ball covered the whole front page along with the headline, "Hogwarts, New Dream Couple." "Oh Merlin," Harry groaned, causing the older wizard to complain vehemently, stating that it was not his fault. Thank Merlin Daphne doesn't seem to be upset, Harry thought, when he read her letter later on in private. It was her idea that I should invite Luna in the first place anyway. It was on a Sunday evening, 5 days before the second task, that a meeting took place in the headmaster's office at Hogwarts. As soon as it was mentioned that it was about the planning of the second task of the tournament, Merlin in the portrait called Santa, Claire, Merlin and Remus to watch the scene together. Why didn't Dumbledore tell me? Merlin wondered, considering that he had only returned from Hogwarts 30 minutes ago. When he arrived in front of the screen, Mr. Bagman was just speaking. For the second task, we need the 4 persons, whom our champions would miss most. Is it necessary to take people as hostages at all? Minerva asked in apparent disbelief, glaring at the ministry officer. Yes, I am afraid that it is necessary for the second task, Bagman replied in a firm voice and explained that the champions would have to swim to the village of the Merpeople and rescue their respective hostage. Why don't we use Z students, who were their dates at the Yule Ball? The French headmistress suggested. For Mr. Krum, that would work out, and for Mr. Diggory, too, Dumbledore said, seemingly pensive. However, for Mr. Potter, we should choose Ms. Weasley, as Mr. Potter only took Ms. Lovegood to the ball, because she otherwise wouldn't have been able to attend the ball as a third year. Furthermore, Ms. Fleur's date, Mr. Hall, probably won't be available during the previous evening, as it is the evening after a Quidditch match, when the Slytherins are certainly going to have a party. I think that the person Ms. Delacour would miss most is her little sister Gabby, Madame Maxime said. That's it, Merlin thought. He swiftly transformed into his phoenix form and flashed right in front of the headmaster's office at Hogwarts. Immediately changing back, he gave the door a sharp knock, before he entered the office without even waiting for a response. Please excuse my tardiness, he said, in spite of the fact that Dumbledore had not even bothered to invite him. Minerva quickly summarized their previous discussion, causing Merlin to snort. If Brian Hall is not able to get away from the Quidditch party, Ms. Weasley won't be either, as she is playing on the team if I am not mistaken. Merlin. Dumbledore cast him a look of pure suspicion. Why, if I may ask, are you familiar with the Hogwarts Quidditch teams? Merlin let out a deep sigh. First of all, Harry Potter, who has been wrongly entered into the tournament for my school, is very Quidditch obsessed and has been playing since his first Hogwarts year. Secondly, my fiancé is equally Quidditch obsessed. From the corner of his eyes, he noticed that Minerva slightly blushed. Your fiancé? Dumbledore's eyes narrowed in apparent confusion. That would be me. Everyone stared at Minerva in apparent shock. Anyway, Harry would not miss Miss Weasley in the slightest. There are two girls, who are much closer to him. Apart from that, Miss Delacour's sister is Avila like herself, and you cannot put her underwater for an hour or longer. As she is underage, you would need permission from her parents, which I am sure the French Minister of Magic is not willing to give. Whom do you suggest then, Headmaster? Bagman asked. Why not her date from the Yule Ball? We should choose these 4 students for everyone if at all. You should think of a second task that neither involves water, considering that Avila is among the champions, and you should not take hostages at all. Everything has already been decided, Bagman replied, heatedly. We will use their dates then. Dumbledore, will you please see to it? I will see to it, Dumbledore promised in a firm voice. The meeting was adjourned, and after giving Minerva a quick peck onto her forehead, Merlin left the headmaster's office. On Monday morning at breakfast, Harry received a letter from Merlin. Harry, meet me in the Founders' quarters tonight after dinner. Bring Luna with you. Regards. Merlin. How strange. I only saw him yesterday and the day before, Harry thought, however, quickly informed Luna, who was sitting together with him and his friends at the Slytherin table. When they arrived in the Founders' quarters with Hedwig, Paws, Alicia, Lucy and Regulus in tow, Merlin was already waiting for them. He quickly explained what he had learned during the meeting the previous evening. Luna, I don't know if Dumbledore is going to ask you beforehand, but are you all right being a hostage for Harry? Luna smiled. Thanks for asking, Merlin. Yes, I am ready. I know that Harry will rescue me. Merlin pulled a necklace out of his pocket and handed it to the girl. It had a pendant in the form of a puppy, which was filled with a small piece of fir cone from the North Fir tree, just like the necklaces which Harry had made for his Slytherin friends a few years ago. Put this around your neck please. It is a safety chain, which will protect you from all kinds of attacks, and it will also work as a portkey. The activation code is written here. He showed Luna a small parchment. Home to the North Pole. Harry quickly helped Luna to fasten the necklace around her neck, before they both profusely thanked Merlin. Merlin informed them about further details from the conversation that had taken place in Dumbledore's office, and they discussed the matter of the second task for a while, before Merlin uttered something like, going to see Minerva. He then swiftly transformed into his phoenix form and flashed away. He is a brilliant headmaster, Luna said, smiling dreamily. He really looks out for his students. And we aren't even his students, Harry replied, somehow feeling very much cared for. Luna seems very happy, he thought, wondering what could be so pleasant knowing that she was going to be a hostess in 5 days' time. Thank Merlin that Merlin forewarned us, Harry thought upon realizing that Luna was indeed missing at breakfast on Saturday morning. Merlin was sitting at the high table together with the other headmasters of the guest schools. Where is Toby? He wondered. Oh well, he probably won't openly show himself here. I hope he's going to help Fleur. He surely will, as he promised to do so, but I haven't heard anything about it ever since the Yule Ball. When Harry stood at the edge of the lake together with the other champions, he felt Hedwig cast a warming charm at him, causing him to relax. Thanks Mum, he thought, gratefully. Is everything all right? He whispered to Fleur, who returned a comforting nod along with a smile that did not really reach her eyes. I hope so, she whispered back. Thank you, Ari. Together with the other champions, he entered the lake, noticing that the water was extremely cold. Thank Merlin for the warming charm, he thought, gratefully. While he hurriedly ate the gillyweed that Santa had provided him with, he watched from the corner of his eyes how Fleur suddenly became engulfed by a large bubble. I wonder what Toby is doing to help her, he thought, wondering how Fleur would be able to swim in a bubble. The thought, at least she won't get wet by the cold water, crossed his mind, as he swam through the dark water using the flippers, which had replaced his hands and feet. Soon, he was joined by Amaterasu and Diablo, who escorted him to the village of the merpeople, where he found the 4 hostages. He quickly freed Luna using wandless magic. However, when he tried to free Brian, his 7th-year housemate, as well, 2 of the merpeople began to attack him. You may only one hostage, one of them hissed at him. Apparently, this was enough to make the 2 basilisks act. While Amaterasu held the merpeople in check, Diablo quickly freed Brian and lifted him onto his back. Only then, Harry realized the bubble containing Fleur hovering on a spot a few meters away. Harry, leave now and return to the Surfax, Amaterasu telepathically instructed him, and Harry obeyed, noticing in surprise that Brian somehow joined Fleur in her bubble. Just an instant later, Cedric and Victor arrived to free their hostages. As fast as he could, he swam upwards, carefully holding Luna in his arms. She's really light, he thought in surprise. Nevertheless, it was strenuous to swim with an unconscious person in tow. He let out a sigh of immense relief, when the girl opened her eyes, as soon as their heads met the cold, fresh air. You rescued me, she said, smiling. Thank you, Harry. Of course, Harry replied, returning the smile. Can you swim? Luna nodded, and together, they swam back to the shore, closely followed by a bubble with 2 passengers that floated behind them through the water as if driven by an invisible hand. Just a few minutes later, the basilisks caught up with them. We just helped the other champions SS free their Datus, Amaterasu informed him. When they climbed up onto the shore, Madame Pomfrey was there and immediately cast drying and warming charms at them. How did you do that? He heard Brian ask Fleur, who returned a hesitant smile. My secret. Harry inwardly grinned. I'm just glad that the second task is over, he thought, as he and Luna joined his friends and family. To his surprise, Toby was openly sitting between Merlin and Remus. He profusely thanked the Yeti, who feigned surprise, stating that he had not done anything. Seeing that Harry rolled his eyes in exasperation, he simply said, I'm glad that it worked out so well. Just then, Fleur arrived with her parents and younger sister in tow and pulled Toby into a bear's hug. Monsieur Toby, thank you so very much for saving my life and that of my hostage, she said, causing the Yeti to smile. Thank you, Professor, for saving my daughter's life, her father added. She means the world to me. Santa quickly introduced Mr. Delacour, the French Minister of Magic, and the Yeti to each other, only to add, Toby is a master of concealment magic. Much to my annoyance and that of our students, Merlin quipped. Whenever someone wants to ask him something, he goes into hiding and no one will be able to find him. Excuse me, Professor, what kind of charm was that if I may ask? Daphne inquired in a soft voice. We all watched it on the large screen over there, and it was simply amazing. Concealment magic, the Yeti replied, grinning, before he vanished from the sight without as much as a trace. A very interesting man, Fleur said, smiling. I hope I will be able to see I am again in the near future. Fleur, leave, I am alone. He is a Yeti and probably not even affected by your Vila allure. May's maman, her younger sister protested, however, quietened, when Fleur warningly shook her head. To Harry's relief, Bagman chose that moment to call the champions together, as the referees were ready to award the points. In the end, Harry received the most points, as he had returned first with his hostage. However, he could not care less. In the third task, Bagman told them, "You will enter the maze, which we have planned for the third task, according to your position in the tournament. Mr. Potter is in the first place, Ms. Delacour in the second, Mr. Diggory in the third and Mr. Crumb in the fourth place. Now, I will see you on May 18th to give you some information concerning the third and last task of the tournament, which is going to take place on May 25th. I wonder why they took Luna and not Daphne." Ginny spoke up, seemingly pensive, when the friends were sitting at the Slytherin table for dinner later on the same day. "She's his girlfriend after all." "Apparently, they simply chose the dates from the Yule Ball," Daphne replied, smiling, giving Harry a questioning look. Harry nodded his agreement, very aware of the fact that he had never had the courage to ask Daphne to become his girlfriend. "Oh well, it's not only the lack of courage, but there's also Luna," a voice spoke up from the very back of his mind. "She's just a friend," Harry replied in annoyance. "She's more than just a friend," the voice had the gall to reply, and Harry was glad when Dumbledore distracted everyone by addressing the students. "Dear students, today, our guests from the other schools and I have decided to use the 3 months before the third task for a Quidditch tournament between our 4 schools." Harry stared at the old wizard in disbelief. "Am I supposed to play alone?" He wondered aloud, however, inwardly sighed in relief, when Dumbledore continued. "We will have 1 team from each school, while the champions will act as their respective team captain. During the following weekends before the first match at the beginning of May, the Hogwarts team under Cedric Diggory will train on Saturday mornings, the Beauxbatons team under Ms. Delacour on Saturday afternoons, the Durmstrang team on Sunday mornings and the Sams team on Sunday afternoons. Don't worry, Harry. I will choose 6 of our students and bring them here each Sunday, and Remus will also teach them to play Quidditch beginning tomorrow," Merlin spoke up, causing Harry to nod in relief. "Thank you, Merlin. Merlin." A female voice could be heard from the Gryffindor table. "Granger again, Draco Mo.Ned," causing Harry to roll his eyes in his friend's direction. However, Merlin did not reply, and everyone continued eating. On Saturday morning after breakfast, Harry headed to the Founders' quarters as usual, expecting either Merlin or Remus along with Sirius and Santa. However, to his surprise, Merlin had brought 5 of his students, 1 Yeti, 1 elf, 1 goblin and 2 Asian-looking human boys. Luna was also present and engaged in a conversation with the Yeti. Santa was engrossed in a conversation with Minerva and Severus. Merlin quickly introduced his students to Harry and Luna, before he said, "This is your team for the Quidditch tournament between the schools. I have taken the liberty to charm the training room here in the Founders' quarters to become a Quidditch pitch, where you can practice as much as you wish. Santa, Severus, Minerva and I will play against you. You must not tell anyone about this," Minerva added in a strict voice. "Otherwise, we cannot support your team against our own Hogwarts team," Severus added, smirking. To Harry's relief, Remus had already trained the students of the academy, and everyone already knew their positions. While the 2 Japanese boys were going to play beater, the Yeti would serve as keeper, the elf, the goblin and Luna wished to play chasers. Thank Merlin, I wouldn't want to play anything but seeker, Harry thought in relief. They played 3 games, of which the students' team won all 3. It's simply impossible to win, as long as Harry plays seeker, Severus stated, wearing a look of pure annoyance, of which Harry knew that it was solely feigned. In fact, the professor was glad about it, as Slytherin had not lost as much as 1 game during the last 4 years. During the following 3 months, Merlin and Remus continued taking turns teaching Harry during the weekends. While Harry appreciated that he was able to learn much more than he would be able to study as a regular student at Hogwarts, he felt it extremely unnerving that he did not have any clue what the third task was going to be about, in contrary to the second task, where he had known what to expect months in advance. On Sunday afternoons, the 5 students from the Sams joined Harry and Luna at Hogwarts, and they used their time practicing on the Quidditch pitch. Needless to say that the stands were full of spectators, who wanted to see the Yeti, the Goblin and the Elf play Quidditch. "Potter is going to lose so badly," Harry heard Ronald say to Hermione. "You don't know that, but I wonder why Luna is on the team. She's a Hogwarts student after all," the girl replied. "That's true," Harry realized in shock. wondering why he had not found her presence on the team strange before now. I am on the team, because Merlin asked me to play for his school, Luna replied, pleasantly, giving Harry a dreamy smile. Merlin? Hermione asked in apparent disbelief. Who's Merlin? Merlin is the headmaster of the Selective Academy of Magical Sciences, Luna replied, before she transformed into her canine form and began to play with paws. Shaking his head in amusement at Hermione's stunned expression, Harry followed the Ravenclaw's example and joined his friend and parents in play. This is something we learned from Toby, he thought in amusement. As much as Ronald Weasley and his fellow Gryffindor fourth years ridiculed Harry in his small school, the Sams managed to win all the Quidditch matches against Hogwarts, Beauxbatons and Durmstrang. Thank Merlin you usually play for Slytherin, Brian said, after Bagman had handed the official Quidditch Cup from the British Ministry of Magic to Merlin during dinner time. Harry grinned. Me too, although I must say that the team wasn't bad, considering that most of them hadn't even heard of Quidditch until 3 months ago. A good seeker can make up for everything, Luna stated, pleasantly. That's true, Ginny agreed, grinning. Now, are you ready for the third task, considering that it's next weekend? Daphne asked, causing Harry to sigh. The problem is that I don't have a clue what it's about, he admitted. Tomorrow, Bagman is supposed to tell us about it though. On Sunday morning, the 4 champions gathered on the grounds, where Bagman informed them about the third task. Originally, it was planned to have a maze right here on the Quidditch pitch, however, as the area was not available, we have changed our plans, and the maze will be set up on the roof. On the roof? Harry inwardly groaned in annoyance. I should have practiced more to transform into my second animagus form. He had been practicing to transform into a phoenix, however, he was still only able to change his complete body except for the head. I certainly won't manage to complete the transformation in 1 week, let alone be able to fly and flash, he thought, grimly. Oh well, I can as well summon my broom and fly up there, he then decided, feeling very relieved at the idea. The morning of the third task deemed bright and sunny. Thank Merlin tonight this whole event will finally be over, Hedwig thought, as Harry took his seat at the Slytherin table between Draco and Neville. She cuddled with paws under the table, occasionally accepting pieces of bread and fruit from the students, and absent-mindedly listened to the conversation that took place at the house table. Are you ready for the task? Daphne asked, her voice laced with concern. As ready as I'll ever be, I suppose, Harry replied, letting out a small sigh. All of a sudden, Santa contacted her through telepathy. Hedwig, I believe that someone is trying to manipulate the tournament. What happened? Claire and Remus were checking the screen for the part of the roof, where the third task is going to take place, and they noticed that the blue-pinkish ghost was hovering on the roof. I'm worried that the person, who placed Harry's name into the goblet of fire earlier, wants to harm him. I will check the roof, Hedwig replied and hurriedly whispered something to Paws, before she transformed into her phoenix form and flashed away. When she arrived on the roof, everything seemed as it was supposed to be. There was no ghost, let alone a blue-pinkish one, neither a human being. She stood in the middle of the maze, only to realize in shock that the ground was completely slippery. She was not even able to balance on her bird's feet. Sitting on a small projection on the outer wall, she pondered what to do. Summoning the magic of the North Pole, she quickly spelled the roof to not be slippery anymore, so as to not endanger the champions. Jumping down onto the roof once more, she hesitantly transformed into her human form. In fact, she had been able to do so for a few weeks now, however, no one except for Lucy and Regulus, not even Paws, was aware of the matter, and Hedwig wanted to wait at least until Paws would be able to transform as well before revealing her ability to anyone but her younger children. No, that was a bad idea. I don't have my wand with me, and I can better summon the magic of the North Pole in my phoenix form, she realized and quickly changed back. She magically checked the roof for any possible danger, however, apart from the obstacles that were supposed to be part of the third task, she could not find anything. Finally, she flashed back right into the Great Hall and returned to her family, from where she quickly informed Santa. As Harry was in the first place of the tournament, he was the first to begin the third task. He quickly summoned his broom and flew onto the top of the roof, knowing that he would arrive in a maze and would have to find his way to the center of it. He toyed with the thought of simply flying into what had to be the middle of the maze, however, dismissed the idea, as he did not want to be disqualified because of cheating, when he could possibly easily win the whole tournament. Unfortunately, there were several animals hidden in the maze, which he had to fight. Did they want to kill me? He thought, when he was barely able to escape a couple of what seemed to be bears. Before he could even recover from several injuries on his arms and legs, the next animal attacked. Whenever he had a minute, he turned around and looked back for his fellow champions, knowing that they would support each other whenever possible. However, he could not see any of the others. Somehow, this is strange, he finally thought to Hedwig, as he was consecutively attacked by various types of animals, one more dangerous than the other. Whenever he thought he was about to reach the center of the maze, he was attacked again. I'm up here now, invisibly. Where are you? Hedwig thought back. However, Harry did not know. It seemed to take ages, before he finally saw something shiny at the end of the corridor, which he had just entered. I think I see the cup, he thought and sprinted forward, only to find himself stumbling, landing face down on the ground. Nevertheless, he managed to stumble forward and finally reached the cup. He stood in front of it and looked back, only to realize that still, none of the others could be seen. Well, that's it then, he thought and reached out for the cup. As soon as he held it in his hand, however, disaster struck. A dragon appeared seemingly out of nothing and attacked with a huge flame that did not only burn him badly but also destroyed the wall in front of him, causing him to fall over the edge. The cup was supposed in the center of the maze, he thought, as he tumbled downwards in a free fall. Harry, transform. Change into your phoenix form. You can do it, his mother's urgent voice penetrated Harry's mind. Help. He thought back, as he instinctively obeyed and transformed into his blue water phoenix form in full panic mode. Well done. Now, flap your wings, so you can fly, Hedwig instructed him, and Harry noticed in relief that it worked and that his mother was flying right next to him. They flew right towards the stage, where the winner of the task was supposed to arrive. Land on the stage and transform back. Harry obediently transformed back, readying himself for the pain from the burns on his arms and legs, which, however, did not come. While his clothes were still burnt and torn, showing that he had not merely dreamt the attacks, the pain was completely gone. Perhaps changing into my water phoenix form helped with that, he thought in relief, only to notice that everyone around him was in huge uproar. Harry. Annika was the first to reach him. Are you all right? I thought you were going to die. I'm fine. Seeing Mr. Bagman approach them, Harry handed over the cup, just an instant before Fleur arrived, seemingly by portkey, holding an identical cup in her hand. Mr. Potter, I don't understand, Bagman said, frowning. You have taken a completely different path from the other champions, and the cup you brought me was not a portkey, as the original cup was supposed to be. The cup that Ms. Delacour brought here seems to be the real cup. Harry stared at the man in shock. You mean, I did all that in vain, let myself be attacked by monster bears and dragons, let myself almost be killed by being kicked off from the roof, only to be told that this is not the real cup. Only because of my Phoenix Animagus form, I even survived that thing. Mr. Crouch appeared from behind Bagman, together with Merlin, Dumbledore and the heads of the other schools. Now Ludovic, we have seen everything on the screen, which has been taking turns showing each of the champions. For Mr. Potter, the path into the center of the maze was not visible. Someone efficiently manipulated the task for him. He met more vicious obstacles than the other champions, but still managed to survive and bring his cup here first, even if the cup must be a fake, which is, however, not Mr. Potter's fault. I will discuss the matter with the four heads of the schools. Mr. Potter, Ms. Delacour, please give us 5 minutes. Ludovic, please contact Amelia Bones and have her send a team of unspeakables to Hogwarts and investigate the maze on the roof immediately. I've already contacted the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement as well as the unspeakables, Moody said, sounding grumpy, as he approached the group. Thank you, Professor Moody and Mr. Crouch, Harry said, giving the older wizards a weak smile. Ari, I fully accept that you won the tournament, and I congratulate you. Harry shook his head. Thanks Fleur, but someone manipulated me, which is not your fault. I have been manipulated from the time when someone put my name into the goblet of fire. Mr. Potter, Fleur's father approached them. My daughter is absolutely right, and I'd like to add my congratulations to a well-deserved victory. Without your assistance, he added in a whisper, Fleur wouldn't even Avenue manage the second task. Minister Delacour, Crouch acknowledged the presence of the French Minister of Magic. Thank you very much for your understanding. We have come to the same conclusion and declare Mr. Potter is the winner of the Triwizard Tournament. Taking the cup from Harry, he handed it to Croaker, the head unspeakable, asking for investigation. Reaching out for the cup, which Fleur was still holding, he handed it to Merlin, before he passed a small bag to Harry. 1,000 galleons, he explained on Harry's questioning look. Professor Claus, congratulations to the Selective Academy of Magical Sciences. Your champion, Harry Potter, has won the Triwizard Tournament. Thank you, Mr. Crouch, Merlin replied, smiling. Suddenly, Cornelius Fudge, the former Minister of Magic, joined the group, just when Cedric and Victor showed up, accompanied by two Unspeakables. Here's the rest of the champions, one of the Unspeakables said, shaking his head in apparent annoyance. Apparently, they fought over the cup and prevented each other from moving ahead. That's why Fleur managed to grab it, Cedric added, sounding disappointed to say the least. What I do not understand, Fudge spoke up, is why everyone believes that Mr. Potter has been manipulated. What if he conveniently conjured that fake cup by himself to win the tournament? Harry stared at the former minister, who was still a ministry employee for whatever reason, with a combination of shock and anger, only to look up in surprise, when something white came down in a swoop, almost touching the man's bowler hat before landing next to him on the stage. Ignoring Fudge's protests at her behavior, Hedwig transformed into her human form, provoking a collective gasp from everyone around. She instantly found herself at wand point. Mum, Harry whispered in amazement. Lily raised her wand and with a flick of it unarmed everyone who had pointed their wands at her, including the French Minister of Magic, glad that she had asked Holly to bring her wand over earlier. Putting the wands next to herself onto the ground, she raised her wand again. I swear on my magic that I am Lily Potter and that I was sitting on the edge of the roof and observed the champions, seeing that Harry did not do anything to manipulate the tournament. He merely struggled through the task, and I am happy that he is still alive. So mote it be. The golden simmer engulfing her was immense, and Harry cast her a proud look. Lily Potter. Dumbledore stared at the witch in bewilderment. But you died more than a decade ago. Before Lily could reply, Santa and Merlin stepped forward and joined them on the stage. I am Santa Claus. Many people also know me as Father Christmas. I am living on the North Pole, where I am a father to all the white animals. People who have sacrificed their lives for others used to become reborn as the famous white animals of the North Pole. Hedwig here is one of them. Only recently, she managed the Animagus transformation, first into one of my white puppies and finally into her original human form. Congratulations, Hedwig, by the way. Thank you, Santa, Lily replied under huge applause from all sides. Now, many of you must have been wondering about Merlin, Santa continued. My brother Merlin Claus here is what you all call the Great Merlin. Only because of the magic of the North Pole, he and I are alive after 1,000 years. With that, Santa stepped down from the stage, giving Merlin a sharp nod. Congratulations Harry for winning the tournament. I would like to find out who put your name in and why, although I cannot deny that I am proud of you in my school. Herewith, I invite you, Harry, to study at the Selective Academy of Magical Sciences during the next school year, together with your friend Luna if she so wishes. With that, he stepped down from the stage as well, and Lily quickly followed his example. Thank you so very much, Merlin. I'd love that very much, and I happily accept the invitation. Harry looked around in surprise, when Luna stepped over to them. Hello Godmother, I am delighted to have you back. Hello Luna, it's a pleasure to meet you. You've become a fine young lady. Before Harry could continue following the conversation between his mother and his friend, he was surrounded by reporters, who bombarded him with questions about the tournament, the Sams and the North Pole. To his relief, Santa and Merlin saved him from the reporters by answering one question each, and Lily and Luna quickly pulled him away and into the castle, closely followed by his friends and Paws. Just when they reached the entrance hall, Minerva caught up with them and pulled Harry into a bear's hug. Congratulations, Harry. I am so glad that you survived that ordeal. I hope that the Unspeakables will be able to find out who manipulated the task. Thank you, Professor. Harry cast the Gryffindor head a genuine smile. I'd also like to know why they put me into the tournament in the first place. As to the manipulations today, Lily spoke up, I know for a fact that a certain blue ghost was involved, whom the headmaster is meeting every Sunday. Let's head to the Founders' quarters, she added in Harry's direction. A few minutes later, the whole group was sitting in the living room of the Founders' quarters, where Malcolm, Minerva's personal elf, served refreshments for them. There is not much that we can do, except for hoping that the Unspeakables will find clues on the roof, Merlin said, as he joined them together with Santa, Severus and Remus. I don't think that Albus did anything, Minerva said, seemingly pensive. He might be manipulative, but he's not outright evil. At least, it wasn't him who added my name to the goblet, as he swore an oath, Harry added. We definitely saw that blue-pinkish ghost on the roof earlier this morning, and we know that he is in contact with this ghost, Santa said. Are you sure that it's the same ghost? Moody inquired. Yes. Harry was absolutely certain. Ever since I fought that ghost in the Chamber of Secrets, he's not blue anymore but has a blue-pinkish color. Perhaps, we should simply prevent Dumbledore from meeting the ghost on Sundays, Paws suggested, as he made himself comfortable on Harry's lap, giving his children a light growl upon realizing that they occupied Lily's lap. It's all right, Paws, Lily said in a soothing voice. I hope you'll be able to transform back soon as well. Paws leaned over to gently lick her face. Harry and Luna, are you really going to attend Merlin's school during the next school year? Daphne asked, giving them a curious look. Yes. Professor, is it all right to just skip my 5th year and then come back for the 6th? Harry turned to Minerva. That's of course not a problem, however, to get into 6th year, you'll have to take your owls. Minerva remained pensive for a moment, before she added, I suppose that you'll have enough teachers to teach you in private, so that you could either sit the owls at Hogwarts if your classes at the SAMs allow it or otherwise at the Ministry of Magic. Of course, we'll teach Luna and Harry, Lily promised, smiling. I can collect the assignments from the other professors and send them to you. That would be wonderful, Luna replied, giving Harry a dreamy look. Then we could study during the weekends. Minerva, would it be all right if I came here to collect the assignments in the evenings? That's something my Phoenix form is useful for, Lily added, smirking. Of course, dear, Minerva nodded, smiling at her former student. I'm really happy to have you back. As to Dumbledore and the ghost, I will see to it. Lily's expression was firm, and Harry knew that he and probably everyone else assembled was glad to be not the object of his mother's attention at that moment. In the morning, the headlines of the Daily Prophet were full of news from Hogwarts. The first headline screamed in red letters, Harry Potter wins Triwizard Tournament for the Selective Academy of Magical Sciences. Underneath was an article about the third task of the tournament including the manipulation by an unknown person. Apparently, the Unspeakables had only been able to confirm that there were spells and charms involved to manipulate the task. However, they had been unable to make out a magical signature that proved a possible culprit. The following paragraph dealt with Merlin and the SAMs, even if not much was known about Merlin's school, not even where it was situated, much to everyone's amusement. Finally, another headline stated, Lily Potter, reborn as one of Santa's white animals on the North Pole. The article recited what Santa had explained in front of the journalists and finally congratulated Lily Potter for having managed to return to her human form. It's too funny how everything and everyone just became busted yesterday, Dudley commented, causing their friends to laugh. Indeed. Severus smirked. That's true, Harry agreed, although I feel sorry for Merlin, considering that he wanted to keep his school a secret. Well, but winning the Triwizard Tournament and the Quidditch Tournament is a big deal for a small school, which was not even known to the world before. Luna was wearing a dreamy expression, as she added, I look forward to studying at the academy. Yeah, me too. Only on the 3rd page of the Daily Prophet it was noted that Minister Malfoy had dismissed Cornelius Fudge as a ministry employee. Apparently, Fudge had put up a huge fight, however, was unable to do anything against the current minister's decision. There were only 2 weeks left before the end of the school year, and for the first time since coming to Hogwarts, Harry could not wait to return home to the North Pole. I really don't trust Dumbledore, he thought, somehow feeling that the headmaster had to be responsible for the disaster of the third task. During the holidays, Minerva, Severus and the Weasley twins as well as Luna joined them on the North Pole as usual, and on Harry's birthday, his other friends would come over to visit for a few weeks. Hedwig alternately spent time in her canine form with Paws, Lucy and Regulus, and also changed into her human form to spend some quality time with Harry and Luna and the other humans on the North Pole. She also eagerly taught her 16-month-old children to transform into human forms. To her relief and Harry's surprise, his younger siblings managed to instinctively change into their human forms upon seeing their mother do so. While Lucy in her human form was the spitting image of Lily, Regulus looked exactly like Harry. They were incredibly cute and everyone on the North Pole fawned over them. One day during the first week of the holidays, Hedwig excused herself for a while, instructing Paws and Harry to watch the twins, who were asleep in their canine forms. "Mum, where are you going?" "I'm going to Hogsmeade to run a small errand. I'll be back in an hour at the latest." With that, Hedwig transformed into her phoenix form, turned herself invisible and flashed. She really got better flashing, Harry thought, as he wiped tiny bits of ice out of his face. "I need to practice that, too. It would be quite useful if I was able to flash, at least at Hogwarts." Harry and Paws dashed into the screen room, closely followed by Lucy and Regulus. He quickly adjusted the screen to show the main street of Hogsmeade. "Perhaps, she's going to visit Aberforth's place," he thought. "It's not Sunday though." To his annoyance, Hedwig did not show up on the screen, and while he and Paws were still looking for her, his mother came into the room in her canine form. "Where did you go?" Paws cast his wife a questioning look. "To Hogsmeade to run a small errand." With that, she carefully jumped onto the sofa and began to feed the children. Just like every Sunday morning, Albus Dumbledore hurried along the main street of Hogsmeade. After breakfast, Pomona and Phileas had kept him back with annoying questions concerning the defense against the dark arts professor's position. "Well, if Harry isn't going to be at Hogwarts during the next school year anyway, I could as well give in to Minerva's demands and make Black the defense against the dark arts professor," he thought, as he approached his brother's pub to do his weekly obligations. However, when he stood in front of his brother's house, the thought, "I need to go to Honeyduke's to buy some licorice dinosaurs," pressed itself to the front of his mind, and he hurriedly turned around and headed to the sweets shop. His pockets filled with licorice dinosaurs and drops, he then returned to Hogwarts in a much better mood than when he had left 20 minutes earlier. Unbeknownst to Dumbledore, everyone living on the North Pole was sitting in front of a certain screen observing his every move, except for Lily and Severus, who preferred to busy themselves in the potions lab. Everyone else watched how Albus Dumbledore walked to Hogsmeade, turned around in front of his brother's pub, how he went to the sweets shop and finally returned to Hogwarts, and they also saw a certain blue ghost with pinkish injuries wait for him in a back room of the Hog's Head. The ghost waited for about 2 hours, before Aberforth spoke up. "Ariana, return home. I'll do that. Bye, Aberforth." Ariana Dumbledore. Minerva paled visibly. "I wonder what Albus has been talking to her about. Perhaps, he instructed her to do harm such as the attacks at Hogwarts or the manipulation on the tournament." Harry gave the Gryffindor head a questioning look, causing Minerva to stare at him in pure shock. "He wouldn't do such a thing," she said in a firm voice. "He's not evil. Alone the fact that he has a Phoenix familiar should suffice as proof." "Ah, but Fawkes told me that he's considering leaving Albus," Lily spoke up, as she and Severus entered the room just in time to hear Minerva's statement. "Mum, that was your doing, wasn't it? You cast some kind of confusion spell at Aberforth's place, didn't you?" "Why, of course." Lily cast him a questioning look. "Did it work?" Minerva quickly filled the younger witch in, only to add, "Well done, Lily." "Thank you. Just to be sure, I'll go and repeat my charm next week." Severus merely smirked, somehow seeming strangely contented. During the following weeks, Lily diligently repeated her charm, causing Albus Dumbledore to return to Hogwarts each time he was about to enter his brother's pub. It was at the end of July that everyone sitting in front of the screen realized in surprise that Ghost Ariana did not show up at Aberforth's place. "I wonder what that means," Harry spoke up, giving his mother a questioning look. "It probably means that the ghost is not blue anymore," Severus said, seemingly absent-minded. "What does it mean that the ghost isn't blue anymore, sir?" Dudley cast the potions master a questioning look. "Dudley, Don't bother Severus with questions, Annika lightly reprimanded her twin brother, and the professor cast her a grateful look. The easiest thing to find out something would be to find her and ask her. Severus was wearing an indifferent expression, as he continued, perhaps, you'd be able to help not only her by investigating. Mum, Harry spoke up, thoughtfully. Could you perhaps develop a charm, which extends the search function on the screen to ghosts? I'd really like to know what Dumbledore did to his sister. Sure. Lily shrugged, giving Merlin a questioning look. That would be appreciated, the ancient wizard stated. Most charms on the screen have been developed by my portrait, but as you know, the me in the portrait can't see ghosts, which is why they have been thoroughly neglected in all charms applied. I'll see to it, Lily promised, smiling. It took Lily almost a month to develop the necessary charm, and on the last day of the summer holidays, she efficiently searched the screen for Ariana Dumbledore. Harry's eyes widened, as he looked at the ghost. She was not blue-pinkish anymore. Her previous blue color had faded into a light pink. It looks like a natural color, not bloody like the Bloody Baron, Annika said in apparent surprise. Thank Merlin, Harry thought. Otherwise, I might even feel bad, because it was me who hurt her. She looks so young, Luna stated in a soft voice, looking sad. Where is she? Harry asked, seeing the ghost hover around a pile of rubble. Lily suddenly let out a huge gasp. I know where that is. Her voice sounded tear-stricken, and when Harry looked at her, he realized that she seemed outright shocked. It must be our old house at Godric's Hollow. I never even bothered to check out that place, but that must be Harry's nursery on the second floor. Equals it is. Equals. Luna gently hugged his mother, while Harry carefully cuddled Paws close. Mum, can you take us there to speak with her? Lily nodded, before she swiftly transformed into her phoenix form. Let's go right away. Harry and Luna eagerly grabbed her tail feathers, and Hedwig flashed them right in front of a house. The three of them stood there for a moment, looking in bewilderment at the ruin in front of them. It's much too dangerous to enter through the entrance door and walk upstairs. Let me flash us right into the nursery. A moment later, they found themselves in the middle of the nursery, where the pink ghost was hovering in a corner. Hello. May I ask what you're doing here? Pulling his wand, Harry stepped in front of Luna and stared at the ghost with a combination of apprehension and disbelief. You're Ariana, aren't you? Luna smiled at the pinkish ghost in a too friendly way for Harry's liking, as she carefully stepped around him. Oh well, she wasn't with me in the Chamber of Secrets, he thought, recalling how aggressive the ghost had been. Yes, I am Ariana. The ghost's voice was soft and in no way similar to that, which she had used in Salazar's chamber. I'm sorry. I was looking for a place to hide, where my brothers couldn't find me. Please put your wand away, by the way. I won't do anything to you. What has your brother been doing to you? Harry blurted out. We've been trying to find out what he was doing to you, and it was my mother who prevented him from meeting you at Aberforth's place during the summer. Ariana cast him a look of pure delight. Thank you so much. He held me under the Imperious curse for decades and renewed it every week. Now, as he hasn't been able to cast it for about 6 weeks or more, it finally wore off. Ever since then, I've been hiding here. Please tell your mother that I'll be eternally grateful for what she did to me. That's why she was blue, Harry realized, because she was under the Imperious curse. Too bad that Severus was bound by that oath and couldn't tell us what it meant. We'd have been able to help her much sooner. Please allow me a question. Why would someone put a ghost under the Imperious curse? To his absolute horror, instead of replying to his question, Ariana began to cry and hurriedly swept through the nearest wall. Harry stared at the empty spot in shock, when Luna suddenly spoke up in a soft voice. This must have been well loved. Harry turned around to view his friend in bewilderment. The girl was cradling a worn-out teddy bear close to her chest. Lily smiled, as she transformed back into her human form, although Harry noticed that the smile did not reach her eyes. This is Tap. He was Harry's best friend, when he was a baby, she explained, somehow wearing a nostalgic expression. Luna held out the teddy to him. Perhaps, you should take him with you, she said, airily. He'll have missed you all these years. The idea, I'm not 5, crossed Harry's mind, however, he did not voice it but merely accepted the teddy from her. Thanks. I suggest that we come back to speak with Ariana some other time, Lily said, sighing. Let's give her some time to get used to being free from her brother. Maybe, she'll open up to us the next time. All right. The only problem is that school is going to commence tomorrow, and we won't have any free time until Christmas, Harry replied, almost regretting that he would not be at Hogwarts, from where he could escape at least during the Hogsmeade visits. To his surprise and at the same time annoyance, Luna merely smiled, wearing the dreamy expression she often used to display, when she knew better what was going to happen in the future. In the morning of the 1st of September, they waited on the grounds for the other 8 students of the SAMs to arrive. Harry felt extremely excited and at the same time glad to have Luna with him, considering that he did not know anyone else. Oh well, the others don't know each other either, he thought, just when 2 Yetis, 2 goblins, 2 elves and 2 dwarfs arrived. Merlin ushered everyone inside, before he greeted the students and introduced the teachers to them. Now, I wish the students to introduce yourselves to each other. Harry and Luna, will you please begin? Harry was grateful when Luna began to introduce herself, and he quickly followed her example. To his surprise, Luna and he were the youngest of the students. Everyone else was at least 20 years old, one of the Yetis even almost 60. They all seemed to be very friendly, and due to a spell that Merlin cast at the group, everyone was able to communicate in fluent English. To Harry's relief, Hedwig and Paws were allowed to remain with him at all times, provided that they did not transform into their human forms, and he knew that at least his mother was as interested in his classes as himself. At Hogwarts, he had found transfiguration and charms quite interesting. Ever after his first year, potions had been easy for him due to being taught by Polly at Santa's workshop. Herbology did not overly interest him, and defense against the dark arts had never been overly intriguing except during his 4th year, when Alistair Moody had taught them. Classes at the Selective Academy of Magical Sciences were interesting to say the least, especially as they were completely different from everything that they had studied at Hogwarts. During the 3.5 months leading up to the winter holidays, they had to attend all classes: alchemy, animal transformation, concealment magic, financial management, household and elven magic, enchanting, world history and laser magic. From the beginning of the new year onwards, they were going to specialize on one main subject and 2 minor subjects. Harry had a hard time deciding between concealment magic and laser magic. What if you take laser magic and I do concealment magic and we teach each other? Luna suggested, wearing a pleasant expression. That's a good idea, Harry agreed, but on the other hand, it would be nice to take concealment magic together. Together, the 2 of you will be able to achieve anything. Hedwig seemed outright contented at the idea, and Harry quickly translated. Finally, Harry decided to take concealment magic as main subject and alchemy and laser magic as the minor subjects. Luna on the other hand, took household and elven magic as well as animal transformation as her minors. Animal transformation. Harry wondered, thinking that he could as well practice the transformation into his second animagus form by himself. When he carefully asked Luna, she admitted that she wanted to try to transform into a fairy, which was difficult enough to practice under Remus' tutelage. Before everyone left for the winter holidays 10 days before Christmas, Toby instructed Harry and Luna to use the holidays to consider what they wished to do as a special project. Flamel told Harry the same, and Harry immediately informed the old wizard that he wished to construct his own broom. In laser magic, he was simply going to study what the professor would be willing to teach him. On December 15th, the 8 students other than Harry and Luna traveled home, and the 2 friends returned to Santa's workshop. While they had been so close by on the North Pole during the last 3.5 months, they had not been able to return home even once. When are you going to return to your father's? Harry asked, somehow feeling that he did not want Luna to leave. I'm going to remain here, Luna replied, smiling happily. Merlin told me the other day that Santa has invited my father over for Christmas and that he agreed to come. Oh, that's great. Then we can intensely think about our project for concealment magic. Luna nodded, smiling. Ah, I shouldn't have said that, Harry thought, sighing. I should have told her that I enjoy her company. Are you really my son? Paws quipped, as he gently licked Luna's hand. Luna, Harry said, as he stopped walking right before they would enter the workshop. Would you perhaps? He slowly trailed off. What if she doesn't want it? When Paws let out an impatient growl, Luna spoke up. Yes, Harry, I'd love to be your girlfriend. Harry looked at her in pure shock, before they simultaneously leaned over and Ed Thanks, he said, once they separated. You're absolutely amazing. Ditto, she replied, smiling. Are you sure though? What about Daphne? Daphne is a good friend. She has never been my girlfriend, and I never had feelings for her like the ones I have for you, Harry admitted in a small but firm voice. During the week leading up to Christmas, Harry and Luna eagerly helped Santa, Claire and the elves prepare everything for Christmas. Only when Santa and Claire led the first two sleighs into the direction of Australia, they spent some time to relax in front of the screen. Hedwig suddenly transformed into her human form for the first time in months. Shall we look for Ariana? Harry's eyes widened in shock. Oh yes please. I can't believe that I completely forgot about her. You had other things to concentrate on, Luna replied in a soft voice, before she echoed, yes please. Lily cast the charm at the screen and smiled. She's still in our house, she said, pointing to the pinkish dot on the screen. Can we go and meet her, please? Luna's voice was soft, but she was wearing an expression of pure determination. A moment later, Hedwig flashed Harry and Luna into Harry's old nursery room. You're back. Ariana cast them a soft smile. I was wondering if you'd come. Sorry Ariana, we had school until a few days ago, Harry apologized, returning the smile. We wish to help you. Will you allow us to do so? Luna smiled at the ghost. Ariana shook her head, as she looked straight at the girl. Thank you dear, but I'm not worth your help. I'm evil. Tears began to leak from her eyes. No, you're not evil. Whatever you did not do out of your own free will. Luna's voice was firm, and Ariana seemed to be intensely listening, as she continued. What you did was bad, but it was your brother who instigated it, not you. He made you do something bad and harm people. This is not your fault at all. You don't understand, Ariana sobbed. I should have gone and told him ever since the Imperius curse wore off, but I didn't. I was scared at what I did, at what I was forced to do. I completely ruined his life. And her life. And many others. Her voice was barely audible, as she continued sobbing. What? Harry trailed off, as Luna placed her hand onto his arm to stop him. Ariana, if you help us, we will help you, she promised in a soft voice, causing the girl to scoff. How can you help me? I am already dead. I wanted to finish school and properly study magic, but I'm only a stupid ghost. Is that your wish? To finish Hogwarts? Luna asked in a soft voice, causing Ariana to nod. But it's not possible. Even if I could do so as a ghost, it wouldn't be possible, at least not as long as Albus is the headmaster there. Luna chuckled. He won't be the headmaster much longer. He was already on probation anyway, Harry added. After all he did to you, we can take him to court again, provided that you help us and speak against him in front of the court. Ariana shook her head. I'm sorry, but I can't meet him. I'm scared, she added in a barely audible voice. All right. Harry and I are studying concealment magic, and I promise you now that we will help you and try to fulfill your wish if you help us in return. Harry, do you agree? Yes, Harry replied, even if he did not have a clue what Luna meant. Oh well, I trust her, he decided, giving Ariana a reassuring nod. So, what did you do to him? Luna smiled, encouragingly. Everything. Who is him? Harry wondered, however, knew better than to ask. I need to go and speak with him. Will you accompany me? To his surprise, Hedwig nodded. We will, Luna agreed. Will you be able to grab Hedwig's tail feathers? Ariana shook her head. No, she scoffed. I am a ghost in case you haven't noticed. I can't grab things. I can take things with me by wish magic, but not exactly a phoenix and two people. Hedwig suddenly transformed into her human form. Ariana, I am Lily, Harry's mother and Luna's godmother. She quickly explained about the white animals on the North Pole and that it had become her and her husband's home, after they had been killed more than a decade ago. Will you please accompany us to the North Pole? We can then discuss everything in peace, and neither your brother nor anyone else will be able to find you there. You can show us on the screen who and where he is, and then we'll be able to travel there together. Ariana looked from Lily to Luna and finally nodded upon seeing Luna smile. How will we get there? One of the elves will pick us up by sleigh. Harry cast his mother a surprised look, knowing how busy everyone on the North Pole was on Christmas Eve. Nevertheless, a sleigh arrived round 15 minutes later, and Harry was relieved to see that Ariana willingly boarded the sleigh together with them. I wonder what Dumbledore forced her to do and how we'll be able to help her, he thought, and resolved to ask Luna later on, as he enjoyed the 10-minute ride home. See, the North Fir Tree wasn't wrong when he decided for you to be a phoenix and not a tiger, Santa greeted Hedwig, who was perched on Luna's shoulder, when they exited the sleigh. Hello Santa and Claire, this here is my new friend, Ariana, Luna introduced the ghost, smiling. Hello Ariana, I am Santa Claus, and this is my wife Claire. Please excuse us for the time being though, as Christmas is always very busy here. Of course, sir. Thank you so much for allowing me to be here together with Luna, Harry and Hedwig. Ariana's expression changed to what seemed to be a small smile. You're welcome. Everyone here will try to help you as much as possible, considering that you've been wronged badly. With that, Santa and Claire boarded the sleigh, whom the elves had loaded with presents as they spoke. Harry and Luna led Ariana into the screen room, where everyone was assembled. They eagerly greeted Harry's cousins as well as Minerva and Severus, who had arrived from Hogwarts in the meantime. After they introduced Ariana to everyone, Lily transformed into her human form and stepped in front of the screen. Ariana, who is it that we're looking for? Tom Riddle, the ghost replied in a soft voice. Tom Riddle. Minerva spoke up, staring at Ariana in apparent disbelief. He is the man who calls himself Lord Voldemort. Ariana nodded, giving Minerva a look that Harry could not fully understand. Guilt. He wondered. He is not Lord Voldemort. He's just Tom. He's nothing like he appears to be. Everything was just because of the Imperius Curse. Lord Voldemort is nothing more than a construct of my brother. What? Minerva's eyes narrowed. Ariana. Luna cast the girl a gentle smile. Will you please tell us everything from the beginning, so that we'll be able to understand and then help you as efficiently as possible? Severus quickly excused himself, stating that they would find them in the lab if they needed him. Do you need assistance, sir? Annika smiled at his retreating form. Is your presence not required here? Harry gave his cousin a reassuring nod. I don't think so. We'll inform you later. Thanks Harry. Then I will gladly accept the offer. A potions master is always glad for valuable assistance. Lily chuckled, as Annika and Severus strode away together. Don't misunderstand me, Harry. I am really happy for the two of them. I only feel sorry for them, because they'll have to wait for 2.5 years, before they can openly admit to their feelings. They what? Minerva looked at the younger witch in apparent bewilderment. Seeing Minerva, Harry, Luna and Dudley nod, she added, oh well, that's the best news I've heard in ages. I am very happy for Severus, too. He really deserves some happiness. Ariana was hovering in front of Merlin's portrait. May I begin now? I wish to get over with it. Perhaps, you'll all detest me after what I did. We won't. Luna cast her a reassuring smile. We know that it was not your fault but your brother's. Ariana began to speak in a small voice that made everyone listen intensely. When I was 14, I was stuck by a curse from Albus in a duel between him, Aberforth and Gellert. I believe that it was only by accident. He didn't intend to kill me, but it happened. Shortly afterwards, Albus became a professor at Hogwarts, and Aberforth became the owner of the Hog's Head. I then spent all my time with Aberforth and his goat. I don't know how long I was dead, but I suppose it was at least 30 years, when Albus suddenly came to see me. Without any explanation, he cast an unforgivable spell at me. I thought ghosts were not affected by spells. Dudley looked at Ariana, wide-eyed. Ariana shrugged. I don't know why, but I was affected. Perhaps it has to do something with the way how I died or whatever. I don't know. Anyway, he made me do very bad things and instructed me to come back to the place every Sunday morning, so that he could refresh the curse. What did he make you do, and what does it have to do with Tom Riddle? Minerva's usually firm voice seemed uncharacteristically shaken. Ariana let out a deep sigh. Everything. Tom was just only 16 at the time. The first thing I had to do was to cast the Imperius Curse at him to make the basilisk go into the school and kill the Muggleborns. A tear leaked from Ariana's eyes, as she continued. One student died, and everyone was horrified, but that was not enough for my dear brother. He made me turn Tom, who seemed to be a very nice boy. He was. Minerva's expression was grim. Into the Dark Lord. Through me, Albus arranged for Tom to do evil things, call himself Lord Voldemort, kill people. Looking at Lily, she began to sob. I'm so very sorry. Don't be. Luna's voice was surprisingly firm, as she gently laid her arm around the ghost's back, only to state, "You're not like usual ghosts. You have a tiny bit of a body. Perhaps, that's why it's possible to cast spells at you. Anyway, nothing of this is your fault. I urgently need to go and explain everything to Tom. I shall accompany you." Everyone looked at Minerva in surprise. He was my boyfriend when the incident occurred. Afterwards, he was not himself anymore. All this time, I've been wondering what happened. I couldn't believe that he did what he was said to have done, although everything spoke against him. Harry let out a deep sigh. How can we prevent him from casting some kind of curse at Ariana, before she can explain everything to him then? Before I left Riddle Manor the last time, I cast a strong sleeping spell at him, Ariana admitted. I am not trained in magic, but my magic is still strong, even as a ghost, and I am capable of wish magic. So, he should still be asleep. Perhaps, we could ask Santa if there was any way that the North Fir Tree could help Ariana, before she goes and meets Tom. Dudley gave Merlin a questioning look. I didn't even realize that he was here, Harry thought, as he followed Dudley's gaze. The ancient wizard, who used to be fast to voice his opinion, had remained absolutely quiet the whole time. Santa will ask Ariana to clean up everything first. Merlin sounded thoughtful, as he spoke, while his other self in the portrait nodded his agreement. Which means explain everything to Tom, bring Tom here, so that we'll all be able to help him, and speak out in court against her brothers. Ariana. Harry spoke up in a soft voice. In which way did Aberforth play a part in this? Did he help his brother, or was he a victim, too? Ariana smiled a sad smile, as she shook her head. I don't know what Albus did to him, but Aberforth isn't like that. He wouldn't have willingly tolerated what Albus did. Merlin. Luna cast their headmaster a challenging look. Harry and I are doing our project for concealment magic together. Do you think we could somehow alter Ariana's appearance to a more stable form, so that people would not recognize her as a ghost? That way, she would probably feel safer, not only towards Tom, but especially in a possible trial against her brother. Merlin remained pensive for a moment, before he nodded. Go and ask Toby. He's the master of concealment. Seeing that you won't be able to get a sleigh to take you to Riddle Manor anytime today or tomorrow anyway, you should take it easy, and Ariana will be absolutely safe here on the North Pole. Merlin. Minerva cast him a pleading look. Could we perhaps just check on the screen if Tom is still asleep, please? He is. Merlin in the portrait pointed to the screen, which he had already adjusted to show Tom's bedroom. Thank you everyone, Ariana said, smiling, before she turned around to view Merlin in the portrait and began a conversation with him. With my extended family here on the North Pole, it never gets boring, Harry thought in amusement, as he allowed Luna to pull him out of the workshop and towards the Sams, closely followed by his canine parents and siblings. Toby, the kind Yeti, jumped up and down in apparent excitement upon hearing about their idea for a project. Yes, that would be a good project, and considering that it will efficiently help someone, I don't mind that you do it together, he said, after they had told him everything about Ariana. I suggest that you begin right away, so that you'll be able to finish your project before the spring holidays. Harry and Luna promised to commence working on the project right after Christmas, glad that Merlin and Lily were nearby and could give them invaluable ideas, even if they were just experts in charms and not exactly in concealment magic. In the meantime, Ariana thoroughly enjoyed herself on the North Pole, where she felt completely safe from her brothers and loved by everyone present. On Sundays, Harry and Luna invited her to visit them at the Selective Academy of Magical Sciences, so that they could try their newly developed charms and spells on her. At first, she had felt uncomfortable when the two teenagers began to cast spells at her. However, knowing that they were solely studying this kind of magic to possibly help her, she slowly became used to it. By the time the spring holidays approached shortly before Easter, they had developed a charm, to which Toby had offered the final clue, and which they intended to try out during their last concealment magic class before the holidays. Mom, could you go home and fetch Ariana please? Harry asked, as he readied himself for breakfast that morning. Please ask her to attend our first morning class, so that we can cast our charm at her. An hour later, Ariana hovered in the front of their classroom. Relax. I won't have them cast anything inappropriate at you, Toby told her, grinning broadly. Ariana, do you want Luna to cast the charm or me? Harry asked in a soft voice. While he was a little firmer in casting the charm, he thought that due to her being under the imperious curse by her brother for so many decades, she might prefer it if a witch raised her wand against her. Either of you will be fine, Ariana replied, smiling. I know that neither of you wish to harm me. Harry, please go on, Luna said, giving him an airy look. I look forward to seeing Ariana under the charm. Seeing Ariana nod her agreement, Harry swiftly cast the charm. Ariana's ghostly figure slowly appeared to change, until she stood in front of them in what seemed to be a corporeal body. Their classmates applauded in apparent amazement. Well done, Harry and Luna, Toby said, grinning. Ariana, do you feel any differently? Ariana shook her head. No sir. With a flick of his hand, the Yeti conjured a life-size mirror and placed it in front of the ghost. Wow, I look like a normal human being, Ariana said in apparent amazement at her own silhouette. Thank you so much, Luna, Harry and Professor Toby. You should try to hover as close to the floor as you can, even if the charm will make you look as if you were walking anyway, Toby informed her, causing Ariana to carefully try it out. Perfect. Luna looked at her friend wearing an expression of contentedness and happiness. 2 days later, the spring holidays began and Harry and Luna returned home to Santa's workshop with their puppies in tow. Annika, Dudley, Minerva and Severus had not arrived from Hogwarts yet, however, Ariana was already waiting for them. When are we going to see Tom? Santa grinned at the eager ghost. I've already contacted Sirius and Andromeda. They're going to arrive here together with Sirius' wife later tonight. We should discuss the whole matter with her first. Turning to Ariana, he explained, Amelia Bones Black is the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, and she needs to know everything about Tom Riddle. Otherwise, the Aurors might throw him right into Azkaban on sight. She will also arrange a trial for your brother. Will I have to meet my brother? Ariana seemed outright frightened. We'll ask Madame Bones later on, but don't worry. Even if you will have to meet him, we'll all be with you, and he won't be able to do anything to you. Santa's voice was calming, and Ariana slowly seemed to calm down. A few hours later, everyone from Hogwarts as well as the Blacks arrived. Santa introduced Ariana to Amelia, Andromeda and Sirius and told Amelia that Albus Dumbledore had kept the ghost of his sister under the Imperious Curse for about 5 decades. The ghost? Amelia inquired in apparent disbelief. I am a ghost, Ariana replied in a small voice. Harry and Luna cast a concealment charm at me, so that I can feel safer. You are a ghost, Sirius blurted out. Sorry, but that charm is simply amazing. Luna and Harry developed it, Lily said, sounding very proud. Well, it's obvious that godchildren inherit their intelligence from their godparents, Sirius quipped. Of course, considering that Luna is my goddaughter. Lily grinned, as Sirius feigned a pout and everyone else laughed. At least, it lightened the atmosphere, and Ariana seems more relaxed, Harry thought, smiling. So, let me repeat this, Amelia said, your brother kept you under the Imperious Curse for about 50 years. Is that correct? Ariana nodded. Yes, madam. That was after he accidentally killed her, Luna spoke up. He what? Amelia stared from Luna to Ariana in apparent bewilderment, and Ariana hesitantly repeated what she had told Harry's family on Christmas. And why did he cast the Imperious Curse at you? For the second time, Ariana explained everything about Tom Riddle and how she had been forced to cast unforgivable spells at him to make him do evil things. Something doesn't add up though. Sirius cast Lily and paused a questioning look. When you went into hiding, that was because of a prophecy if I remember correctly, wasn't it? Yes, it was. Cassiopeia was the first to respond and recited something that the Marauders had heard a long time ago and already forgotten about. I don't remember the exact wording, but it was something like, the one with the power to vanquish the evil lord will be born to those who have thrice defied him at the end of the 7th month, and we knew that it had to be either Harry or Neville. Of course, everyone thought that the evil lord, or was it Dark Lord, had to be Voldemort, Lily added, after Remus had translated Cassiopeia's explanation. From what we know now, it has to be Dumbledore though. Minerva shook her head. I'm sorry, but I still can't believe that Albus is outright evil. He's supposed to be the leader of the light. Severus scoffed. My only question is why Fawkes hasn't left him already. Albus Dumbledore should have a trial within the week, Sirius said in apparent determination. The question is if we should speak with Tom Riddle before or after questioning Albus. Andromeda let out a deep sigh. I believe that Mr. Riddle's statements might be invaluable for Dumbledore's trial. That's true, Amelia agreed. Have you already spoken with him? Santa was the first to react. No. Ariana seems to have cast a sleeping spell at him, before she left his house a few months ago, and we waited for Harry and Luna to cast their concealment charm at Ariana. We plan to travel to Riddle Manor first thing tomorrow morning. May Sirius and I join you? That would be highly appreciated. Santa cast Amelia a confirming nod. After breakfast the following morning, Harry, Luna, Ariana, Santa, Minerva, Sirius and Amelia boarded a sleigh, followed by Hedwig and Paws in their canine forms. They had decided to leave Lucy and Regulus with Cassiopeia, knowing that they were in good hands with their aunt, whom they had made the twins' godmother together with Annika. Harry and Luna sat next to Holly in the first row, and Ariana hovered next to Luna, so that anyone looking would assume that she was sitting on the bench next to her friend. She really does that well, Harry thought in amazement, while Luna spoke with the ghost in a calming voice. Don't worry, dear. Remember that you did nothing bad, she said in a soothing voice. I know. Thanks Luna, Ariana replied, smiling. I wonder why Merlin didn't join us, Harry whispered, causing Luna to give him a thoughtful look. He probably wanted to give Minerva some time alone with her former boyfriend. From her reaction last night, she might still be in love with him. Harry stared at his girlfriend in surprise, however, nodded in understanding, knowing that she just knew things better than him. We will arrive at Riddle Manor shortly, Holly informed them. The sleigh is invisible to everyone but all of you, and I shall wait for you. Thank you, Holly, Luna was the first to respond, and the elf cast her a broad smile. Everyone simply loves Luna, just like Ariana, Harry thought, apart from those idiot chess at Hogwarts. With Santa, Amelia and Sirius striding ahead, everyone left the sleigh and approached the entrance door of what looked like a Muggle building. Amelia rang the bell, and they waited for a few minutes, before she uttered, Alohomora, opening the door using magic. Ariana, will you please show us the way? Amelia turned to the ghost in a soft voice. Sure. Ariana swept ahead, giving everyone the impression as if she was walking. To Harry's amazement, Hedwig and Paws walked on both sides of her. Probably to make her feel safer, he thought in understanding. However, when they entered the bedroom, where they had seen him fast asleep during the previous evening, it was empty. Tom lazily opened his eyes. To his surprise, he realized that he felt well rested and overall better than he could remember having felt ever before, at least not in a long time. I am myself, he realized in shock. I must get away, before the ghost returns. With a flick of his wand, which fortunately was still under his pillow, he cleaned and dressed himself, while his thoughts went haywire. I need to see Minerva. I must explain everything to her. But will she believe me? She'll have moved on in the meantime. No, it's better if I go to the Auror department at the Ministry of Magic and explain everything there first. They need to clear my name. They won't believe you and throw you into Azkaban right away, a small voice spoke up from the back of his mind. They can question me under Veritaserum, he reasoned. What if they don't even give you the chance? Well, if things are as they're now, I can't do anything with my life, and I have to hurry, before the ghost returns and realizes that I'm myself for the first time in decades. I just have to take that risk. That decision made, he quickly apparated away. My sleeping spell must have worn up. Ariana sounded absolutely devastated. Is it possible that your brother took him somewhere? Sirius spoke up, causing the ghost to nod, miserably. I hope they'll arrest the idiot today, before he can harm more people, Harry thought in absolute anger at the old wizard. No. Santa suddenly grinned. Merlin just informed me that Tom woke up and went to the Ministry of Magic. He's just talking with Alistair Moody and a couple of Aurors. Just then, a non-corporeal Patronus manifested in front of Amelia. We need you immediately. That was Alistair Moody, Amelia said. Santa, will Holly be able to take everyone to the ministry? I will use my portkey and go ahead. Of course. Madam Bones. Yes. Amelia looked at Luna, questioningly. Will you please see to it that Ariana will be allowed to explain everything to Tom? I think that it is important for her. Yes, I understand. Amelia cast a reassuring smile at the girl, who was standing right next to Ariana, before he activated her portkey. 5 minutes later, the sleigh took into the air heading to Diagon Alley, where Holly pulled into their private parking slot right behind the Leaky Cauldron shortly later. By the time they arrived at the Ministry of Magic, Tonks was waiting for them and explained at the entrance that they were guests of Madame Bones and that she was already waiting for them. "Thank Merlin, I wouldn't want you to leave your wand here," Hedwig thought to him, as they quickly followed Tonks into the elevator that took them to the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Tom was sitting in a meeting room opposite of Amelia and Alistair Moody. While Sirius and Minerva sat next to Moody, Harry, Luna, Ariana and Santa took the seats next to Tom. "Ms. Dumbledore, will you please begin?" Amelia cast the ghost, who looked completely corporeal, a reassuring nod. "Please call me Ariana. Dumbledore is my evil brother," Ariana said, before she turned to Tom. "Tom, I am sorry, but please hear me out. Nothing that I did to you I did out of my own free will. My brother Albus kept me under the Imperious Curse all this time. 5 decades or how long was it? I have lost track. Only last summer, Hedwig here," she pointed to the canine, who was sitting between her and Luna, "managed to prevent Albus from getting to me. Now finally, the curse has worn off just like my spell on you. I have told them everything, and we're both going to be free. Albus is going to have a trial and will hopefully be sent to Azkaban for ruining your life. I am so very sorry." "Ariana," Tom replied in a soft voice, "if it was not your fault and it seems so, there's no need for you to be sorry. Thank you for telling me the truth. I wondered what all of this was about, but frankly speaking, I never suspected Dumbledore. Why in the world would he do such a thing? He made me corrupt half of the magical world, made me kill people among other horrible things. I thought he was the leader of the light." Harry noticed that Tom's voice became louder as he spoke, in understandable anger, and that Luna's expression was that of her knowing smile. "I have known Albus Dumbledore for many years," Alistair Moody spoke up, "and frankly speaking, I don't believe that he's evil. How would he be able to keep a Phoenix familiar if he was?" Paws rose from where he was sitting on Harry's feet and growled at his former boss. "You disagree, Mutt? Then explain." Paws let out another growl at the older wizard, before he stepped aside and to everyone's shock transformed into his human form. "My dad," Harry thought, happily, staring at the man who looked exactly like himself apart from the color of his eyes in amazement. "He did it. How cool. Dumbledore is one of the most powerful wizards in the world. He kept his sister under the Imperious Curse for more than 50 years. He must have had his brother under some kind of curse or oath as well. Otherwise, Aberforth probably wouldn't have helped him curse Ariana." Ariana nodded, eagerly. "Don't you believe him capable of putting a phoenix under some kind of binding spell?" He quirked an eyebrow at the old Auror. Hedwig now transformed into her human form as well. "Dumbledore killed us. Not Voldemort. Voldemort never existed. It was all made up and set up by Albus Dumbledore. I will go and speak with Fawkes, as soon as you take Dumbledore into custody, and I will find out what he did to him. We will make sure to question Dumbledore under Veritaserum in any case," Amelia promised. "Alistair, take a couple of Aurors and arrest Albus Dumbledore. Keep him in a ministry holding cell until Monday morning, so that any possible antidote against Veritaserum should have worn off, before we begin to question him. Considering what he did, I am certain that the trial is going to take at least 3 days. May I ask everyone here today to appear as witnesses?" "Of course, madam," Santa replied. "May I suggest to also invite Aberforth Dumbledore, Severus Snape and my brother Merlin please? I suspect Aberforth to be under some kind of oath, and Severus Snape definitely is under an oath." Amelia nodded in apparent understanding. "Thank you, Santa. We will have the unspeakables present to lift any kind of curses, oaths and whatever. Now, what are we going to do with Mr. Riddle? We can't simply let you go." "Can't trust the lad," Moody mumbled. "That would be less the problem as the danger he'd be in if someone possibly instructed by Albus Dumbledore found him," Amelia replied in a firm voice. "May I suggest that we take him with us to the North Pole? I will personally vouch for his safety." Everyone agreed with Santa's suggestion, and the group including Amelia made their way back to the sleigh, while Moody and the Aurors who had been standing in the back of the room readied themselves to travel to Hogwarts and arrest the headmaster. Just when they were about to land on the North Pole, Minerva suddenly slapped her hand against her forehead. "They've gone to arrest Albus, right? Then I must return to Hogwarts and take over." I'm his deputy after all. No, Minerva, please stay. The voice had been barely audible and soft. Was that Tom? Harry wondered. Minerva glanced at Tom and let out a small sigh. I must at least go and inform Pomona Sprout and Phileas Flitwick and ask them to take over for a few days. I'll return to the North Pole in 2 hours at the latest. Do you have your portkey with you? Minerva smiled. Thank you, Santa. I'm always wearing it on the necklace around my neck. Please excuse me now. I'll return shortly. Harry followed Luna's gaze, seeing that Tom seemed disappointed. He still seems to care for her just like she does for him, he thought in amazement. Suddenly, he felt inclined to key. Luna and hesitantly leaned over, feeling incredibly happy, when she gently replied to the key. Poor Merlin, Luna whispered, when they trailed inside behind the others. He liked Minerva, too. And why is Merlin going to be the one who will be disappointed? Harry wondered, however, readily accepted that Luna just knew things. Tom could not believe his luck. I am free, he thought, at least almost. Here, I am safe from Dumbledore and the ghost. Ariana, he mused, as he absent-mindedly observed on the screen together with everyone else how Albus Dumbledore was taken into custody. She is not a ghost now though. I wonder what happened or if it's just a charm that makes her look normal. I hope Minerva will return soon. Perhaps, she hasn't moved on but been waiting for me to come back to her. He was brought back to reality, when Amelia broke the silence. Sirius, we should go and interview Aberforth. Ariana, would you be willing to accompany us? Yes. The girl, only now did Tom realize how young she looked, seemed hesitant. Ariana, do you want Luna and me to come with you? Harry spoke up in a soft voice, causing Tom to stare at the boy in surprise. He's supposed to be my nemesis. He wondered. He's still a teenager. I suppose that Dumbledore is scared of both of us, because we might be more powerful than himself. Before he could even consider his action, he rose from his chair and stepped in front of Harry. Hello Harry. My name is Tom, and I am very pleased to meet you. Hello Tom. Harry's voice was genuinely friendly. I am happy to get to know you, too. I am very sorry for what happened to you and I wished we had found out earlier. I am glad that you found out and helped me when you did, Tom replied, returning the smile that the boy cast at him. The small group left, and Tom readied himself to watch what was going to happen on the screen, when he realized in excitement that Minerva entered the room. Minerva. Tom, she said with a small smile playing on her lips. Shall we head outside for a few minutes? Tom agreed and followed the girlfriend of his youth out onto the snowy grounds for a much-needed conversation in private. I am so sorry for what happened, Tom apologized, giving her a sad look. She looks older but still beautiful, he thought. I suppose that you've moved on in the meantime. Minerva let out a deep sigh. No, I haven't, she admitted. I've never really believed that you did what you did, even if all the evidence spoke against you. Nevertheless, it was an absolute shock, when I heard the truth last night. I am very sorry for you, for us, but at the same time, I am relieved beyond belief that you didn't do what they said you did. I still love you, Tom. Still, I don't know if we can simply pick up where we left around 50 years ago. Too much time has passed and too many things have happened, she trailed off, when Tom leaned over to key her. Please, let me key you, Tom thought, feeling incredibly happy when she did not only accept the key, but replied to it. However, she then abruptly ended the key. I'm sorry, Tom, I can't do that right now. Please give me some time to think. This is just a bit abrupt. Stepping back a few steps, she transformed into her feline form and dashed away, leaving Tom to stare at her retreating form wearing a sad smile. It's not as if it wasn't understandable. I was someone else for 50 years. It's worse than if I had been away this whole time. How could she accept me just back? He slowly walked back to the workshop, deeply engrossed in his thoughts, when he almost ran into Merlin. Tom. Yes sir. Don't worry. Minerva will come around. I only came back to life a few years ago, and she somehow caught my attention. We have been having lots of interesting conversations. And she was even my date at the Yule Ball 15 months ago. However, when I tried to get closer to her, she bluntly told me that she loved someone else, even if she'd never been able to get together with that person again. I am certain that she will come around, and I wish the two of you all the best. Tom smiled, feeling very much reassured by the ancient wizard's words. Thank you very much, sir. He slowly followed the other wizard back into the screen room, where everyone was observing the questioning of Aberforth Dumbledore. Taking Ariana into their midst, Harry and Luna followed Amelia and Sirius into the Hog's Head. Aberforth Dumbledore, Amelia spoke up, may we ask you to close the inn for an hour? We wish to have a private conversation with you. The old wizard gave her a sharp nod and with a flick of his wand locked the entrance door. Looking back at the group in front of him, his eyes widened in either shock or recognition. Ariana, is that you? Yes. How? It's merely a concealment charm, Ariana admitted. I'm still only a ghost. Mr. Dumbledore, we would like to ask you some questions. Why did you allow your brother to cast the Imperious Curse on your sister, over 5 decades at that? The old wizard returned a look of pure confusion that made Harry wonder what was wrong with him. I'm sorry. I don't know what you're talking about, he replied in a firm voice that did not really match his expression. Amelia and Sirius exchanged a look. Confundus charm. Sirius nodded. Mr. Dumbledore, we believe that you're under a certain spell as well. May I cast some spells to make sure if we're right or wrong? What if I do not agree? The old wizard returned a challenging look. Amelia's expression hardened. Then you will be arrested for tolerating criminal methods in your own house and will undergo a trial just like your brother. Aberforth nodded and turned back to Sirius. Go on then. Sirius cast a couple of spells, and Harry observed in surprise how each of the spells returned into Sirius' wand in green colors, before finally one returned in red. What was that? He wondered. Leave it to an Auror to cast spells, which I've never heard of. Confundus charm, Sirius whispered to Amelia. Let's cast it together. Together, they cast a complicated-looking spell, before Sirius repeated his earlier spell, receiving a green response. He then let his wand sink, and his expression turned to a grim smile. Mr. Dumbledore, we found a Confundus charm, which we have cancelled now. Thank you very much, Aberforth replied, letting out a deep sigh. I'm afraid my brother is not as light as he lets everyone believe. We noticed that. Amelia's expression was grim. However, he will undergo his trial from Monday onwards, and I am certain that he will not return to harm you or your sister anymore, as he will receive a one-way ticket to Azkaban in any case. Thank you very much for your help. Aberforth then turned to his sister. Ariana, will you stay here again? Ariana shook her head. No. Sorry, Abe, but I will stay with my friends, where Albus can't find me. Aren't they going to be at Hogwarts once the holidays are over? Harry found that he sounded somehow gruffy and recalled how he had behaved when their group of friends entered the pub during their first Hogsmeade visit 2.5 years ago. No sir, we're students at the Selective Academy of Magical Sciences, he said in a firm voice, before he left the pub, closely followed by Luna and Ariana. Amelia and Sirius took their leave and followed them outside. Be careful. Albus is a Phoenix Animagus, Aberforth said, however, the door already closed behind them. What did he say? Amelia cast her husband a questioning look. Sirius shrugged. No idea. He wasn't very helpful anyway. Harry turned to view his godfather. He was better behaved than when we went to talk to him once during our Hogsmeade visit. On Monday morning, Ariana, Harry, Luna, Santa, Minerva, Merlin, Remus, Tom, Hedwig and Paws boarded a sleigh that took them to Diagon Alley, from where they swiftly walked over to the Ministry of Magic. Claire, Severus, Annika, Dudley and Cassiopeia were going to watch the trial on the screen together with Merlin's portrait. We wish to attend the trial of Albus Dumbledore, Santa stated at the entrance. I'm afraid that this trial is going to take place under exclusion of the public. Then please call Madam Blackbones or Lord Black here. Professor McGonagall is going to take her seat on the Wizengamot, and the rest of us are supposed to attend the trial as witnesses. All of you. Yes. All of us. Thank Merlin. Mum and Dad turned themselves invisible, Harry thought, as they were finally allowed inside the ministry, when Tonks arrived to collect them. Much excitement in the Wizengamot chamber today, Tonksmo.Ned, as she led them to the courtroom, in which the trial was going to be held. Just because of just one special guest. A special guest. Minerva cast the young witch a questioning look. And who might that be? Tonks looked at Santa in apparent suspicion. Apparently, someone invited the Queen. Usually, she never attends the Wizengamot meetings, although she has her own seat. Santa chuckled. That was not my doing alone, but in coordination with Sirius as the head of the Wizengamot and Draco's father as the Minister of Magic. We believe that this trial is important enough for the Queen to partake as the head of Britain's magical world. When they reached the courtroom and Minerva separated from them to take her seat on the Wizengamot, they were led into the seats of the witnesses. Andromeda Tonks Black as well as Aberforth Dumbledore and Alistair Moody were already present, and Harry happily greeted Andromeda and introduced her to Luna, Ariana and Tom. Seeing that Luna motioned Ariana into the seat next to her, he took the spot on the ghost's other side, inviting Tom to sit next to him. Hedwig and Paws remained in their canine forms and nestled onto his feet. Sirius as the head of the Wizengamot opened the session. We have assembled here for the trial of Albus Dumbledore. The trial is scheduled for 3 days, of which only the 3rd day will be open to the public. My wife, Amelia Bones, will lead through the trial in her function as the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Albus Dumbledore. Bones immediately came to the point, as she addressed the old wizard, who was sitting in the chair of the accused in chains, flanked by 4 Aurors. You are accused of having kept your sister Ariana Dumbledore under the Imperious Curse for more than 5 decades and in extension making Tom Riddle do extremely evil things and kill hundreds of people. How do you plead? Innocent. What? Harry thought in shock, when Tom calmingly laid a hand on his arm. Don't fret, he whispered. He must be a brilliant liar. Harry listed in annoyance, when Dumbledore gave a long winding explanation how everything that he did had been for the greater good, as he called it. Fortunately, Amelia Bones was annoyed enough to not listen to Dumbledore's explanations for long. Dear members of the Wizengamot, I request permission for the use of Veritaserum on the accused. It took the Wizengamot less than a minute to make the decision, and the Ministry's potions master was sent to administer the truth serum to the old wizard. What is your name? Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore. Are you the headmaster of Hogwarts? Yes. Did you repeatedly cast the Imperious Curse at your sister, Ariana Dumbledore? Yes. The response came slower than the previous reply. He tries to fight the Veritaserum, Tom whispered to him, and Harry nodded in understanding, feeling grateful for the explanation. However, the old wizard's attempts to fight the Veritaserum was not very efficient, as he automatically responded to each of Amelia Bones' questions. Ariana was called to the witness stand and confirmed everything that her brother had already said. I thought you were a ghost. Minister Malfoy inquired, giving her a look of pure suspicion. I am a ghost. Ariana looked back at Luna and Harry, who simultaneously waved their wands to cancel the concealment charm. My friends merely cast a charm at me, because I feel safer under the charm. I've been a ghost ever since Albus cast the killing curse at me more than 100 years ago. A huge gasp followed her accusation, and Malfoy thanked her, before he inquired, Madam Bones, is the murder of his sister also part of Dumbledore's trial? Bones let out a deep sigh, before she addressed Griselda Marchbanks. Griselda, if I am informed correctly, you attended Albus' trial at that time. Would you be willing to comment on this point? The old witch rose from her chair. If I remember correctly, the trial was adjourned, as due to a quarrel between 3 wizards, Albus and Aberforth Dumbledore as well as Gellert Grindelwald. It was unclear who had cast the deadly spell at young Miss Dumbledore. Amelia Bones nodded. That's what I heard as well. Miss Dumbledore, is there anything you can add to it? Ariana nodded. I know that this was the outcome of the trial, to which I was not even invited. Oh well, people usually do not invite ghosts I suppose. Anyway, I am sure that it was Albus' spell that hit me. I was evading a spell coming from Gellert, when I accidentally ran into his. I saw it coming from his wand, but I was too close and too slow to avoid it. The matter was discussed for a while, before it was decided to dismiss it for the time being. With Ariana and Tom as witnesses and the occasional input from one or the other member of the Wizengamot, during the following hours, every single deed of Tom as Lord Voldemort was discussed, beginning with the incident at Hogwarts, during which a 15-year-old had died due to the look into a basilisk's eyes. Harry listened with growing annoyance, as the discussion proceeded very slowly. Now, I understand why Amelia said the trial was going to take 3 days, he thought in annoyance. Doesn't it suffice already? He's going to go to Azkaban for casting unforgivable spells and murdering anyway. However, the discussion continued the whole day and was finally adjourned to the following morning. It was only on the 3rd day that the topic of the murder of Lily and James Potter came up. Amelia Bones called Ariana to the witness stand. Please explain what you made Tom do to kill Lily and James Potter. Ariana let out a deep sigh. I did exactly as my brother imperioused me to do. I made a copy of Tom and sent him to kill the Potters. I don't know what happened at the Potters' place, except for the fact that all the adults seem to have died and Harry survived. Mr. Riddle. Tom rose from his chair. I only know that Ariana somehow made a copy of me, handed the copy my wand and instructed the copy to kill people, while she ordered me to remain at home and not go outside. The copy she made never came back, and the Daily Prophet said the following morning that Lord Voldemort had died. Why they made the copy I don't know. I've wondered about that for many years, but right now, I'm glad they sent a copy and not me. I only miss my wand, which I lost at that occasion. I only have a spare wand, which doesn't work exactly well for me. I wish to call Lily and James Potter to the witness stand. Would you mind telling us what you know? A huge groan went through the Wizengamot, when Hedwig and Paws transformed into Lily and James Potter. They told the court everything they knew about that certain Halloween night, how they had died along with James's sister Cassiopeia, who had managed to save Harry by wandless magic. The Minister of Magic rose from his chair. Will you please explain why you're alive in spite of dying at that time? While I have been brought up to date by Draco, I believe that this would be interesting for the other members of the Wizengamot as well. I believe Santa would be the best to explain. Amelia Bones called the ancient wizard, and Santa quickly told the Wizengamot about his white animals. The members of the Wizengamot bombarded him with questions, causing Harry to become extremely impatient. That's not really the topic of this meeting, he thought in annoyance. They should go on and already send Dumbledore to Azkaban. At some stage, the Queen herself came to Santa's help. I believe that Mr. Claus has answered enough questions in a very patient manner and that it's enough now. He is doing amazing things with his white animals, not only for our beloved Britain, but for the whole world, and I wish to thank him profusely for his help for the members of our magical world. Santa lightly bowed in the direction of the Queen in gratitude, before he said, I have one question. When Harry came to us, we found a dark object, presumably some kind of Horcrux, behind the scar, which he received during said Halloween night. What might that have been? I would like an explanation here. Rolling his eyes at the members of the Wizengamot, who let out a collective gasp, he added, do not worry. The dark object has been removed years ago. I've seen to it. Ariana nodded in understanding and confirmed that through Dumbledore, she had instructed Tom to make a Horcrux. At that time, I didn't even know what that was, but I don't think that he was supposed to make Harry a Horcrux. Alistair Moody stood from his seat and was given the floor. If I remember correctly, there was no body of the so-called Voldemort, however, I believe that Albus Dumbledore found his wand and kept him at Hogwarts. It would be good to ask him under Veritaserum what happened to the wand. It should be returned to Mr. Riddle as soon as possible. Finally, Dumbledore was questioned under Veritaserum for the 5th time since the beginning of the trial, and the old wizard admitted to everything that Tom had been forced to do as Lord Voldemort. He informed them that he was keeping Tom's wand in a drawer of his desk at Hogwarts. Harry inwardly sighed in relief, when the questioning ended at last. Thank Merlin, he thought. This is taking much too long for my liking. He looked up in surprise, when Lily rose from her chair and was allowed to speak. I have another question to Mr. Dumbledore. We have all heard that you are the evilest person of the century. How in the world are you able to keep a phoenix as your familiar? Phoenixes are attracted by power, not by light. Several people began to talk at the same time, before the Queen spoke up. Quiet. Turning to Dumbledore, she said, it is well known all over the magical world that phoenixes used to follow light wizards and witches and not evil people. Dumbledore chuckled, before he replied, that rumor was originally brought into circulation by myself. In fact, phoenixes are attracted to power, not to light. Merlin rose from his chair to speak. I can confirm that it's only a rumor, which did not exist in the past. I am a Phoenix Animagus myself, and over the time, I have met good and bad phoenixes. All of a sudden, a bird appeared in front of Dumbledore in a bright flame. Everyone stared at the red phoenix in apparent amazement. Is that Fawkes, Dumbledore's phoenix? Harry wondered. He looked exactly like him, when I saw him in the headmaster's office. I should have left you ages ago, but now I will finally do so. Minnie, please translate. What did he say? Amelia Bones cast the accused a questioning look. I did not understand what he said. Apparently, it is not Fawkes, although he looks like him. Minerva rose from her chair and translated, before she looked at the Phoenix in apparent confusion. Fawkes. Yes. I took the liberty of bonding to you. The old grumpy chick has laid too many bad eggs. Please translate. With that, the Phoenix flew right into the Wizengamot chamber and made himself comfortable on her left arm, while she translated his trills. Everyone stared at the couple in apparent amazement, when the bird craned his neck to have his crown feathers caressed and Minerva gently did him the favor. Madam Bones, I have one request. Amelia looked at the highest member of the Wizengamot in apparent surprise. Please shortly question Mr. Riddle under Veritaserum if everything that we heard from Mr. Dumbledore is true. Amelia Bones turned to the witnesses. Mr. Riddle, would you mind being questioned under Veritaserum? Tom readily rose from his chair and headed to the witness stand. I am ready, madam. The Ministry's potions master once again administered one dose of the truth serum, and the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement began to ask questions. Please state your name. Tom Marvolo Riddle. Did you do any of the deeds you did during the last 50 years on your own accord? No, madam. Did you use any of the unforgivable spells by your own free will? No, madam. Did you do anything that would warrant for a stay at Azkaban if not due to being under the imperious curse by Ariana Dumbledore? No, madam. Last question then. What do you intend to do with your Death Eaters, who have been bonded to you in the past by a ritual? Last night, I used the dark mark on Severus Snape's arm to release everyone from the bond. There is no such thing as the dark mark anymore. Madam Bones. Amelia turned to the Minister of Magic. I can confirm that the dark mark vanished from the Death Eater's arms last night. Thank you, Minister Malfoy. Thank you, Mr. Riddle. You are free to go. Thank Merlin, Harry thought in relief. I really like Tom. He's nice. Finally, a break of an hour was announced, and everyone left the courtroom in groups, some eagerly discussing what they had heard, however, most of them simply remaining quiet in disbelief at what had been revealed during the 3 days of trial. During the break, Andromeda led Harry and their group to a Muggle restaurant, which was not far from the Leaky Cauldron in a small side street, where Harry had never been before. Tom's good mood due to being free and himself after so many decades of struggle was contagious, and their lunch quickly turned into a celebration. Right on time, they returned to the courtroom to hear the verdict. It was announced by one of the Ministry's judges. Mr. Dumbledore, first of all, Unspeakable Croaker will cast a spell on you that will purge all possible oaths from others and any enchantments that you have cast on people without their explicit permission. Before Dumbledore could as much as protest, of which he seemed unable anyway, as he was slumped in his seat in apparent defeat, the Unspeakable cast 2 spells at the old wizard. The judge nodded in apparent contentedness. Now, we have spent 3 days listening to everything that you have done during the last at least 5 decades. Your deeds do not only warrant for a lifetime at Azkaban, but for at least 5 lifetimes. In fact, you deserve the Dementor's key, but we have decided to give you some more time to reflect your actions. Thus, you will simply receive a one-way ticket to Azkaban. All your belongings will go to Mr. Tom Riddle for everything that you have done to him, destroying his life from an early time onwards. Aurors, please take him away. One moment please. The Aurors, who were just going to follow the instruction, froze in their movements, and everyone stared at the Queen in apparent shock. I still have one question, Mr. Dumbledore. Why did you destroy Mr. Riddle's life as well as your sister's afterlife? Everyone turned their heads back in the direction of the chair of the accused, where Dumbledore had just used the inattentiveness of the Aurors and everyone else and transformed into his Phoenix Animagus form. Goodbye, he uttered, only understandable for Lily and Fawkes, before he flashed away in a bright flame. Fawkes fluffed his feathers, before he informed the others. The old grumpy one had 2 reasons to do his stunt against young Tom. One was that he was afraid of anyone becoming more powerful than himself. He was afraid that Tom and recently also Harry would be too powerful. His only reassurance was the Elder Wand, which Harry chose to destroy a few years ago. The other point, however, was the main reason why he acted against Tom: jealousy. He was jealous of him. Jealous, because Tom was Minnie's lover. He held the position in Minnie's heart, which he wanted to occupy himself. How often has he asked you to marry him over the years? Minerva stared at the phoenix in disbelief, while Harry translated for the others. He asked me at least 5 times, Minerva admitted, but I always refused. So that's what the whole matter was about. Why he made Ariana and me suffer for more than 5 decades and killed hundreds of people. Jealousy, because I was Minerva's boyfriend. Tom spoke up in clear anger, as he approached Minerva, Hedwig and Fawkes. Santa rose from his chair. Come on, let's go home and continue the discussion at home. We still have to check the screen to find Dumbledore. Everyone agreed, and a short while later, the sleigh left the parking slot behind the leaky cauldron to return to the North Pole. Severus, Annika and Dudley greeted them in apparent excitement. We've watched everything and already searched for him on the screen. Where is he? Lily cast Severus an impatient look. He's hiding in his family home in Italy. It shouldn't be his home anymore, considering that all of his belongings now belong to Tom. Then maybe Tom needs to go and claim it as his belonging. Severus smirked, when Tom cast him a look of pure disbelief. Tomorrow, we'll gather a group of Aurors and accompany you, Sirius promised, who had joined them together with Amelia and Andromeda for the evening. Thank you, Sirius. I appreciate it. Will we be able to simply kick him out of the house though? Sirius gave him a sharp nod. We will. We have a good relationship to the Aurors in the Italian Ministry of Magic. I will just send them a Patronus, when we'll arrive. Unfortunately, Tom's and the Aurors' excursion to Italy was not successful to say the least, as they were unable to make out the building. The old coot must have put it under the Fidelius charm, Moody growled, before they boarded the sleigh to return to Britain. When Tom returned to the North Pole and told everyone what had happened, he was extremely disappointed. At least, his manner shows up on the screen here, so that Merlin can watch him from his portrait. Merlin in the portrait gave Santa a reassuring nod. Of course, I will inform you, when he ever leaves his manor. However, to everyone's disappointment, Dumbledore did not move from his manor during the following months. In spite of the fact that Dumbledore had managed to flee from his imprisonment at Azkaban, his trial had multiple consequences. Minerva took over as the temporary headmistress, however, emphasized that she would only do the job until the end of the school year, as she would rather remain the Transfiguration professor, the head of Gryffindor House and the deputy headmistress if necessary. Competing with Severus about the Quidditch Cup is too much fun to simply let it go, she quipped, glancing at her colleague, who smirked. Don't relax yet. You're only going to win the Quidditch Cup this year, because Harry is absent from Hogwarts. Provided that he's going to attend Hogwarts again from September onwards, Slytherin will beat Gryffindor in every match during the next 2 years. Harry grinned in amusement at the two teachers' friendly banter, which he could observe at every opportunity. It's my plan to return to Hogwarts. Tom. Minerva turned to the wizard, who seemed to slowly return to his former self. I know that it was not by your own will that you had to cast it, but would you please remove the curse from the Defense Against the Dark Arts position, so that we can finally hire a proper professor for the post? Tom stared at her in apparent shock. Oh Merlin, yes, of course. I completely forgot that Ariana, sorry, Dumbledore, made me cast such a curse. Do you want me to flash you to Hogwarts? Tom cast Lily a grateful look. Yes please. As soon as Lily transformed into her phoenix form, he grabbed her tail feathers and they left in a small splash of ice, only to return 15 minutes later. It's done. I hope that it worked. Thank you, Tom. Minerva cast him a grateful look. Now, whom to ask as the new defense professor? Is there any chance I could get the position? Minerva let out a deep sigh. Tom, I know that you would be an absolutely brilliant candidate for the position, but in fact, I was wondering if you'd be willing to become Albus' successor as headmaster. Tom stared at the Gryffindor head in shock. Me, the headmaster? After all that I did? You did not do it. You were forced to do it. Harry's voice was firm. Minerva, I believe that Tom would make a good headmaster, and for the Defense Against the Dark Arts position, I'd recommend Alistair Moody if he was willing to teach again. He was the best teacher we ever had. I agree. Luna smiled, giving Tom a dreamy look. Tom, Santa spoke up in a firm voice. Do you wish to forget some of the things you were forced to do? Tom, do it, Harry advised the older wizard, giving him a compassionate smile. Santa, Merlin. The brothers exchanged a glance. I believe that Minerva should also lose some of the memories of what Tom was forced to do by Dumbledore. Tom cast the brothers a hopeful look, before he stared at Minerva in silent plead. From the corners of his eyes, Harry saw that the Marauders all nodded at the older witch, reassuringly. Very well then. Minerva, Tom and Ariana, please accompany me to the North Fir Tree. Everyone else, please give them some space and remain here. Ariana, do you wish for Luna to accompany you? Yes please, and thank you, Santa. When the small group returned from the North Fir Tree a little less than an hour later, Minerva and Tom were holding hands, and Luna was walking arm in arm with a young-looking corporeal Ariana, who looked outright happy. I guess congratulations are in order. Merlin grinned broadly. Ariana, will you remain here on the North Pole and study for your owls together with Luna and Harry, provided that they're allowed to leave their school and return to the workshop to meet with you and that you wish to attend Hogwarts for your 6th and 7th year? Minerva looked from Ariana to Merlin. I'd love that. Would that be all right, Professor Merlin? Merlin nodded, reassuringly. Considering that Luna and Harry have already finished their project for concealment magic, they will have enough time during the weekends. I suppose that Santa and Claire will also be willing to teach you. Of course. It would be a pleasure. Claire gently pulled Ariana into a hug. Ariana, do you want Santa and me to become your guardians, or would you rather ask Aberforth, who is your closest relative? No, I don't want anything to do with my brothers anymore. If it's not too much trouble for you, I'd rather accept your offer. It's no trouble at all, Claire reassured her. Please decide in which subjects you wish to take your owls. Now, Tom, would you be willing to take over as headmaster right away instead of from September? I promise that I will take as much time as you need assisting you. Of course, my dear. Tom smiled, before he pulled her into a passionate kiss, causing the young people to applaud in amusement. That's enough. Minerva's mouth was stretched to a thin line, however, she was unable to hide the small smile that appeared on her lips. I believe that it's time for us to return to Hogwarts then. Seeing that Merlin set to return to the Sams, Santa quickly followed him outside. Are you all right, old man? The ancient wizard returned a grim smile at his brother, who was just 2 years younger than himself. Of course, baby brother. I am happy for Minerva. She has been waiting for him for most of her life. It must be like a dream come true for her. For my part, I am just happy to be alive, having my own school and brilliant company here on the North Pole. I feel extremely blessed having a brother such as you, who is willing to help whoever needs your help. You have all the time of the world now. One day, you'll find the right witch for yourself. Grinning, Santa turned around and only after Merlin had entered the school building changed into his secret animagus form, before he went for a long walk in his polar bear form. The remaining weeks until the end of the school year at the Sams passed much too fast for Harry's and Luna's liking. School ended on May 31st, and Harry received certificates in concealment magic and laser magic. According to Merlin, they were equivalents to the newts in the subjects that could be studied at Hogwarts. Somehow, it's a pity that we have to return to Hogwarts. Luna cast Harry a sad smile, when they left the Sams for good and returned to the workshop after seeing their former classmates off. Harry looked at the girl in concern, when a sudden idea crossed his mind. Luna, why don't you take the owls together with us? You've studied together with Ariana and me, so it shouldn't be a problem for you. A small smile crossed the girl's face, before she asked, do you think Professors McGonagall and Riddle would agree? I don't belong into your year. Why not? Harry returned a challenging look. Because of your age. What about Ginny Weasley? Well, Harry glanced at his wristwatch. It was almost 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Please excuse me for a moment. I'll go and ask Minerva. He transformed into his Phoenix Animagus form and flashed right into the Founders' quarters at Hogwarts, only noticing the additional weight as he left. Sorry. Luna cast him a sheepish look, when they arrived. Your back feathers were just too inviting. They have the same emerald color as your eyes, which I love so much. It's all right, dear. Harry smiled at his girlfriend. I'm always happy to have you with me. Now, shall we go and see Minerva first? They found the deputy headmistress in the headmaster's office together with the new headmaster. Luna, Harry, are you missing Hogwarts so much that you return to attend the remaining of the school year? Tom smirked. Busybodies. Fox, behave yourself, Minerva reprimanded the Phoenix. You know, as Harry is a Phoenix Animagus, he can understand you, Luna said, smiling at the badmouthed bird. No sir. Harry cast the older wizard a mock glare. We really had a good time at the Selective Academy of Magical Sciences. We came to ask for a favor though. Luna would like to take her owls and go right into 6th year together with my friends and me. Would that be possible? Luna cast the headmaster and his deputy a pleading look. Minerva and Tom exchanged a glance, before Minerva finally nodded. If you manage to pass your owls, I don't see a problem with it, considering that you've already studied together the whole school year. She glanced at the time display on the ceiling. Why don't you attend dinner in the Great Hall? Your friends would surely be pleased to see you. Harry and Luna exchanged a glance before casting Minerva a grateful look. Thank you, Professor. We'll do that. Dinner at the Slytherin table was a funny affair, and Harry and Luna almost regretted that they could not simply stay at Hogwarts for the last 3 weeks of the school year. Oh well, we'll be back for the owls next week anyway, Harry said, matter-of-factly. We'll be glad to have you back on the team next year, Draco said, and informed him that Severus had instructed him to discuss with Harry if he would be willing to become the Quidditch captain for their last 2 Hogwarts years. If you won't take the position, I'd take it, but I'd rather continue being a prefect. I don't mind being the captain. Harry shrugged. I'll tell him then. Should we have tryouts before the end of the school year? If you don't mind overseeing them. Harry quirked an eyebrow. We'll do that, Ginny promised from the other side of the table. Harry, Luna and Ariana took their owls at Hogwarts together with Harry's friends, and to their relief, it was not overly difficult considering to what they had studied on the North Pole. I think I failed history of magic. Ariana looked at them, wide-eyed, when they returned to the North Pole. Does it matter? Harry cast Luna a questioning look. I don't think so, as it isn't one of the core subjects. Luna smiled at their friend. It's sad though, as I am most interested in history of magic. I would even like to take minutes in history and perhaps teach the subject at some time. You could replace Professor Binns at Hogwarts. Even in our time, he was already a ghost and a horrible teacher. The 3 students stared at Lily in surprise. Right, Tom could simply dismiss him, Harry replied, thoughtfully, noticing that Luna was once again wearing her knowing smile. During the summer holidays, Hogwarts headmaster and deputy headmistress married on the North Pole with only the white animals of the North Pole and their enlarged families as guests. The rest of the magical world only got to know about the matter from a large article in the Quibbler, the magical newspaper edited by Luna's father. 2 days later, the Daily Prophet reposted the news, with a large photograph of the happy couple decorating the front page. Albus Dumbledore was sitting in his family home in Italy. Fortunately, the house belonged not only to him but also to his siblings, so that the ownership had not passed to Tom Riddle. The Fidelius charm made sure that not even his brother or the ghost of his sister were able to enter the building. Together with his trustworthy house elves, he was able to lead a comfortable life. One of the elves popped to London to buy the Daily Prophet for him on a daily basis, so that he was able to keep himself updated concerning his home country. On this day, the headline of the newspaper almost made him choke on his drop. Hogwarts, Headmaster Tom Riddle and Deputy Headmistress Minerva McGonagall married. He felt all of his 150 years, as he slumped down in his seat in devastation. All my actions of all these years were in vain, he thought, as he tried to suppress the tears that welled in his eyes. She was supposed to be mine, not his. Perhaps, I should have seen that he was killed instead of having him kill others. During the wedding party, Toby, the Yeti and their former professor for concealment magic, addressed Harry and Luna. Would you be interested to work on the mastery in concealment magic? I could teach you during the holidays and give you assignments, which you can do while at Hogwarts, so that you could take the mastery exam at the same time, at which you finish school. Luna immediately happily agreed, however, Harry remained pensive for a moment. As much as I'd love to take the mastery, perhaps, it would be more reasonable if I took the mastery in laser magic. If we, for example, wished to teach at Hogwarts or some other magical school, only one professor for each subject would be needed. Toby smiled. Oh well, considering that you probably wish to work at the same school, this seems a reasonable decision. Luna agreed, and the two decided to work together in both subjects in any case. I already have an idea for a superb project, Luna informed him, causing Harry to stare at her, wide-eyed. A master or mistress of concealment magic should be able to cancel a Fidelius charm, don't you think so? Luna smiled at Harry and Toby. The Yeti listened, wide-eyed. This sounds like a reasonable, albeit difficult task. Good luck to the two of you. Professor Ito immediately agreed, when Harry asked if it would be possible for him to study for the mastery in laser magic. While I agree, I wish you to work on a project, which goes in a different direction from the strict field of laser magic, the professor informed him, giving him a pensive look. Would you be willing to spend the rest of your holidays at the Mirai School in Japan? I could ask Headmaster Abe if he was willing to teach you his way of performing laser magic. I will then supervise you for the mastery. I'm sure he wouldn't mind if Ms. Luna accompanied you, he added as an afterthought. All right, Harry agreed, although he had no idea what he was supposed to do. Oh well, Luna always knows everything, he consoled himself. I hope she'll be willing to accompany me to Japan. To Harry's relief, not only Luna, but also Hedwig accompanied him to Japan, while Paws remained on the North Pole looking after his children. Thank Merlin Holly can take us anywhere in the world with a sleigh, he thought, when they hugged the kind elf goodbye and headed towards the entrance doors of the school. During the remaining 6 weeks of the holidays, they studied laser magic in Japan. The Mirai School was the world's leading school in the subject, and he, Luna and Hedwig found the futuristic field of research highly interesting. By the time they returned to the North Pole at the end of August, Harry had already decided for himself to return to the Mirai School during the following summer to more efficiently work on his project for the mastery. During their 6th Hogwarts year, Harry and Luna used every free minute to work on their concealment magic mastery and their project for the laser magic mastery. When they returned from Japan shortly before the beginning of their 7th year, Minerva informed Harry that Tom had made him head boy. I hope that's all right with you. She looked questioningly from Harry to Luna. You surely would have been a prefect already if you hadn't been absent for your 5th year, she added as an afterthought. That's fine, Luna replied first. We've made much progress in both our projects, and we'll manage on time for the mastery exams. Sorry Professor, but who's the head girl? That's my boy, Paws quipped, before he apologetically licked Luna's hand and transformed into his human form. Only joking. Hermione Granger. Harry inwardly groaned, however, nodded in understanding. At least, Luna has no reason to be jealous. Oh well, she wouldn't be anyway, he thought, recalling a time when he had gone to Hogsmeade together with Daphne, after Luna had wished him a nice day. At Christmas 6 months before their newts, Minerva gathered Harry, Luna, Annika, Dudley, Ariana and Lily for a conversation in private and asked, "What are your plans for the time after your newts?" Ariana would like to replace Professor Binns as the history of magic professor. Luna cast their friend a bright smile. I'd love that. Very well. Minerva nodded in understanding. I believe that it's time for Professor Binns to retire in any case, and we'll be happy to have you as the new professor for the subject. Thank you so much, Ariana replied, seemingly happy. Very well, Minerva continued. We are considering setting up 2 new subjects, laser magic and concealment magic. Luna and Harry, would you be willing to teach these? Yes. Their response came simultaneously, and they exchanged a look of pure delight. Thank you, Professor. Minerva nodded, seemingly pleased. We have more plans, however. Professors Flitwick and Sprout wish to retire. Lily, is there any way we could convince you to become our charms professor? Lily let out a deep sigh. I'll need to speak with James, but I'd like that. I might have to bring our children with me to Hogwarts though, considering that he'll probably go back to working as an Auror if I become a Hogwarts professor. Mum, he could always just join us as Paws. He certainly will be able to live at Hogwarts together with you, even if his human form, Minerva said, gently. Seeing how many young couples we're going to employ at our school in the near future, we'll have to set up a primary school sooner or later I suppose. Then, yes please. I'd love to teach charms. Dudley, would you be interested to take the herbology position? Professor Sprout recommended either you or Neville Longbottom, but I have decided to ask you first. Yes please. I'd love to teach herbology. Dudley grinned happily. Professor Sprout will remain for another year to assist you, so that you'll be able to take over as smoothly as possible. That's highly appreciated. Dudley stared at Ariana with apparent enthusiasm, and the girl returned a huge smile. I've already spoken with Draco and Ginny, and they have agreed to teach defense and the third new subject of housekeeping, since Alistair Moody wishes to finally retire. Annika, would you be interested to become the arithmancy professor? I'd love that. Annika cast the Gryffindor head a delighted look. Thank you so much for offering the position to me. 6 months later, the friends finished their newts, and shortly later, Harry and Luna took their mastery exams in both subjects, concealment magic and laser magic at the Sams and the Mirai School. Do you want to teach concealment magic or laser magic? Harry gave Luna a questioning look. What if we share both positions? Luna returned a dreamy smile. We could take turns teaching them. To their surprise, Minerva and Tom agreed for them to try out teaching together, stating that they could decide otherwise and separate the positions at any time. During the summer on the North Pole, a huge wedding took place, when Harry and Luna, Annika and Severus, Draco and Ginny, and to everyone's surprise Dudley and Ariana married. When did the two of you get so close? Santa looked from Ariana to Dudley in apparent surprise. Ah, didn't you watch them on the screen, while we were at Hogwarts? Harry quipped. They've been snogging in the common room all the time. Harry, Annika scolded him lightly, causing him to chuckle. A few days after the wedding, Harry and Luna traveled to Hogwarts to prepare their classrooms and work on the curriculum for their classes. To their relief, Ariana, Draco, Annika, Severus, Ginny and Minerva all decided to return to the school at the same time. Instead of occupying new living quarters like Draco and Ginny as well as Dudley and Ariana did, while Annika simply moved in with Severus, Harry and Luna decided to live in the Founders' quarters. Luna had asked Alicia and Diablo, who had both no interest in transforming into their former human forms and happily agreed that the young couple could use the Founders' quarters, especially as the Founders in the life-size portrait in the living room would be happy to be able to talk to them at any time. They had much fun decorating the classrooms, for which they chose the corridor behind the hospital wing and in front of the Founders' quarters, which seemed to have been unused for a long time. They first worked on the laser magic classroom, for which they chose a futuristic design. I love that room, Harry said. It's so completely different from all the other classrooms. It somehow reminds me of the Mirai School though. Luna smiled, knowingly. I hope you didn't choose the spot right behind the hospital wing due to possibly upcoming dangers in your class. Tom gave the new professors a questioning look. No, we chose the spot, because it's near to our living quarters, so that we won't have to carry the little ones all over the castle. Luna gave Harry one of her dreamy looks, who in return stared at her, wide-eyed. Did you not notice that I've become fat? Smiling happily, Luna placed a hand onto her stomach and gently caressed it. Men. Tom and Harry exchanged a look that clearly said, witches. The setup of the classroom for concealment magic was much more difficult, and it took the two young teachers several weeks. In the end, the room was an outright artistic classroom. Depending on where someone was standing or sitting, they were able to see only certain parts of the room. How are you going to oversee all of your students at the same time? Tom asked with apparent interest, when he and Minerva came to inspect the new classroom one day. Harry and Luna blurted out laughing, before Luna said in a soft voice, "We're masters of concealment. A simple anti-concealment charm will take care of it." Harry nodded. This is the only spell that we're not going to teach our students, at least not before they have taken their newt. On the first day of the Christmas holidays, Harry and Luna traveled to Italy, feeling extremely grateful that Holly took them near Dumbledore's home by sleigh, although all sleighs were supposed to be needed on the North Pole now. Sorry Holly. We really should have done this during the summer, but we were so busy setting up everything at Hogwarts. He slowly trailed off, giving his favorite elf a sheepish look. That's fine, and it's still 3 days before Christmas, so Santa will be able to spare this small sleigh for an hour. The elf nodded, reassuringly. I just hope it'll work, Harry said, when they both got ready to cast the spell they had developed. It was a combination of concealment magic and laser magic and was supposed to cancel the Fidelius charm around the manor. Now, Luna said, and they both raised her wands to cast the spell together. An instant later, a huge, southern-looking building came into view. We did it, Harry said in relief, before he leaned over and pulled his wife into a passionate key. Only when Holly cleared his throat, the young couple realized that they should return to the North Pole, before anyone would see them. Very well, I will alert the Aurors that they can go and arrest Dumbledore, Santa said, once they arrived back home and informed everyone about their success. Santa, will you please leave it to me? Lily spoke up. There's something I'd like to do, before he'll be shipped to Azkaban. Do nothing that I wouldn't do, Paws instructed her. And be safe. I'm going to be invisible, and I'll only be away for an hour or two, Lily replied, before she transformed into her phoenix form. Hedwig, take a sleigh. Thank you, Santa, but no. I'm going to live out my anarchist tendencies, so I can't take a sleigh. Be careful, Will. With that, Hedwig turned herself invisible and flashed right to Africa, to a spot, where she knew from searching the screen that a horde of manticores could be found. Choosing a strong-looking male species, she cast a silent charm at the animal, before she instructed him to grab her tail feathers. Seeing that the wild animal obeyed like a tamed pet, she flashed right to Dumbledore's manor in Italy and dropped the manticore right over the spot, where she could sense the magic of the old wizard. Giving the manticore a minute, she cast the same spell, which she had once cast at her former sister Petunia's house several years ago. Albus Dumbledore was sitting in his armchair in front of the fireplace, reading a book and enjoying a small bowl of drops, when a strange noise from above made him look up in confusion, only to stare right into the open mouth of a manticore. Alert, Albus immediately transformed into his phoenix form and flashed into the next room, just before the whole house exploded in large fireworks and he was buried under it. He did not know what happened, however, all of a sudden, he felt cold. Just cold, and he knew nothing more. Hedwig was sitting on a nearby tree observing the results of her latest anarchistic movement, when Santa's voice suddenly penetrated her mind. Hedwig, you can't leave him there to die. Remember that you're one of the white animals of the North Pole. He is alive and a BPD Phoenix baby without any memories, and it's freezing outside. You need to pick him up and bring him here. Anarchistic as you are, you're not a murderer of an innocent baby. He's alive. Hedwig thought in shock and slowly made her way to the burning remains of the house, where a group of elves was busily searching the rubble. I can't let them have him, she thought and flashed to the spot, where a tiny baby head was looking out from under the rubble. Carefully taking the BPD baby Phoenix into her beak, she flashed home and put him right into Santa's hands that provided the necessary care for the baby. What are we going to do with him? Everyone looked at Santa, questioningly. Does he remember anything? Ariana glanced at the small animal with a combination of apparent fright and amazement. No, I don't think so. If you can guarantee that he does not remember anything, perhaps we could raise him. Dudley nodded, gently laying his arm around Ariana's back. We can do that if that's what you want, but are you really sure? Apparently sensing that Ariana seemed to be uncertain, Luna smiled. Harry, yes dear. Ariana, Luna and I will raise him together with our first baby, who is supposed to be born any day now. We'll raise them as twins. Santa gave Lily, who had in the meantime transformed back into her human form, a stern look. Now, seeing that you're going to be a grandmother soon, you better give up your anarchist tendencies. In my human form, I don't have these tendencies. That's only my avian anarchy side, and it's still not my fault that I'm a bird. I always wanted to be a white tiger. How she can manage to tell Santa that and still keep a straight face I don't know, Harry thought, as everyone began to laugh. Perhaps, she and Severus took classes for that in her former life. He'd manage the same blank mask in any situation. 11 years later, Harry was sitting between Ariana and Luna at the high table, when Minerva brought the new first years into the Great Hall. A screen on the wall opposite the head table gave them a close-up look onto the small faces of the children. He leaned forward, when Minerva called, Potter, Julia. I wonder where she's going to be sorted, he thought, smiling, when his daughter was sorted into Slytherin. She walked up to the Slytherin table in apparent happiness, where she was greeted by her Aunt Lucy, who was a fifth-year prefect, and Uncle Regulus, the Quidditch captain. To Harry's surprise, Julia's official twin brother Marco followed in her footsteps and was also sorted into Slytherin. Oh Merlin, another double trouble couple and Potters at that. As if having one of these couples in my house wasn't bad enough. Harry glared at the Slytherin head, who was sitting on Luna's other side. At least, you have a fair chance at winning the Quidditch Cup again. That might be true. Headmaster Riddle, let's forego the first-year rule once and for all times and allow first years to become a member of the house teams. Minerva. Tom gave his wife a questioning look. Minerva groaned. We should have made someone headmaster, who graduated from Gryffindor, she mumbled, causing everyone at the high table to laugh. Well, you see, the Slytherins obviously are the better students, considering that 80% of our staff consists of former Slytherins, Severus replied, smirking. Now please let Minerva continue with the sorting. Luna cast the remaining first years a reassuring look, just when Minerva read the next name from her list. Oh, by the way, Harry whispered to Severus behind his wife's back. They've already set up this year's team at the end of last year, just like we always did, while I was still on the team. Think Slytherin. 5 minutes later, the sorting was over, and while Minerva brought the sorting hat out of the Great Hall, Lily turned to Severus. Congratulations, Sev, you've got every single one of our youngsters' children in Slytherin. Severus quirked an eyebrow. As long as they don't have anarchistic avians as familiars like one of their parents, Slytherin House will be fine. The end. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.